I'm Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. There's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, get ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone paid.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated. I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this, these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this. Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Right. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give...
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
You people disgust me. Disgust me, boys. Really fucking Casey Anthony? That joke never gets old on like Kaylee. Why is that the first thing that pops on the screen in the chat? Jesus Christ. What are you doing? Come here. What are you doing? Don't fuck around my feet. Come here if you really want some. Come on. All right, well, be weird. My cat's being weird. What are you doing underneath my feet? Come here. Here we go. Watch the Zulu debate live. You're in for a treat. I heard that it was boring. But, you know, I have a cat? Yeah, I've had a cat. I used to have 2 cats. I got them in a divorce. So now I just have them. They're cool. She's a sweet girl. She's a lot more active now that I've started feeding her right. I figure, you know, if I'm going to stop eating like shit and get my health under control, maybe I should feed her good food. I stop feeding her kibble and feeding her like fresh pet. And now I just feel like a piece of shit because technically you got them in a marriage, you kept them in a divorce. Okay, look. All right, sure. But yeah, now she's a lot more energetic and I feel bad. Because I'm like, oh wow, I've just been feeding you junk for so long. Because now she has like more energy and she's more playful and less scared and anxious. But yeah, I'm excited. I mean, we have some other stuff to do. We have some other stuff to talk about tonight. Some things to go over. I'm excited because I'm pretty passionate about this issue. You know, I don't know if you know that, but you should be able to tell from looking at me that the fat libertarian is also a gamer. I don't know. Maybe my gamer credentials aren't good enough for some of you guys. I get that, you know. I tried Dark Souls 2 for like 10 minutes and was like, nah, fuck this. You know? So, I mean, you know, I'm not a true gamer or whatever, but I've played a lot of games. I appreciate good games. At least I think I do. And so I am passionate about how IP has affected gaming, and how, you know, AAA studios are fucking us over in a lot of different ways. What do I play? I just bought Cyberpunk 2077 because I waited for it to go on like summer sale, you know, because it was less than $40. Yeah, I play Civ. I play Civ 6. I play Cyberpunk. I played a lot of Baldur's Gate 3. Like, growing up, I played a lot of World of Warcraft. But, like, I got started on PlayStation 2 with Metal Gear Solid and Final Fantasy 7. I played a lot of Oblivion as a kid. So I played a lot of Oblivion, a lot of Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy 7 when I was younger. Then I got into World of Warcraft, and that was probably a lot of it. To be fair, Dark Souls 2 was a bad game. Yeah, it was just I never liked the aesthetic or the combat style. It was just not my thing. So I'm not a true gamer. I don't know. We can look at my Steam library right now and see what I have. We can check my credentials. How about that? I have a lot of other stuff, but you know. Let's see. But we can just like look at my like what I have on Steam. And this is like a new account from like maybe like 8 years ago or something, so here we go. So games I actually have time on. I'm playing a couple hours of Alt F4. See, I have almost 1,300 hours on Baldur's Gate 3. I just got that for free. It's like 40 hours on Borderlands. I have so much more time than this. I don't know how this is calculated, but I've played Century of Ashes a lot more than that. Also Control. I definitely played more of that. Got about 180 hours on Cyberpunk right now. Definitely have some time on Deep Rock Galactic, some time on Destiny. 39 minutes is not true. I've beaten this game several times. Divinity, but I mean, I don't think I did it on Steam. I did it back in the day, so that is fair. Divinity Original Sin 2, 130 hours. Dragon's Dogma. I thought I had more time on that than that, but whatever. Let's see. Skyrim has 65 hours, and the special edition has 130, but again, that's just on my Steam. Elex. Elite Dangerous. Sinuous Sacrifice was fun. Hogwarts Legacy. One of my bullshit games. Kingdom Rush. Lost Ark, tried it, didn't like it. Couple hours on Magic, didn't like it. Marvel Rivals. I have, what is this, 80 hours on the original Mass Effect 2. 130 on the original Mass Effect. 130 on Mass Effect Legendary. Murdered Soul Suspect. Neverwinter Nights only has 100 hours, but I guarantee you have played a lot more than that. This was fun, Nino Kuni. Been playing Nice Day for Fishing on and off. Just for fun. Old Paladins. Path of Exile 1 and 2. A couple 100 hours on that combined. Pathfinder. I played like 2 hours of Sekiro. I couldn't get into it. I gave it a good old college try. This was for stream, but I've never played it. Civ only has about 500 hours. Splitgate has a minute. Jedi Fallen Order. KOTOR has 200 hours. KOTOR 2 has 100 hours. Sword Coast Legends has 100 hours. Tabletop Simulator only has about 100 hours from playing D&D and stuff. Tailspire has 30 hours. I don't know why Terra's on here. Terrascape. Thea is really good. Tiny Glade, I make little houses with my daughter. Tomb Raider. Says it's only an hour, but I've played it on another platform and beaten it. So there you go. This is my current Steam library. He hit a story. Yeah, I did hit a story-driven. I was like, nah, I'm good. Original Dragon's Dogma was really good. Not much of an FPS guy. No, I mean, I like Cyberpunk right now. I've been playing that. I've got almost 200 hours on that. Now, granted, probably a quarter of that is like me watching TV in the other room with the game still running in the background. But because I do that a lot. I'm super ADHD, so I'll just like get up and walk away or go read some manhwa. Just like keep the game on running in the background because I'm bad at that. Or making a new character. Hush. Can you get another show with me? Yeah, I mean, if you just DM me, we can schedule something. DM me Saturday when I'm like setting up stuff. It's the library of a fake gamer. Hey, but look, I showed you guys my library so you could see whether or not I enjoy games. All right, it's not all the games I've played, and also there's a lot of games that I haven't purchased. You know, and then I have stuff on other platforms too, like I have played a ton of times Dragon Age 1, 2, 3, and then the Inquisition. Like, I've beaten Dragon Age Inquisition like several times. That is an interesting genre. So I played on someone else's machine who purchased the game? Of course. Of course. Of course I've never said fuck this and just gotten an emulator or something. He emulates Pokemon games, you can tell by his glasses. I did play the Switch emulator when the Switch had that Pokemon game. I don't remember what it was. It wasn't the last one that came out, but like maybe like the one before that or the one before that. But I did play on an emulator, a Switch game for a while. But I wasn't going to buy a fucking Switch. I was like, no, I'm not, like, just to play one Pokemon game. That's not happening. Total War, oh, dude, I played a lot of Age of Empires. Honestly, Age of Empires is probably, like, got me into, like, learning about history as a young kid. Like, I was obsessed as a young kid with, like, Mayan history. I still am, kind of. But I was, like, really into, like, the Aztecs and the Mayans. But like, dude, I used to play the fuck out of some Age of Empires. But then StarCraft came out, and I was super excited for StarCraft. And then I went and played online against Asians, and then all of a sudden I was not into RTSs anymore. I was perfectly fine. I was perfectly happy. I was perfectly happy just fucking learning some. There was another one. It wasn't Total War. But it was another like medieval RTS game that came out after Age of Empires that I played a lot of too. And I was all fucking cool into it. And then all of a sudden I had to face Koreans, okay, online, and I was like, yo, these people are that are like microing their army back and forth while having perfect builds and shit. And I was like, yeah, fuck this. This is not okay. Like, I'm out. I don't want to do this. I was like, I had this chill strategy game. This was fun. Stronghold Crusader. Yeah. Legends Reign. That's what it was. Stronghold Crusader. I played a lot of Stronghold Crusader as well. And believe it or not, I used to play that with my dad a little bit. It was like one of the few times my dad gamed on anything. But then StarCraft came out, and I was so excited, and I got through the campaign, and then, I started playing online and just getting butt fucked constantly, and was like, yo, I'm not good enough for this. Fuck this, I'm out. But hopefully I have cemented, at least to some degree, that I do enjoy games and that I don't like fucking being fucked up. Oh, also I played a lot of Diablo growing up. Like a lot of Diablo 2, a lot of World of Warcraft, a fuck ton of World of Warcraft. And not just growing up. I was into private service pretty hard too. I'm just not I'm not an RTS person anymore. Like I want to be, but I'm just not. That's why I like Civ. I'm not buying Civ 7 because it sucks unless it gets a lot better. You talking about Hulk Hogan? Yeah, Hulk Hogan died. Oh, sorry for all those who don't know. If we need a moment of silence. I need to play the game City State? Maybe. RTS doesn't innovate. I plan to change that. Don't start spamming HH brother in the fucking chat, all right? Hold on. I know what you mean, Hulk Hogan. Okay, but let's not have a bunch of HH brothers in chat, all right? Let that be the only one. All right, you know what I mean? I had a friend who never got far into WoW because he just kept making new accounts for 30-day trials at a time. That sounds like some shit I would do when I was a kid. I definitely did like 30-day trials, like the 2 CDs that like my stepdad had. Let me tell you something, brother. Yeah, I can't do a Hulk Hogan impression. Who's DMing me right now? Stop saying I miss HH already is okay, because that can't be misconstrued. Michael Malice tweet: congrats on the Undertaker for his recent victory against Hulk Hogan is wild. Give me to play Go. I'm never playing Go. I'm not autistic. You guys keep wanting me to become autistic. I'm never doing that. Like, I'm not playing fucking that level of strategy game. It's like chess for Asian autistic people. There you go. I have a great idea for an RTS, how to make grand strategy RTS like Total War possible. My gripe with Total War is I don't like turn-based, but I love H104's true. All right, well, let me see it. This is how you learn to beat the Koreans in StarCraft, though. I don't want to beat the Koreans in StarCraft. I gave up. Besides, the StarCraft IP is dead. Nope. And another fucking problem with intellectual property in gaming is like some fucking dude made it at Blizzard and then backed the fuck out. And now nobody can make StarCraft. Nobody can make StarCraft unless Blizzard makes it. And they don't even have they only have partial rights. And the guy won't give it up. There was supposed to be like a fucking, like a single player game based off of like the ghosts or whatever. The fucking sniper people that Kerrigan turned into. Nothing. It got canceled. And they can't make it because of IP. I'd like to see what if Althus pick each other's brains. No, I watched a video of him with Tax Brass when he was on, when we like talked to each other, and like it was amazing. And then like the longer it went on, I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I was like, it felt bad. I don't want to talk to somebody that is like that mentally messed up. Like, it's like, I don't need him to pick my brain. I don't want to pick his brain. Like, he's unwell. And like, I don't want to make content out of that. Like, even if he reached out to me, like, yeah, he has a lot more people, a lot more viewers, but I don't know that I even want any of his viewers. Like, can you imagine if like the whole chat was just evolutionary capitalist? Like, just imagine just think about that for a second, right? Like, just imagine that like there's like 10 of those in chat at all times. Yeah. Bit of a problem, huh? Yeah, you guys are worried about me saying his name because you're worried I might summon him. You're worried he might be lurking right now. Numbers are numbers? Nah, dog. You gonna play the anime horse girl game? Well, hold on. Let's not be hasty. What is the anime horse girl game? Maybe I can finally get a debate with Vosh. Umamusume Pretty Derby? Is this what we're talking about? Oh, this is a racing game. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is a horse derby anime. Oh no. Oh. Oh no, boys. The power of love. This is what I found when I googled fucking anime horse girl game. It was shit. I don't ever know what's gonna pop up on Twitter because every now and then it's like fucking porn. It's free 99, yeah. I'm good, boys. Some trans autistics keep telling me to play that. Then stop following Taftaj's alt. Taftaj doesn't fucking post porn anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure she deleted her main account or whatever, or hid it or privated it or something. I don't know. I don't see it pop up in the algorithm anymore. I only follow Taphorisms, which is like her like streaming philosophy, shower thoughts one. Vosh doesn't find them horse-like enough? I mean, or lolly enough, I guess. Then Kells, I don't know whoever is funniest. Does Kells do porn? It wouldn't shock me. But, like, I'm good. Kells is magical, man. She's magical in the sense that, like, she can be physically attractive and, like, I genuinely can't see it. Like, there's not too many girls that are, like, I'm so off-put by their personality that just the image of them, I'm like, ugh. Like... Scott, would you buy Nikado Avocado's OnlyFans? No. Why would I buy anyone's OnlyFans? Much less a mukbanger. I'm genuinely like perturbed by the sound of people eating. So the idea that I would willfully part with what little money I have for a mukbanger's videos is like the furthest from reality. Yeah, for sure. You'd literally have to pay me money to get me to watch that. Yo, what's up, Computer Carnage? I don't think he mukbangs anymore. I mean, he lost a bunch of weight. I know that, but then didn't he do mukbang videos after losing the weight or something? Yeah. That mukbang really creeps me. I had an ex-girlfriend that was really into mukbang videos. And it was awful. Luckily, she knew not to fucking do it around me. I just looked up mukbang and what the fuck? Oh, you sweet summer child. You did not know the deep lore. That's not even deep lore. Like, that's like surface lore. Mukbang is like one of the least disturbing things that becomes popular with a Japanese name. Right? Yeah, like that's so fat, LOL. Yeah, I mean, obviously. But it's like, it started, I think, with like Japanese little girls that would do it. And like the entertaining aspect of it was like that they were so tiny. It's like, where does it all go? Was like part of it, I guess. I don't know. And like sexual, I'm presuming. But then, yeah. Then it very quickly got adopted by fat Americans and Koreans. Don't fall into live. I'm not going to fall into live mukbangs. Like, because I don't like watching or hearing people eat, much less people sloppily eat massive amounts of food. I can't deal with it. All right, let's see what we got. Scott, most of your audience would totally watch you as a mukbang streamer. Probably. Dicks out for mukbang. Thanks for the $2. You already have half the recipe? Go fuck yourself. So, like, I've never been more convinced that we're living in two Americas. When these two things simultaneously popped up on my Twitter feed today, I figured I'd show it to you guys. Here we have the old school Nestle Quick Rabbit, and there's a new millennial design. And can I just say, for the record, to all of the Gen Z and the Gen X out there, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my generation. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that millennials grew up and now run things. Not a lot of things, right? Because all of the power kind of stayed with the boomers. As each generation continued, the boomers just gate-kept money and power and influence away from most people. But millennials did go into a lot of spaces and gain power, especially in academia and in government. And I just want to say, I'm sorry for whatever the fuck this is. Like every single time a millennial gets involved in corporate marketing, they come in and they're like, oh, you had a really cool design with like personality. What we're going to do is we're going to turn it blocky and like two colors, or we're going to design something to be incredibly cartoonish and bland. Why is the N backwards? Is it? I can't wait for Skibbity Toilet Nesquik. Dude, I can't wait for Gen Alpha to start doing marketing. Who knows what the fuck they're going to do. I was born in 93. What generation does that make you? That you're technically a millennial. Like, millennials are born until like 96. You're just a young millennial. The chat bot got you. Insert Grubhub corporate animation ad here. Dude, like every single solitary every brand has just been slowly destroyed by millennials into this like bland nothingness. And here's the thing. Gen Z's not having it. Okay? Gen Z is on a whole new level. I want you to love me. I think I'd give up a few rights if you would just love me like it's 1965. Millennials went so fucking woke that, like, in order to appeal to the new generation coming up, corporations are just like, yeah, like, we're going back, baby. Like fucking Gen Z. What is it? That super racist guy has a clip where he says he calls Generation Z Generation Zyklon. Like, he's like, yeah, lower the voting age. I don't care. I don't think you know what's going on in the world. Like, Gen Z's turning fashion traditional. And the culture war. And you know what? I'm here to say, as much as I don't want fascism, we earned it. Millennials went so fucking woke and stupid that, like, it's our fault. All right. We can do a reaction. I'm just saying, you know, like, Jesse Lee Peterson, they're all becoming Jesse Lee Peterson. We earned it. Millennials earned that shit. And she does, yeah, but Gen Z is doing it with, like, a gay man dancing in the background. What's going on over? Come on. All right, we have to move some things. We have a music reaction video. The guy dancing behind her was dancing so strangely. It's like interpretive dance. It's like he's literally doing, like, interpretive dance.
That's how 50s or 65 husbands felt.
Come on. My mic isn't going to pick you up that well until you can, like, talk into it. All right. Mark had to show up for a second. We had to remind everybody that Mark was still alive because something came into our algorithm. Okay. All right. And literal femboy Nazis out there, 110%. And in the name of femboy Nazis.
Seen that guy who says he's the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler?
There's a guy who says he's the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler?
He is literally a femboy, like, twink Nazi looking dude with, like, a Hitler haircut. He's like, look, I have this birthmark here. That's where I shot myself in the head in my last life.
All right, you got to talk into the mic when you want to talk.
It's ridiculous.
I hear you.
Yeah.
All right, so with reincarnation of Hitler, with Gen Z going full blown, all right. I saw a recent poll, and I told you guys about it yesterday, but I'm gonna mention it again. Okay, Donald Trump had a 55% approval rating amongst Gen Z. Okay. He now has a 28% approval rating. And all of the Democrats are celebrating because they're like, yeah, they're seeing how bad Trump is. And what none of them realize is that Gen Z is pissed because Trump's not going hard, because he's bought out by Israel, because he won't release the Epstein files, because he's not deporting enough people. Like, they don't get that Gen Z is swinging fash as fuck. And I can see it. And I feel like I'm screaming into a void. So I brought proof with me, and I brought Mark back for just a little bit so that we can react to some proof. I haven't seen this. I've only seen the thumbnail, but boy, am I excited.
I feel like this one's going to be a banger.
Hold on. I gotta put on my speakers and mute the mic so that we can both hear it. Oh, do me a favor. Go under there. Sorry, go under there and cut the volume down on those speakers. There's a volume knob on the back of it, on the back of the speaker. Fuck, never mind. Come back here. It's this one.
Oh God, boy, babe.
Oh, have you seen it?
Oh God, boy, babe. All lies, honey, everything you say. DTJ, what the heck you were supposed to say today, but you blew it. He's Donald J. Trump, and the J is for Jewish.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is your generation coming up, guys. This is you guys. And, like, I am so disappointed and so proud of you all at the same time. Okay. No, 96 is on the cusp.
That's true.
96 is the last year of millennials. So depending upon the pollster, he's like baby no wubby, right? Like he wants to be
Pay money wubby?
or baby no money.
Oh, baby. Yeah.
He's like he wants to be a Gen Z icon, but he just isn't. He's a little too old for it.
I like baby no money. I don't know why.
Fuck that. Dude, he's constantly dressing up in like cat girl outfits and being like, we need more IP protections and like talking about how socialist he is. Just he hates AI art. He just finds whatever Gen Z supposedly likes at the moment and then just grifts as hard as possible, hoping to go viral.
Well, never mind. That's a shame. This is why I stay off the internet.
Yep, this is why you stay off the internet. All right, let's go back to it.
Trump ain't the chase for Jewish. Starting wars at a threat, our troops fell in love with his butt, but in Netanyahu, guess you never stop Jews when they put their minds to it.
Love AI art.
You love AI art?
Yeah. How do you think we got fucking Trump kissing Netanyahu?
I mean, you know.
AI art when we get to make reality real.
I mean, like that's true because if you depended upon artists, they'd all be left wing. You wouldn't get. Well, hold on, pause. Donald Trump kissing Netanyahu. I could see a lot of pro-Palestine people making that. Like we could commission that pretty quickly from a lot of the left. Zillennial. There's no such thing as zillennial. There's zennials, and that's Gen X millennials. The fuck did you just say?
I said there's the triskelion. It was a non sequitur.
What's a triskeleton? Fuck, what is that?
It's a shape.
All right. All right. I didn't learn about that in algebra, boys. I'm sorry.
When they put their minds to it, he's Donald J. Trump and the J is for Jewish. Donnie the imposter, blame it on the quarterback and threw away the roster. Making all the miling trips, you must think you a roster. Started out with MAGA, now it's turning into Mazda. Dancing for the
Started off with MAGA, now it's turning into Mazda. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! If there are any people that was like, no, he's one of the good libertarians that doesn't constantly bash Zionism and the Jews. Like if there's like 4 of them that like still believe in me, and this one thing alone is we're about to lose all faith in me. I'm sorry, but I burn bridges as I'm a professional bridge burner.
Maybe Deb Philman was right.
Maybe Deb Philman was right to hate me and block me because this is fucking hilarious. Oh, fuck.
Now it's turning into Mazda. Dancing for them dollars, stripping down for Gaza. All them empty promises, think he worse than the Schwarzer. Whoops, I'm in Obama. Yeah, Barack was strange, but the Donald and his owners want a different type of change. Dreidel, 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 they gon' mold him like he clay. While they spinning it, spinning it, spinning it, spinning it, spitting it back in our face. Let us pray. Oh God, oh God, oy vey, all lies down in everything you say. DTJ, what the heck you were supposed to say today, but you blew it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J is for Jewish.
Bofal. Just Swartza means black if you didn't know. Thanks for that. Thanks for that one explanation of all the bars in this song. You're like, just in case you're curious.
I think that one was really well explained contextually because they said Schwarza and then they showed 45.
They showed 45. Ooh. All right, let's go.
Was at a threat, our troops fell in love with his butt, but in Netanyahu, guess you never stop Jews when they put their minds to it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J is for Jewish. All of these.
Not the fucking. Oh, you got to be quicker than that.
Yeah, this stream's definitely getting demonetized.
I don't have a fucking stream that isn't demonetized. They're all demonetized.
Yeah,
like the threat of demonetizing me doesn't work anymore, YouTube, because you never give me a breadcrumb. You never give me a ray of hope. You never are like, well, this was a good stream. We won't fucking the stream where I talk to the Libertarian Party of India is like demonetized for fucking like because it's not ad friendly. It's a great interview, and I'm just talking about like Indian culture and history and shit. Like it's a good shit for an American audience. If you watch that, it gives you a reason to not hate Indians and not be racist against Indians because I interviewed two of the good ones. Brahmins. You didn't have to say that. I don't fucking know what their caste is. You didn't have to say that. That's fucked up.
Hey, they're a little too dark to be Brahmins.
Put their minds to it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J is for Jewish. All of these mistakes he made, I had to make a list. Yeah. Never mind, I realized that the list does not exist. Okay, cool. Everyone chill. Back in position. Jews in the kitchen is.
That's so great. I had to make a list. Never mind, the list doesn't exist. Oh, dude, I love Crackamico. I mean, like, he puts out a lot of trash, but when he puts out a diss track, he goes hard.
It's a lot of inside comedy is the problem with a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, a lot of his stuff like requires you to have a knowledge of a lot of podcasting people and comedians. We need to stand in silence. Slope is Dope isn't here to enjoy it. True. Poor Slope is Dope missing this part of the stream. Oh.
If he does show up in chat, we got to tell him to like rewind.
He's literally, it's a curse. Like literally every single time I'm talking about Israel or shitting on Israel, he's not there. He's only there when I'm either defending Israel or when I'm doing some debate, and he's like, why won't you bring up Israel? And it's like, why were you not here an hour ago?
He'd be spazzing in chat like, stop talking, I want to hear it.
Yeah, that is true. He would be doing that. But also, like, it's almost like, I guarantee you, I'm going to start getting into the fucking reaction video of Liquid Zulu, and then he's just going to show up and be like, how come you won't talk about Israel?
How come you won't answer the question?
How come you won't answer the JQ? And be like, dude, like, what are you doing?
What are they paying you? YouTube? Nothing.
All of these.
Well, hold on. YouTube is Indian run now. It's not Jewish run. Neil Mohan's the CEO of YouTube. It's the lesser Jew in terms of corporate power. The Neo Jew. Jew 0.0.
Oh, God. I wonder if we can get that rolling on like 4chan and calling Indians Neo.
What? Hey, what the fuck? My headset turned off because it wasn't hearing anything for a while because we're using speakers. What is the probability that Slope is Dope is autistic in your eyes? I don't know, like 70%. The most important issue they're paying you to be silent on.
There's some Israel lovers. You know, it's his bat signal. Any praise of the Jays.
Praise of the Jays. I do love Jewish people, though. But God, do I hate the state of Israel.
I like Jubies.
You like Jubies?
Yeah.
So the problem is I don't know how hot Jews are or aren't, because let's be honest, the Jews are they are S tier in terms of ethnic groups at creating propaganda. Like you can try not to be racist or anti-Semitic or anything as much as you want, but Jews are really good at. And one of the things they do is they hire girls to model as IDF soldiers that aren't Jewish and aren't from Israel. They go and grab like Swedish models, put them in an IDF uniform, and then make TikToks with them, like as if like these are the girls in the IDF, hoping that like people will come to Israel and go be like their soldiers.
I was thinking more of like a young Babs, young Barbra Streisand.
I can't, even if I see a picture of young Barbra Streisand, I still think of old Barbra Streisand. Like I don't think I can.
Really hot. Mirror has two faces.
Okay, that's all right.
You never seen that movie?
No, but I'm thinking of like what's another one is Nancy Pelosi. Like I've seen Nancy Pelosi when she was young and she was hot. And then but like all I can think of is like that demon infested corpse monster that is the current Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, but that's just the consequences of living evil. Like if you salvaged her as like a fresh 18-year-old who has like liberty or decision making or whatever.
Hold on, we have a time machine now. Like there are more important things than salvaging Nancy Pelosi.
No, we're going for more like a genie wish. It's like,
oh, okay.
Let me bring Nancy Pelosi at 18 to now.
I mean,
or some shit
I'm just not wasting a wish on that.
No, I'm just saying if you really want it, if you had a real
For sure, like a unlimited wishes genie, and I'm probably not even going to remember Nancy Pelosi.
Seinfeld's 17-year-old girlfriend. Have you ever seen her? Shoshana?
I don't need to know about another pedophile existing. I'm not looking her up. I'm not looking up an underage girl on fucking stream.
This is when he was on Seinfeld. He was publicly dating her, and no one cared.
Okay, well they care now.
Sure.
So how about we not? How about of all? Oh, hold on. Can we not? No, we can't. Yeah, but you don't have to go. You know who's really hot? That underage girl. You don't have to fucking say it like that.
She was dating a 35-year-old man. I don't feel like it's wrong to say it at this point.
Yes, it is still wrong.
She's older than me.
Yeah, she is now.
17 when I was.
Do you know what you sound like? You sound like those fucking people that are asking Lil Tay or whatever, or Tay Tay, right? She's about to turn 18, and there's like a whole bunch of people that are like, when are you dropping the OnlyFans link? Like, that's what you sound like right now.
I mean, Bad Baby didn't. She never got naked. She made that.
Bad Baby's OnlyFans wasn't like there was no nudity?
I'm pretty sure.
Didn't she become like a multi-millionaire overnight from release? You guys are so cooked. You guys are so cooked. Like, I understand why you're turning fascist. I get it.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you grow up and watch someone turn 18 and become a multi-millionaire by being a temptress and not be like, nah, we really got to put these women like back in the kitchen.
She's another example of like great Jew. She's another Jew, hot Jew chick.
Wait, Bad Baby was Jewish?
Yeah.
That Cash Me Outside?
Yeah, Cash Me Outside girl's Jewish.
This is starting to feel like a convention.
What's her name?
This is starting to feel.
Coley. Yeah, Jew.
That does sound pretty Jewish. That is, I'm not gonna lie.
Italian. About the same.
Dirty C, folks. Click on Libertarian Stream talking about younger girls, of course. See, you did this. I didn't do this shit.
I blame Craig. He got me hyped.
He got you hyped? No.
All this Jew talk.
He got you hyped pro Epstein at this point. You've come full circle and you're fucking agreeing with Epstein.
I've been bringing up dangerously close to the legal limit women lately.
We're muting. We're getting through this.
Mistakes he made, I had to make a list. Yeah. Never mind, I realized that the list does not exist. Okay, cool. Everyone chill. Back in position. Jews in the kitchen is only tradition. The money that's missing is part of the mission. We in a transition, so work on your Yiddish. We'll keep all the immigrants just like the British. Got the commissioner gassing me up. I just make sure to put back the pump when I'm finished. Put out the tapes and they missing a minute. I'm sorry, Joe Rogan. I promise I'm different. I'm just an apprentice. Despite all my riches, I guess I'm just any other politician. Dreidel, they gon' mold him like he played. While they spinning it.
Man, if only.
This is on par with Predator.
This is on par with Predator. This is as good as Predator. That's for sure. Yeah.
Spitting it back in our face. Let us pray. Oh God, oh baby. All eyes on everything you say. DTJ, what the heck? You were supposed to say today, but you blew it. He's not.
Fuck Donald Trump and said it. Yeah, FTJ.
No, fuck the Jews.
Oh God. Hey, maybe don't. You know.
It's what was in there. I thought we were muted.
We're not muted. No.
Yeah, you gotta warn a brother, you know.
You're on stream.
That's fair.
All right, like you're back on stream. All right.
It's been a while.
Mark drank beer for this for some reason.
I've had one. First off.
Is that your one?
Yeah.
Or is that your two?
Oh, it's two. But the one was at like 1 o'clock.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I just smelled alcohol and I was like, oh shit, we're going for a ride. Right? Like, I didn't know.
No, I smoked some flour.
I was born in 99, but both my parents are boomers. My dad was 50 when he got me. I'm a full Zoomer, but identify with little with their fucking whack shit. Eddie.
So what you're saying is
Eddie.
You're legal.
Stop. What? Eddie, listen to me. Nobody cares. I'm not trying to be mean, but nobody cares. And here's why nobody cares.
Nobody gives a fuck who you are.
Yeah, nobody cares. And I'll tell you why nobody cares. Because nobody cares that I don't identify with millennial bullshit either. It's like nobody cares when some boomer is like, I'm not one of them. I've been calling out the government this whole time. Yeah, you know who else is a boomer? Jesse Ventura. Jesse Ventura is a boomer. Yeah, we get it. You're not one of them, okay? But that doesn't mean that like you're like it's a generalization, right? There are outliers. If you're in this chat right now, enjoying watching a comedian / rapper do a diss track on Donald Trump about how he's bought by the Jews, whilst we're jokingly discussing generational differences in an anarcho-capitalist subjectivist stream, you're a fucking outlier, okay? Like, you're not normal. And that's okay, because you're my kind of weird, because you're here with me.
I do love that it's paused with him being a puppet on strings right now.
every image in this goes racist and hard. All right, let's go. Let's continue. We're almost done.
J. Trump and the J is for Jewish. Starting wars that have been non-Jews. Fell in love with his butt, but in Netanyahu. Guess you never stop Jews when they put their minds to it. He's Donald J. Trump and the J is for Jewish.
Oh, God, that's great. That is fucking phenomenal.
I love how he puts additional disses and like jokes in the subs for the song.
Lean in.
I love that he puts additional jokes in the subs of the song, like FTJ when he says DTJ or DJT, whatever.
You can tell just how much Mark doesn't listen to rap. Because he's like, I like when there's parts of it that are double entendres. They're called doubles and they're called triples because black people have a hard time saying double entendre, okay?
Well, I don't.
Okay, but you didn't even say that. You were like, when he puts these subtle... Yeah, they're just bars. Like, this, that's just hip-hop.
I was specifically talking about how they're in the subtitles, not in the lyrics.
But he said FTJ. So...
No, he didn't. He says DTJ.
Yeah, but he's... is that what happened? Hold on.
Immigrants
Okay.
just like the British. Got the commissioner.
Where is it at? Is it farther? Okay, I'm not going to find it. I'll believe you, though.
Chat, back me up. You guys heard the song. You were here with us.
I'm pretty sure he said it, but you could be right. You can win this one. I don't
He
care.
also said when at the end he says when they put their minds to it, and the sub is put their dimes to it. So
Came from the U.S. to Canada. Why would you do this? Yeah, that's true. Crowd, that is weird. All right, so while we're still on it, there's a couple other things. There's another fun thing.
I'm sending it to my Israel-loving young Earth creation.
I wanted to talk about this.
Jesus. Oh God, Drayle, did you have to watch Kirk Cameron's Saving Christmas? Drayle, did you have to watch Kirk Cameron's Saving Christmas? That seems like something your dad would fucking love.
How does he know your dad?
I read his comment. in the chat.
You missed the bickering?
I do.
I miss it a little bit sometimes too.
Who the fuck is Sawyer?
I don't. So there are new people here, brother.
Well, they know who I am.
Yeah.
I don't know them.
Well, they might have had a different name on Twitch.
That's what I was saying.
Because you've never streamed with me on YouTube,
It's true.
except for that one time.
I was raised by my druid mother. Okay.
Hey, Drayle, keep that to yourself.
No, I think it's interesting.
It is interesting. Keep it to yourself. Don't let other people know that. That's something you just keep. How in the fuck Slope is Dope is here? What the fuck Slope is Dope? You have a magical fucking ability to show up right after we're done watching a full fucking video making fun of Donald Trump for being. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, hold on. We literally just got done watching Crack Amico's Donald J. Trump diss, and it's just an entire diss about him being Jewish. I called it. I fucking called it. I said he was going to come back later, and it was going to be as soon as we were done with this. But we're still on that Epstein shit.
We're still on kind of the J.
Listen.
Feeling one of the J, for sure.
Bro, you know Donald Trump is losing his fan base when Donald Trump posts this mugshot, election interference, never surrender. And the QAnon shaman says, fuck this stupid piece of shit, what a fraud.
to go from literally storming the Capitol to that.
Jail.
Well,
He went to
and then
jail for that man.
Jail, and then and now is
He got pardoned. He's calling him a fraud and a piece of shit after receiving a pardon.
That's postpartum depression.
Postpartum depression. And the thing that I saw about this was like, oh wow, yeah, MAGA really is breaking up into a cult. Come on, you'd be in jail if it wasn't for him. You should apologize to Nick Fuentes and stop smelling bad.
Hey, who says he smells
Oh, Nick Fuentes, I guess. I don't fucking know. He's incredibly stupid. It is unconfirmed whether or not Nick Fuentes had sex with Destiny, and Destiny is a very litigious individual, so I have to say that on stream.
That's fair.
I wouldn't say fraud. Let's think about what complaints there actually are yet. Epstein's ghost is very upset with your assessment. Jake, go easy. You certainly don't have all the information. And it's just over and over and over again. I do love that. And over again, it's just infighting in MAGA where like half of them are like, come on, bro. You don't know. Trust the plan. And the other half being like, no, fuck this dude for not releasing Epstein's list. Well, Epstein's list is never getting released because they're all fucking liars. But there is another thing that we can go over. I'll DM him. We'll see what happens. There is another list that has been made public. And the list that has been made public is Jeffrey Epstein's Spotify playlist.
I hope you guys like
I hope you guys like Tiesto. Where's Exercise?
It's right there.
Oh, it got changed.
God, are they taking it down?
Why did someone edited? It was Exorcise, and this is Gospel instead of Gospel. It was Exorcise, I promise you. This is Jeffrey Epstein's Spotify playlist. And it is amazing. So for when you have to exercise, okay, and you want to exercise with Jeffrey Epstein, the first thing you want to start off with is a little pit bull, you know, right? And
ironically like that song.
right, and then when you're done with that, you want to listen to Tiesto, Ladytron, Tiesto, Green Court, Tiesto.
Wait, he's got classical? Oh no, that's also Tiesto. It's just Tiesto that is for some reason not on Spotify anymore.
Oh my god, it's just Tiesto, a whole nother list of Tiesto. Better Off Alone, the dance anthem. Epstein's fucking underage girls to this right. Somewhere in an island after his corpse got switched.
Dude, it's a shame. If he'd been out of prison able to access his Spotify, he probably would have grabbed the Sasquatch version.
Oh, God.
It would have gone right on this playlist.
Okay.
And it is very fitting.
Some Flo Rida. You know, we gotta have Rihanna. What else do we got in here?
Santana's.
Right after Blondie. You gotta have some Blondie when you're exercising.
Well, I mean, it is their one up-tempo song. And the only one I know. I don't like Blondie, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Jason Derulo, It Girl, is in his exercise playlist. Guys, can you imagine working out to this? This is what happens. This is where the rape starts mid-exercise.
Wait, hang on. Why is there Christmas music?
Yeah, Michael Bublé is on here. Listen, his exercise. Listen, yes. Silent Night, and then I'll Be Home for Christmas. Ave Maria. Ave Maria is in his workout playlist.
This guy's obviously. I like me some Bublé too. I'm not gonna lie. But what?
Yeah, he misspells things as a joke, I guess.
Fun with Janelle Monáe.
Okay, hold on. Janelle Monáe is.
No, great combo workout playlist.
Well, no, this one makes sense. I mean, if you've got Runner's High, maybe.
If you're doing
Yeah, if you have like a runner's high, like that's like something that would like maintain it. No, like Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, like this was like a fucking playlist he had by the pool while he was doing laps in his infinity pond.
Yeah, I just imagine it like a fucking like the American Psycho.
Hold on, pause. You know Janelle Monáe personally? Can you get her phone number for me? Because I will do anything. I will do anything to have sex with Janelle Monáe. I'm pausing for emphasis so that you understand that I really mean this. Continue. You're going to look at me like I'm weird for that? That's a fucking 10. Okay, but what I want you to we're going to scroll through this, okay? And I want you to get all the way to the end. Okay, because there's a lot of power trip and what there's run-tastic workout mix, okay?
Blurred lines, the human jive.
Okay, but when guys, I need you to understand, when I saw this.
Counting stars. I'm good. I think
I'm just, that's the mental image that was conjured.
Listen to Benjamin Boyce on?
Sometimes, yeah.
It'd be cool if he reached out again.
It would be cool if Benjamin. It would be cool if any of the people that I ever talked to reached out again. As opposed to being like, this was an amazing interview. I've never had a conversation this good. I went from a 1 hour interview to 2.5 hours, and I admitted things to you that I still, years later, haven't admitted to anyone else. It'd be cool if any of those people ever answered any of my DMs ever again.
That would be nice.
But they don't. None of them do.
So, 420 TV, you don't know her then? A coworker knows her.
Wait, hold on. Janelle Monáe went to high school with one of my coworkers.
What?
You don't know her personally. You've 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon know her.
You know Ben Abbott as well as he knows Janelle Monáe.
I might know Ben Abbott better than he knows Janelle Monáe because I met Ben Abbott.
Oh, she's very famous. What?
I've met her many times. All right. Well, next time, just clip it and let her know that I will do horrible sins against humanity to have sex with Janelle Monáe. Yeah, Slope is dope. The Juiceberg. He came in right after we were done having our laughing at
what famous locally means. Like, yeah, she's a famous singer. Where's local? Like, are you talking about where she recorded?
He's probably from her hometown. He's just from her hometown. So she's probably famous there. Probably some dumb town somewhere.
She's quite the MILF. She's almost 40.
I'm almost 40. Hold on. I'm not 35 yet.
Sorry, October.
Why are you putting my fucking birth month out? Don't do that.
That's fair.
No more. No more information, please.
All right, we live at 221B.
All right, let's see if he has anything. He has a gospel. By the way, shockingly low amount of followers on these playlists, considering this is Jeffrey Epstein's playlist. Like,
you are a traitor.
there's fucking and there's some of these have been deleted. I would love to have known what his Paris flight had. Because his Paris flight is, no, they've all been, it's all here. It's all here. Oh, Paris flight. So on the Lolita Express, what were you listening to? Ramble On, Led Zeppelin. Jimi Hendrix Experience, Hey Joe. Break On Through the Doors. Oh, God, this is a dark fucking plane ride. This is a dark, behind blood. They are raping girls.
Layla.
Oh, Hot for Teacher. Oh, this was definitely a rape playlist on the Lolita Express. Yeah. Crazy Thing Called Love, Heartbreaker, Back in the Saddle, Aerosmith, Voodoo Child, Good Vibration.
Not gonna lie, so far
These are all rapey. These are all rapey. Touch Me by the Doors. These are all dark, rapey songs. He was raping
Who is from their bassist is an actual pedophile?
Yeah, Eruption Van Halen. Oh, it's a sex song. Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You. I don't remember that one. After midnight air clapped. Oh my God. Bicycle race by Queen. All right, that one doesn't really fit. Mellow Yellow. Glory Days. Bruce Springsteen. Oh, that's when they start peeing on the girls.
Golden shower time, ladies. Buckle up.
People are strange. The Doors. No shit. Oh God.
Have that fucking
running with the devil on the Paris flight. Oh God. Oh fuck, man. This is a dark. I did not look at the. I will admit to you guys, I've seen the exercise one. I thought it was funny. This is starting to get dark.
God only knows.
God only knows. Oh.
Love me 2 times.
Ain't talking about love. Van Halen is.
You better. What?
You better. You bet.
Also, I know
Dazed and Confused. That's just a good song.
Doesn't have any deep cuts. It's all just like popular songs from these bands. Like nothing here is something you've like never really heard of. If you're like into any of these artists,
you should be in Ukraine right now, dude. Fuck Ukraine. Fuck Russia and fuck Ukraine.
I don't know.
Oof.
There's a lot of hot Ukrainian chicks. There's that girl you debated.
Ukrainian Anna, the one that I told her that her dad should have died.
Yeah.
Or no, I said maybe your dad wouldn't be dead if the CIA and government hadn't gotten involved in stopping a treaty.
It's one of the best clips you had, and then like YouTube saw it and was like, oh no.
Yeah, it got a lot of views very quickly. And then, hold on, you can say, bro, that's messed up. But here's the thing. She started off by telling the whole sob story about her dad and saying this is why it is incumbent upon Americans to give more money to Ukraine to support the war. So she used her dad and that emotional connection of her dead dad as like a chip in an online debate as a means of trying to shame us into giving money to Ukraine. So I was like, fuck you. Like, you want to use your dead dad? You want to stand on your dad's grave as a pawn to get me to support war with my taxes? Go fuck yourself. But everybody was mad. Nobody was mad at her for that, but they were real fucking mad at me. Fucking even the fucking the pro-Russian tanky that was on my side, non-smoker, was like, "Oh, dude." I was like, pussy. You're going to go as an aid worker to Ukraine? 420, don't. Where can I watch this?
You going to go hang out with Dylan Burns?
She could have been blackmailed. I mean, it's on my channel somewhere. If you just...
Mailed.
That is so not... What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I like saying wild shit.
You... Speaking to the mic. Speak up.
I like saying wild shit, chat.
I have Ukrainian and Russian heritage. It means a lot for me to go.
I do too. I ain't gonna fucking go at all.
Dude, look, if you want to go fucking fight fucking somebody else's war and pretend like it's about your heritage, I understand you having strong feelings about it. I just think it's a bad idea. I don't want to do combat, just aid.
Someone saw Hacksaw Ridge a few too many times.
It's
hold
not
on. That easy.
Look, hold on. I'm not getting... pause.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, sure. Yeah. If that's what you're going to do, then hell yeah. I'm for it. Yeah, we know you like to say wild shit. Sounds of Hell comes to mind.
You've really been sticking on that lately.
Of all the weird shit he's said and done and shared with me, that's some old shit.
Although we did show that to your sister.
We did show it to my sister. Yeah.
I also showed her, what is it? That shitty ass dog movie with no sound in it because the crazy Asian lady fucked.
Because crazy Asian lady couldn't get the rights to any of the music.
She just put music into the movie, and then Amazon bought it and was like, "Oh shit, well just mute the sound," and it's panic inducing.
You find the weirdest shit, man.
And Troll 2. Troll 2, one of my favorites to watch with people. I should do a movie night of Troll 2 in the Discord soon.
I'm not showing up to that. You should, but I'm not going to be there.
You don't want to watch the movie about the town of Nilbog?
Nilbog?
Yeah.
Wait, didn't we watch some troll movie?
I showed you the trailer for Troll 2.
No. We watched some movie. Maybe it was an old Peter Jackson film or something that was like super old and gore. It wasn't Bad Taste. No. We watched that. We watched another one where like the house eventually turned into a spaceship at the end and got flown off into space.
Yeah, that was Bad Taste.
Was that Bad Taste?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, whatever.
The goofy aliens and like Peter Jackson dying on a hill like for half the fucking movie.
That was longer. That was longer than the fight in They Live.
Incredible perfect continuity though. Like there is no editing errors at all in that movie. Like
Peter Jackson's a good director. A weird one.
He really is. All of his movies, like not all of them, but a lot of his movies take place like on his birthday with period accurate shit all around. And like clocks will get frozen at the time of his birth. And then he retroactively made his Kong movies and Dead Alive canon in the Kong universe by like editing tricks and shit.
Peter Jackson's weird. He makes good movies. All right. Anything else before I get into this video game and IP stuff?
No, not really.
Anything for chat?
Nah.
You got no life advice whatsoever?
Oof, life advice. Eat cake.
Eat cake. That's his fucking life advice.
I'm a baker, man.
He's becoming a baker. He is going to school to be a patissier. Scott, what do you know about the Holodomor? Dude, I'm not getting into the fucking Holodomor right now. That's such a... What do I know about it? It sucked.
We missed the kulaks.
We missed the kulaks. It's what my... It's fucking... I mean, what I know about it is that you fuckers were hoarding grain. You evil grain hoarders. How dare you not care for the plight of the Russian people? If only you hadn't hoarded grain, then everything would have been great. All right, I'm gonna fix my camera real quick, and I'll be right back. I can't actually see it, so hopefully that's... Oh, I got it. I got it guessed. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, now I got to fix my sound. Yeah, I figured it'd be fun to bring Mark back for a minute. Only because I wanted to react to that video with him. If you think Holodomor is real, you're zogged up. You're an idiot. The Jews literally have done everything they could to fucking not talk about the Holodomor. Like, because it overshadowed their 6 million number. Not by numbers, but I mean by, Jews like ADL and things like that have gone after people for bringing up the Holodomor. Yeah, now that once Ukraine-Russian war popped off, like the context of the Holodomor changed. But if you tried bringing up the Holodomor in the 90s or in the 2000s, like Jews would be very, very angry with you. Like you're just clearly too young and you just try and blame Jews for everything. I'm more shocked he's just easily dismissible now. Maybe I've just grown more. Sorry, Slope. You need new material, man? Dude, you should do more research on the Holodomor. Genuinely. You should look into it more. They had to put up posters in Ukraine to tell people not to eat their children. Because that's how fucking hungry they were. All right. You know, unblocked him and immediately regret it. Yeah. All right. So let us get back into this, and we will here in just a minute. We will we'll react to the stream. But first, there's two things I want to look at. Number one, whilst we talk about the fuckery that is AAA gaming studios, and you know, before we get into this discussion of IP and control of certain things, I thought this would be an interesting video to react to. I know a little bit about it. Hopefully I'll learn more about it. But basically, just to get in the vibe, I'm just kind of curious as to how this goes. But payment processors censoring Steam games. I feel like it'd be an interesting thing to have a conversation about. Hold on, let me pause this music. Because this is a growing thing where Steam is having to, high-pitch ring. What? No, there's no high-pitch ring. Or maybe there is. Hold on. What is I can see like a small thing happening. I've just no fucking clue where it's coming from. Like I can see it. No, I can see like a little bit of green from noise. Oh, my fucking light is making a noise. My LED light is making a slight noise, and it's getting picked up by the mic. It's literally, it was, I have my LED light too close. Because my LED light on full blast, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, all right, now we'll get into it. Because the LED light, because when it's at full blast, the ring light, because it's like a larger one, it can make like a high pitched ringing noise. It's collective tinnitus. Wait, isn't Reclusive Solitude Mark? Yeah, he's here all the time. All right. So, anyways, let's get into this because I think this is an interesting kind of libertarian gaming ANCAP conversation to have about this.
Where your credit card company decides what games you can buy on Steam. That unthinkable future just arrived. Valve, known for its hands-off approach, has added a new rule that would change PC gaming forever. Not by law, but by the powers of payment processors like Visa and MasterCard. Starting today, Valve updated its What You Shouldn't Publish on Steam section to include content that may violate the rules set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet network providers. In particular, certain kinds of adult-only content. This seemingly vague line has already been used, as SteamDB has reported the removal of a bunch of games, mainly the ones with incest themes. While Valve hasn't explicitly named the names of the reason for this happening, unconfirmed reports and industry patterns strongly point.
So far, they've only banned things that have rape and incest in them. And like, my biggest issue with this so far is that these companies aren't private. It's not a private market, right? And so, because I mean, these banks are, you know, they're co-owned by the government in many ways, or they're deeply regulated and controlled by the government. And so this isn't a free market thing, but in a free market, man, I would be okay with that. Like I would be perfectly like in a free market, I would be perfectly fine with like the major game, housing platform for games not having rape and incest in a game. What the fuck is grape in a game? I mean, obviously it's not literally rape. Credit networks are regulated to need to route all transactions through two networks, which is prime way of giving them cartel power. Absolutely. The biggest problem is not so much in the deep regulation of the banking industry, though that is a problem. The biggest one is the monopoly that they are granted by governments going after alternative forms of payment processing. right? Like when the government is taxing and deeply regulating and making it illegal to go through crypto and other payment processors, right? Like when other payment processors get debanked by governments and, you know, by governments threatening banks so that those banks then debank, you have a problem. Sometimes it's essential for storytelling, historical storytelling, especially. I agree. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, you know, I just don't think it's a problem if the companies were private, because you could have a competitor that makes that argument, right? Like you could have Epic Games, for example, or, you know, some other housing platform that is like purely free speech. And then you could have one that's like, you know, not that harsh, and then you could have another one that's very, very kid friendly, right? So that parents know that if their kids, you know, have access and they see a charge on their card or something from like, you know, Steam or whatever, that they know that they're not getting like really bad stuff. What does Superman have to do with this? I missed something. The kulaks control the banks. Well, I mean, everything is the Jews to a lot of people. So it doesn't matter if there's like, you know, contradictions. Steam is not, no, Steam is private, but Steam is being pressured by payment processors, specifically Visa and MasterCard, to regulate, or they're going to ban their cards from Steam. So then no one would be able to use a credit card through Steam, or by virtue, like use PayPal with their credit card for Steam purchases. So Steam would be done. Yeah, no, Steam is owned by Valve.
Two major players like PayPal, Visa, and MasterCard, the most popular payment methods on Steam. There were even unconfirmed rumors about PayPal's temporary unavailability on Steam pointing to this, but I couldn't find anything that confirmed this was directly tied to PayPal. One group, Collective Shout, a campaign for women, seems to be the ones mainly responsible, having released several articles and open letters to these payment processors making claims about the games on Steam just within the last few days. So, as these companies took note of this letter and told Valve they were going to leave the platform.
Yeah, the problem with trying to compete with Steam, right, is that you need a really, really, really you need a lot of capital and you need a lot of trust in the stability. Because if I purchase a game off of Steam, I know that I don't have to have the game installed somewhere on my computer, you know, ostensibly, because I know that I can install it via Steam in the future. So in a way, Steam is housing the game for me so that it doesn't have to be on an external hard drive, right? And then even then I can, you know, if it's still if they're still releasing updates and bug fixes and things like that, I can get that through Steam. If you attempt to compete with Steam, you have to earn the trust of normies, right? Because normies don't store all their games on like an external hard drive, you know, when they buy them. Like what they do is they want to be able to buy a game and install it, and then they want to be able to uninstall it to install a different game or whatever, especially with so many of these games now being full of so much junk code because AAA studios are, you know, they're just not cleaning up their games and making, you know, and cleaning up their code. They don't care if a game is 100 gigs. But they're just like, oh, you have room and you can, you know, you can uninstall other games and then just install this game, right? So even if you have like a 2 terabyte external hard drive, if you're playing a lot of, you know, AAA studio games, it's like 20 fucking games before your external hard drive is literally full. And so, you know, it's not so much the stability of downloading or being able to keep updates or being able to house game. Also, you have to have all these contracts and things like that. Sound like Heartbound's code. I don't really know much about it to be able to talk shit on Heartbound. I know everybody hates Thor because he's an idiot, and because he's super egomaniacal, and because he's a fraud and a grifter. But you know, I don't know much about like the code of his game. I don't know what the return to the land guys are. And a furry? Probably, yeah.
Valve, as these companies took note of this letter and told Valve they were going to leave the platform, Valve was left with adding this rule and giving these payment companies a bunch of power over Steam. This new rule is important because it's not just a small tweak, it's a fundamental...
You can't say, no, that's confirmed. I don't know that. I mean, yeah, sure, that's fine. I believe you. But that doesn't mean I'm going to start saying that because I'm a streamer. I'm not going to just start fucking being like, and yeah, and he's a furry. How do you know? I heard it from chat. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't necessarily have a reason to disbelieve you, but I'm just like, yeah, probably that sounds about right. Like, you can't be like, no, it's confirmed. Like, and it's like, okay, it's not confirmed by me. You know, like, I don't fucking know. It's basically a whites only community formed in the Ozarks. I think another one in West Virginia is getting started soon. I mean, dude, if you want to have a whites only community somewhere, like, be my guest. You know, it's illegal in the United States. It shouldn't be. But also, I don't want to fucking go there. Does not sound like a fun group of people to hang out with. Nevertheless, like, go do you. The game makers should just allow a free update from their websites for their games. There will be workarounds. To what? What are you talking about?
Steam. This new rule is important because it's not just a small tweak, it's a fundamental change to Steam. As now these payment processors or other companies like internet providers have direct influence on Steam and what games are allowed on the platform. For many, this is a big worry. If payment companies can decide what adult content is allowed, people are asking, what stops them from deciding about other things next? This is where we get into a slippery slope, where one small change could lead to much bigger, unwanted changes down the road. Now, it's important to understand that...
Yeah, I mean, like, how long is it before Sweet Baby Inc., DEI, ESG people start exerting more control and influence over, like, what games are allowed and what games aren't allowed on your platform? They use private membership association. They sell land lots, not real estate. They get around it by saying it's a club. I mean, yeah, sure, but it's still, I mean, that's cool. What these game devs don't realize is that their games are all impulse buys and they don't produce real art, so they're just dumb. What these game devs don't realize is that their games are all impulse buys and they don't produce real art, so they're just dumb. I'm not sure I follow your argument. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. I missed the top replies. Yeah, they're selling the games and then having free DLC mods installed from website. What? I'm still missing something. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I don't see everything in chat unless it's like a super chat or something. Like, I'm not necessarily guaranteed to get the full context. If I read every message in chat, like, stream would just be like an AMA.
Valve was likely left with very few choices in this situation, as not listening to the payment processors would have led to them removing their services from the platform, which is what many have reported happened already by PayPal shortly before this rule was added. Now, to truly understand how big this change is, we need to look at Steam's past. This isn't about the specific adult games taken down, it's about a complete reversal of Steam's past. This isn't about...
I mean, just looking at the titles, Incest Tales, Sex Village, Incest Tales, Slave of the Police Officer, Interactive Sex Insects Twins, Insects Daughters BDSM, it's like, ooh. Man, it's a very much a first they came for the socialists kind of meme here where I'm like, oh, this is hard for me to give a fuck about you guys. Like, gross. Like, I don't want them to have this power and this influence because it can, you know, it's a means of control that just shouldn't be offered by banks that are backed up and protected by the state. If you are a private company, like, you know what I mean? Like, then and we had a competition of currency and a competition of banking, then like, yeah, whatever. If like if you want to ban shit, you want to lose money and you want to be weird like that, like you ought to be able to do that. Especially if like, especially if like as a parent, you know what I mean? Like if I was in a fully private market and, there was multiple banks and currencies that were in true competition as opposed to a pseudo competition where they're all kind of given a state monopoly. I might go with something that had all of this as part of it to give access to my children when they get older, right? Because then I know that my children aren't going to be buying shit no matter where it's coming from, because I know my payment processor would be protecting me from that, or at least protecting them from that in that capacity. That would actually be a good feature. But outside of a private market where it's so regulated and controlled and they have monopolistic power, it's the exact opposite. It's horrible.
About the specific adult games taken down, it's about a complete reversal of Valve's long-standing hands-off approach to moderation. Before, Steam allowed a lot of games on the platform, as long as it wasn't outright illegal. The main times Valve would take down a game were if it had some malware inside, broke one of the very few Valve rules, or a specific government requested to get it removed. Valve's position.
Which, by the way, when a government requests removal of games, because they were talking shit on Steam for getting rid of like some game, and it was like, no, we got rid of it in one country where they wanted us to get rid of it. It's still available everywhere else. Like the government wanted us to do it.
With moderation and the relaxed rules led to Steam having a large number.
At a certain point, I just started ignoring people whom kept popping up talking about the aspect of Thor's life. The whole coding thing was just stupid and just someone jumping on the hate bandwagon. Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. Like there's a lot of games with bad code. Like, I don't really care.
Of adult games and sometimes other controversial content. This position Valve had brought them a bunch of complaints. In 2018, Steam faced criticism for a hate group problem due to.
Okay, like hold on, let me just check. Like, how big is Heartbound? Like, I misspelled it. Damn it. Overwhelmingly negative, but I just want to know, like, how large is the game file? Does it tell you in here? I thought there was a spot where it could tell you how large it was. Do you have to buy it in order to know how large it is? Because I'm not buying this fucking game. Oh, here we storage, 500 megabytes available space is the minimum requirement. The minimum requirement is 500 megabytes of available space. I do not care if it's 3 times larger than it needs to be. Like, there are plenty of reasons to hate Thor. You know what? I'm with you guys. I'm with Mad Gentleman. This just sounds like people hopping on the hate bandwagon. Code bloat does not increase game size. I mean, sure, but I'm just saying, like, when I was originally talking about is how there was so many problems in games where the code was poorly written in such a way that it was full of bugs, A, and B is that they take up a massive amount of space when they don't necessarily need to. Is used anything for final settlement? Okay.
Lacks enforcement.
2 battles, 2 mini games, and 2 puzzles. That's funny.
Against hate. Steam faced criticism for.
Is it that short to where you could basically request a refund after beating the game?
A hate group problem due to lax enforcement against hate speech. Now, this wasn't a game, but it shows how Valve generally handled moderating across the entire platform. In December 2022, US Senator Maggie Hassan even questioned
extremist content on Steam found after cursory keyword searches using terms and images commonly associated with neo-Nazi extremists. Plain and unambiguous references to the neo-Nazi term 88, referring to the letters HH short for Heil Hitler. Man, get out of here with your nanny state bullshit.
Entire platform. In December 2022, U.S. Senator Maggie Hassan even questioned Valve's efforts regarding Nazism, white supremacy, and misogyny on the platform. In late 2024, ADL made a report about how Steam had an extremism and anti-Semitism problem.
You know that something is like at this point, ADL complains about so many fucking things that I don't think anybody actually cares. Like, there's a select group of boomers that still care, and like some Gen Xers maybe, right? That are like vote Democrat, because boomers vote overwhelmingly Democrat. This idea that you get more conservative as you age is like just not true anymore, because all of the boomers reaped the benefits of the socialism that made them wealthy and fucked over all of the younger generations, because overwhelmingly boomers are status thieves that don't care about the next generation or their children. They just want to steal and increase their own wealth at the expense of the rest of you, and then sit on their moral high horse telling you how great they are by destroying your life and destroying your prospects in the future. And so they vote overwhelmingly Democrat, not because they're like super socially woke like the millennials that vote Democrat. They're doing it just for their own wealth and for their own prosperity at the expense of other people, because they want to hang on to their Social Security, hang on to, policies that make it difficult to buy houses, so that apartment buildings can't be in near their gated communities, and so that they can make it more and more expensive to buy housing because they're landlords. Shit like that. Like, boomers are, the worst generation period ever, period. But all of that, setting all that aside, like, I think they're also the only group that is like conditioned enough to give a fuck what the ADL has to say about anything. Granted, they have all the political power in this country, so it matters that they care. But it's just so crazy when it's just like the ADL did this, and it's like nobody cares about the ADL except for the people in power that we can't convince of anything anyways.
Which led to another U.S. Senator, Mark Warner, asking Valve to do something or face further scrutiny by the U.S. government. But Valve usually just ignored these complaints and requests for stronger moderation, as long as nothing was...
That's true, by the way. Like, they're talking about like Wolfenstein and shit. They're talking about old games where like Germany is like I've seen the ADL bitch about games having swastikas and things like that in them, and it's like, yeah, because it's set in 1943 Germany. Like, of course it has those things. That's why so many games have now like switched to like the eagle symbol, like other, not like they look like Nazi symbols, but they weren't Nazi symbols, because like the ADL will come after them for just using historically accurate flags. It'll be like, that's anti-Semitism, that you, even if you make the Nazis the bad guys in your game, it doesn't matter, because they can't be real Nazis, because we have to bury that history for some reason. It's literally just a reason for them to bitch. That's why it's like nobody takes the ADL seriously anymore, except for stupid boomers. Because like they literally they're just trying to find a way to constantly be a victim of something.
Outright illegal or broke their existing rules, they generally wouldn't intervene with the content on their platform. So now, payment processors are no longer just handling your transactions, they're becoming content gatekeepers with massive power over what can be bought and sold online. The thing is, this isn't just a Steam issue, this is happening all over, showing a clear pattern. We've seen major hits in Japan's anime and manga market. For example, platforms like Soruga and Manga Library Z were forced to remove adult content or even shut down because payment processors demanded it.
And the craziest thing about this is the more they try and create control over these markets, the more they push people towards like pirating. Right? Like, that's just like, so for example, I used to pay for Crunchyroll. Right? I like to watch anime. So I used to pay for Crunchyroll. It was easy. Then they got rid of the comment section on Crunchyroll because one fucking anime, people were offended because people were saying anti-LGBTQ things in the comments. And so to protect their community, they got rid of all forms of community. Like, there is no Crunchyroll community because there's no fucking comments section. Like it doesn't, you can make an account with a profile picture, but no one will ever see your profile picture because there's no way for anyone to see your profile picture unless you like, I guess like direct shared your watch list to somebody in Discord or something. There is no community. And the problem with that is look, I enjoy anime, but there's a lot of anime that I don't like. I don't like hentai. I don't like harem anime. I don't like anime with a lot of plot, right? Like I had a hard time. I couldn't get through Fairy Tale because like Lucy is like, there's like an upskirt shot every episode. You got to see like Lucy's ass cheeks for some reason. And it's like, just like, it's uncomfortable. I'm not a fan of it. It's not like I'm like, oh, how dare you? It's just not for me. Right. And so if you go on like, so I end up, if I don't have a comments section, then the moment I see like one of the main characters is like a young girl or something, I don't want anything to do with it. Right. Like, I'm like, this isn't for me. Okay. But here's the thing. A comments section is necessary for me when I go look and I'm like, oh, I want to look at, I'm a big fan of isekai slop, right? I like isekai slop. I know it's slop. I know it's shit. I know it's not good anime. I know it's not good manga, but I like it because when I watch anime, I'm trying to cut my fucking brain off. Okay. And so 2 anime that I really, really enjoy is Ascendance of a Book Reader and, Ascendance of a Bookworm. And another one is the Saga of Tanya the Evil. Both of the main characters in both of those anime are little girls. Okay? Without a comments section, I never would have watched those anime. Right? Like I would have seen that it was like a little girl and I'd been like, nope, not doing it. But because there are pirating websites that do have comment sections, I can go to that website, see it and go, and then look at the comments and they're like, oh, this is great. Like, no, it's not, she's not a lolly. They don't treat her that way, yada, yada. And I'm like, oh, okay, I can watch this. The inverse, sometimes I'll see an anime and be like, oh, this looks like it could be fun or something. Like, what's this about? And then I can see a whole comment section. It's like, dude, it's full of plot. It's fucking gross. Like it has a high rating because all the fucking weebs are gooning to this. And I'm like, yeah, fuck this. Next. I can't depend upon the star rating system on Crunchyroll. So Crunchyroll offers an inferior product, not even accounting for the fact that those other products are only using ad revenue as opposed to paying a monthly subscription. So the more you try and control and tone police and cut content and shit like that, the more you push people towards piracy and you fuck over creators and you fuck over your own business model. Like they're actively attacking the market by trying to censor and control speech, but it creates a Streisand effect where people are pushed away from normal spaces into darker parts of the internet, if you will. Because that's the only place that they can, because they throw the baby out with the bathwater. They get rid of good things in the name of getting rid of the bad things. And sometimes the bad things are just normal things because they're run by a bunch of feminazis. And sometimes they're just getting rid of things. They're overreacting to such an extreme degree that it pushes everybody out. Ayn Rand would be put into a coma with today's entertainment system. God
Another
knows.
Japanese platform, DL Site, even tried to fight back, temporarily blocking Visa and MasterCard to keep its adult content available. Just this year, payment processors in Japan started holding back money from adult game creators on Steam. This was such a big deal that it led to an official investigation by the Japanese government into these payment companies.
I loved Saga of Tanya the Evil. We need more anime of children finding loopholes around the Geneva Convention. To be fair, it's a psychopathic Japanese businessman who gets isekai'd into a World War I alternate reality where there is magic and it's World War I, and she is also like a 30-year-old dude. But nevertheless, Saga of Tanya the Evil is an amazing anime.
Companies and their practices. It's not just Japan either. OnlyFans in 2021 famously announced that they would ban all sexual.
You're so confused by it. Am I gonna have to just fucking pull up a trailer? I'll show you a trailer if they have one, so you guys can see. Because I fucking see if they have a trailer. Because I can watch a trailer if there is one.
Her existence was first confirmed several months ago by our own forces. We know practically nothing about her background. Our soldiers have a nickname for her, though. The Devil of the Rhine.
Believer,
No. Like, don't say, "No, I'm good." It's a good anime.
have faith in the Lord's blessings, for he will not abandon us in battle. God, give me the power to destroy the enemies of our fatherland. Show them your wrath. Second Lieutenant Tanya Degree.
It's a fucking brutal ass anime. It's fun.
No matter how many enemy shells or bullets cloud the air, she flies high and without fear, like a fairy of the battlefield.
In this cruel world molded by war, she's the only mage you can truly count on.
Lord, smite these faithless invaders. Give me the ability to keep protecting the great fatherland. At the end of our hard-fought battles, paradise awaits.
She's a psychopathic child Nazi that just fucking commits genocide.
And one day we will reach the promised land.
Is she the devil?
She is a complete and utter monster in the form of a little girl.
And he turns into a Christian from all of this? Sort of. I don't want to spoiler alert too much. I'm just saying, it's a fucking... But if I had seen that with no comment section, I would have been like, an isekai where the main character is like an 11 to 13-year-old girl. I'd have been like, yeah, no, I'm not watching this. And so it's just an example of like where you try and censor things, you end up ruining the product. Because I never would have watched it. Of course I watched it on a fucking illegal fucking site or whatever. Fuck Crunchyroll. Like, just bring the comments section back.
Content because of pressure from their payment processors until they reverse the decision. Patreon too has faced similar issues in the past. So as we're seeing with Steam's new rule, this isn't just Valve's problem. It's a widespread issue showing how these powerful payment companies like Visa and MasterCard are deciding what gets sold and what doesn't across the internet. The thing is, now we're seeing this first step. If payment processors can now influence certain kinds of adult-only content, the real question is, where does it stop?
The problem with this video, it is an interesting video, but the problem with this video is that there's no it's just like it's very surface level. Like, I agree with all of his takes, but he's misunderstanding like what's happening here. Like, why would payment processors want to censor things? Like what is the point? What is the goal of this? And you can't understand that goal if you think of a payment processor as a single entity or a company or a corporation in and of themselves. You have to understand that this is one that is deeply regulated by the state and that it has incentives from the state in order to control speech and control behavior, to figure out what they can and can't control. As like, it's the same reason why like debanking works. It's like, well, why are we debanking? Well, it's like because the FTC might get involved, because there are regulatory agencies that are pressuring payment processors to do this. Like there's a line of pressure that they're like, he's stopping at this, and he doesn't understand that like banks don't debank people because they're worried about a journalist. Banks debank people because they're worried about government regulation coming in and controlling them and lowering their profits to some degree. So they engage in this behavior to make governments happy because governments want this control. Guys, we all got to band together and make ANCAP payments. Yo, I appreciate you, brother. Once this video is over, there's one thing I want to talk about, and then we're going to hop into the Zulu reaction.
This is the big concern for many people. If these powerful companies come...
And just be careful, if they get this power, you guys are going to have to end up paying me in crypto at some point. Thank you so much, Drail.
Block one type of content today, What prevents them from moving on to other types tomorrow? Could it be games that talk about different political topics? What about games that tell stories some people might find controversial or challenging? Could they even push for changes on games that don't fit certain beliefs, even if they're perfectly legal? The door is now wide open. Before, Steam decided, but with Valve's new rule, these payment processing companies and others like internet providers now have a huge say for what's allowed on Steam. This means they could in the future decide what games you buy, not based on laws, but on their rules. This is a big deal because
But this is the problem, is that it's like it's not based on laws. It's almost like if it was based on laws, it'd be a good thing. One, it's not. And two, it is based on laws, but it's based upon the power of the state and its regulations and its threats to investigate, its threats to hold hearings. Because like if a bank or a payment processor just even gets like a warning from the FTC that they may investigate them, then that drastically changes whether or not the investment that company has, because now nobody wants to put money through that company or invest capital in that company. So just the threat that they might investigate is enough to destroy in a pseudo-competitive market payment processors. So they all play ball based off of what activists and people in government hint at. Like, Visa doesn't give a fuck what you spend your money on. Like, they like making money. Their goal is to make money. So why would they censor you and make less money? It's because their goal is to make money, and there are other people that will prevent them from making money if they don't engage in this behavior. If they continuously allow incest and rape stuff and let feminists freak the fuck out, they know that the feminists will gain a voice in government and that the government might step in. And once the government steps in, it's going to be way worse than what they're doing by trying to pressure the market to change.
Takes away control from Valve and gives it to these companies whose main job isn't about games or art, but about money and transaction. Now, I've already seen a few different suggestions from different Steam.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, that has been the main pusher of this current, change in gaming, is just one feminist group. But that's the thing, is that if the feminist group doesn't get some, like, if they don't do what the feminists bully them into doing now, then what ends up happening is the feminist group does like Stop Killing Games, like we're about to look at, right? And puts together a petition and gets a bunch of signatures, and then the EU steps in. And when the EU starts regulating them and saying what can and can't be sold in the entirety of the EU, then all of a sudden that is just the standard for the world. Right? Because the European market is large enough to where if it's regulated there, it'll just become the standard everywhere. Right? And so that is what they're trying to avoid. They're trying to avoid regulations that will be worse from the EU, because the EU will put forward like sweeping legislation that's really ineffective, that's not targeted, right? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to just pressure little individual things, give them a bone so that they can continue to make money, as opposed to whatever bullshit the EU might put in if nobody starts doing this. It's the threat of laws to come that is forcing payment processors to engage in this behavior. It's not that payment processors are so woke they want to get rid of these things.
Users, including exploring different payment options, like maybe crypto, or even the possibility of Valve developing its own payment system. Think of a Valve Pay to get around these restrictions entirely. Valve's new rule, which is directly influenced by powerful payment processors, card companies, banks, and internet providers, marks a big moment for the platform. What do you think Valve should do? Should payment
Valve should fight back, right? Like, we all should fight back, but it's a hard fight. So there's one thing I want to talk about, because this whole conversation that Liquid Zulu is having with Stop Killing Games is really a conversation, at least, I mean, I haven't seen it, right? But nevertheless, it is, I can presume, based off of knowing Zulu and knowing the issue, that it's a conversation about IP and how IP is the real problem here, as opposed to, companies not, people not having consumer protection from companies. And I think there's one thing that I want to show you guys. A lot of you probably already know this, right? Because this was put into effect a couple years ago. I want to say it was like 2019, 2020, right? But this is a really important understanding of just how bad this IP problem is. So what you guys are looking at right here is a patent. This patent is for the Nemesis system, and this patent is owned by Warner Brothers. Now, the Nemesis system, let me put this music on real quick. The Nemesis system is the system that was used in Shadows of Mordor. Okay? And Shadows of Mordor they developed a system, the Nemesis system, which puts together a chart of a hierarchy of people in the game and causes people at a certain level of the hierarchy to, Monolith, but Monolith was owned by Warner Brothers. Monolith no longer exists. The Warner Brothers shut down Monolith. But when Monolith existed and they were developed this system, it has a hierarchy of characters. Once you hit a certain portion of the hierarchy, you can move. You can those real world actions such as killing other people in the hierarchy can cause them to move up. They can remember what types of actions you did, such as if you ran away or if you branded them or if you did these, certain actions, and then allowed you to create spies with those people by taking them over or, trying to move people into that hierarchical system. Now, what I just described to you is patented by Warner Brothers. And according to the patent, if you create a system similar to that, which is NPCs in your game have a hierarchy and that they can remember actions that you took and you can use them as spies or you can move NPCs up and down the hierarchy via your actions in the game. Not just if you copy their code, but if you just create a system that does that, you are in violation of Warner Brothers' patent. So no game is allowed to be created with a system similar to that anywhere in the world. This patent, so long as they continue to file their paperwork, started in 2016, and this patent lasts until 2036. So that type of game, like Shadows of Mordor, if you want something similar to that, Warner Brothers will sue you out of existence if you make that. So they outlawed DMing for D&D. Yeah, but in a game sense. If you make that game, we will have another 11 years before a game is legally allowed to come out with a system of hierarchy where you can have spies, etc., like as I described. Even if they create their own code and their own way of doing it from the ground up, you're in violation of Warner Brothers' patent and they will sue you. And Warner Brothers is giving no one permission to use this system because they're sitting on it because maybe they'll use it. Who knows? But they shut down the studio Monolith that was using this system. They were creating a Wonder Woman game and they shut down that as well. This patent means that it is illegal for you to make any game in any genre that does a similar thing like that. They basically made a genre of games illegal unless you pay Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers isn't even licensing this out. So when people are talking about how we need consumer protections, it's like, no, we need to get rid of this shit. We don't need new laws to try and counteract the other laws that are creating problems. It never works. The regulation never works. And every single solitary instance that you can find that Stop Killing Games is like, oh, what if, these are problems that were created by IP. We look at private servers that were taken down, right? Because companies use their IP to stop you from being able to maintain their games. We don't need a consumer protection that forces a company to maintain their games in infidelity, because that will literally kill live service and kill MMOs. Because what if my company goes bankrupt? I'm now legally obligated to maintain servers for an MMO I made for 10 years or 20 years? No, we don't need that fucking regulation. All we need to do is get rid of the IP that allows them to fucking attack other people for making a fucking private server. Like, the entire Stop Killing Games situation is them trying to fix a problem caused by the very thing that they're calling for. It gets even worse, though. Using a 3D arrow drawn floating overhead to tell you where to go was owned by Sega. Yeah. I mean, there's tons of shit. It's like there's so innovation in gaming is so bottlenecked by the fact that this IP, these IP patents protect AAA studios. And the thing is that what ends up happening is if you have a small studio, you have to get funding from large AAA games distributors so that you can buy the licenses to do basic shit in your games like a Green Arrow or something similar to a Nemesis system. Like if you have these ideas of what you want to make that you came up with all on your own, if someone else owns that concept, like a exclamation mark over a head says that that's a quest, that's a patent. I don't remember who owns it, but that's a patent. So now you have to get funding from AAA, from like Microsoft or some other distributor, so that you can get the money to buy the licenses just to make the game, so that other companies that make shit games now can make a percentage of profit off of the games of other people because they own patents on basic concepts. We could have had mini games to play while we waited to play our games. Yeah, wasn't that one Nintendo owned, I believe? For the longest time, they had a patent on mini games on loading screens. So you could not have any mini games on loading screens. You just had to have a loading bar and like images and like that's why in every single game when you have a loading bar, especially if it's like it takes a long time to load, you just have like tips and tricks on the I thought it was Konami, whomever made Street Fighter. It was one of them. I can't remember, but that makes sense. The Nemesis system is basically a monopoly over the idea of revenge. I mean, basically. Revenge in NPCs that remember you and you remember them and having spies and having a hierarchy. But yeah. So that's why every single game has loading screen tips on like how to play the game and just has like images that flash. Because there's a patent on the ability to have mini games on loading screens. I think the patent's gone now, but like loading screens aren't really a thing anymore. I mean, they are, but like it just doesn't take as long as it used to load, so it's not important anymore. Scott, do you have the stamina day stream all day long like Destiny? Well, I'm not a uppers addict. I only have energy drinks, but I am getting healthier. I do have a lot more energy than I used to. So, we'll see what happens. We'll see how I improve as my health improves because I'm learning what triggers my autoimmune disease. But I have been sick a lot lately trying to figure out what I can and can't eat. And I've pretty much just given up on trying new foods. Basically just eating meat and fruit, non-sweet and sweet fruit, like non-sweet fruit like cucumbers and avocados and things like that, and then obviously sweet fruit and dairy. I can have dairy, meat, and fruit. Certain vegetables fuck me up. Alliums, certain spices fuck me up. Basically every goddamn complex carb has fucked me up. All right, box mac and cheese is base. That would make me super sick. Like for like a couple days. Avocados are the olives of the Americas. No, avocados are the olives of the millennials. Us millennials are obsessed with avocados, and you are not allowed to take them away from us. We will go to war for avocado. We won't go to war for Israel, but we will go to war for avocados. You better believe it. All right, so let's get into this. Does anybody know where it starts? Oh, his stream is just this. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that he like just streamed the debate and didn't stream anything else. So it just starts right at the beginning. All right. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this goes. I heard a lot of mixed different things about this. I heard that it was good. I heard that it was bad. I heard that it was contentious. I heard that it was like just a nice conversation. So I have no idea what to expect of this because I've heard so many people say different things about how this went. How are you with honey? Honey is one of the things I haven't really tried. But if I am going to do it, I'm going to get like raw organic honey from like a farmer's market or something. Not that fake shit at the grocery store.
It's also annoying because I'm on a restream and it always is like lagged when it's actually started the stream. It's like on the YouTube and it just says sending data for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, well,
look, lo and behold in me to talk shit about somebody's appearance. But like, I'm glad he cleaned up a little bit, but like, why doesn't Liquid Zulu just like brush his hair and put it into like a ponytail or something on stream? I don't understand why. Like, it's like he could look better with very low effort. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously we can always look better. Like, I could lose weight, I could do better, but like, I don't understand that. Is it like part of his like image is to be like the crazy philosopher that with crazy hair? Is I mean, if that's part of his selling point, maybe I guess. I don't know. I feel like he would do better though if he just cleaned up a little bit. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's like part of the base thing.
yeah, I only found out like last year the millennial pause. Have you heard of that?
Oh yeah, like the reach
That's
back
where
from the
it comes
camera.
from. Yeah, well, it's crap like this because it's like, well, is it actually started or not? You know?
Yeah, but I think that does look like we are started now. So I just want to say first off, thank
Let me switch screens so that I can like look at it straightforward. It's just easier this way.
you very much for coming on. I mean, I know you've got like these all these titans, all these massive YouTubers talking about this, and here you.
Yeah, it's just like Liquid Zulu is a bigger streamer than me. I mean, he's a streamer, sometimes YouTube video creator, sometimes it just kind of depends on what his mood is. But he's bigger than me under most circumstances. And it's just like, man, he could do so much better if he just fucking like cleaned up a little bit and then cleaned up his setup a little bit. I don't understand why he still has like this whiteboard trashy, like just put up a green screen or something. Get some decent lighting, decent camera. Like I know he's got the money for like a good camera. Put his hair in a ponytail or something, trim up a little bit, put a green screen. Like, I just feel like it would look so much more professional. It looks really unprofessional. And I'm not trying to be an asshole, right? Because I really like Liquid Zulu. I just don't understand why you wouldn't, like, if you have the money and the time to do it, it's like, why not just clean up a little bit? Make it a little crisper, a little more professional. I don't understand.
You are willing to chat about it with little me, so thank you very much.
Well, sure. I mean, I have been trying to go where there are some audience members. You had thousands of viewers, and even better, you're a different demographic than I might be running into most of the time. So even better.
For sure. But yeah, no, because I think because you are giving the positive case. I mean,
also let me put in the general that I'm starting the actual thing.
I assume most people will be at least vaguely familiar, but I think it would be worthwhile because you are making the case for this. If you could give your case for why stop killing gays.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't want to tell him how to do his content because his content's working, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like the long form, detailed videos that he does appeal to a certain audience, and like, I don't know if he switched up his content that he might not lose some of the, because here's the thing, if you lose a portion of your own audience, like your own subscribers, YouTube will destroy your video in the algorithm. Like if let's say 20% or 30% of your subscribers usually watch a video, and if let's say the audience retention goes down, or like the amount of people that click it, they're like, oh, this is only 8 minutes, I don't need this or whatever, and they send it out to people, and let's say just even a small drop, they go, oh, this must be a bad video, and it will be killed in the algorithm. So you have to be careful that when you switch up your style, especially in making videos, because like it can have a significant impact on your channel. Like your channel can die overnight until you reach like the 100,000 subscriber count. You have to be very careful about your own audience because most of your videos are only going out to your own audience anyways.
Games is the correct way to approach this issue, and what you
could have a second channel on it then. Dude, I don't know if Liquid Zulu has an editor or like people. If he does, that's a thing. But I can tell you this, having a second channel is like a lot more work. A lot more work than you think, because you still need to maintain the same level of content on your original channel because a ton of people won't go to your second channel. And so like if you make a second channel, you have to double your work, because if your old channel starts having less videos, then people will be like, and people start unsubscribing, and then you can kill it as well.
see the issue as.
Sure. So are we live or should I
yeah, we're
start?
live.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, yeah. So I'm the founder.
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's different because the shorts is a different algorithmic feed. That's different. Like just putting out more shorts, like almost certainly won't harm your channel. But changing the types of videos that you do on your channel will. Or it could, I mean, obviously it could be better, but it's a risk.
Of the Stop Killing Games movement. And this is a reaction to me hating seeing video games destroyed. Where the general practice is you buy a video game, then at some undisclosed point in the future, the publisher disables it, then they keep your money and you can never play it again. And this has led to destruction of more video games than any other practice I'm aware of. And I've been kind of working backwards from my conclusion, which is just to stop this. And that's gone several different methods through government channels for some of them. But the big one we have going on right now is a European Citizens Initiative, where if it...
Dude, he starts off. I understand how some of you were like, okay, maybe he was nice to him. Because like you almost have to be nice to him because he starts off letting you know that he's doing this all wrong. Regardless of what your ideology is in terms of government and how you should do government, you know, whether or not the government is the solution, right? Setting all that aside, right? He's like, regardless of your ideological perspective, he goes, I'm working backwards from my conclusion. We got to stop this. And like, he lets you know immediately that he's not doing anything based off of principles or an understanding of like what the effects of his actions might be. Only that he wants to stop this, so we'll just do whatever we can to stop this. Like he's begging you to say like, well, obviously you're going to get unintended consequences if you're not working from any principles or understanding the problem, but instead working backwards from your conclusion.
It gets enough signatures, and it looks like it might.
Like you would just be an asshole if you immediately jump down his throat for that, because he's starting off letting you know like, ooh, this we need to just simply educate here. Like this is an opportunity for education and not an opportunity to like go debate bro mode.
It goes before the EU Commission for them to...
Yeah, it's super common. Most people work backwards from their conclusions.
It might. This goes before the EU Commission.
Okay, no, Aristotle is not working backwards from his conclusions in an attempt to stop something. He's looking at reality in Nicomachean ethics and then trying to ground what he sees in reality. That's very different. That's like, okay, I see a thing. How can I make sense of this thing? Is very different than I see a problem. How can I fix it? What source can I fix it from?
For them to hear it out and hopefully pass a law on it. And best I can tell, your position is you have similar views on the end goal, which is stop the games from being destroyed, but we have disagreements on how we go about this. So we can try and figure it out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would say the similar...
He seems nervous too, which is, you know, fair, you know, like but you would think he was the bigger name here. But maybe he just kind of got forced into the spotlight because he sees a problem and he just wants to fix it. He almost seems nice.
Clarity would be that I do think there is a real problem which Stop Killing Games identifies, which is, you know, this practice of they sell a game to you.
I mean, the problem is that in Nicomachean ethics, I mean, like the thesis is, to live a good life and that you won't find happiness until the end of your life. Right. But is that really his actual thought process, or is that just the way he portrays it in Nicomachean Ethics as a form of educational material for others, or as a treatise? I don't know.
And then
he's not around to ask.
Games identifies, which is, this practice of.
But I think you're just being weird and autistic about what is obvious, which is that what he stated is a problem.
They sell a game to you, and then at some random point in the future, you don't know when, and they just kill it, and that you can no longer play it anymore. I agree that is a real problem, but I would say the cause of that problem is intellectual property monopolies over it. They'll have a monopoly over only Nintendo's allowed to make Pokemon games, and even further, if they've got like some certain server software that they're running, only they are allowed to run that server software. I mean, that's why, and I think this is very much related to IP, because I mean, a lot of this, these games, the way they die is that they shut down the servers. And why do they have the server? Well, a lot of the cases for DRM, digital rights management, to call off the server to make sure you really have a legitimate copy of that game. Of course, the rights being managed there are intellectual property rights. And I think given that, I mean, I suppose we'll start there. Do you agree that IP is like the cause?
I mean, I would say he could have given stronger examples, right? I think there are better examples. Like I don't know why Liquid Zulu went with DRM on servers instead of like something more palatable and understandable to the normie, which is like classic servers being illegal, right? Or I mean, he's hinting at it, but he's not saying it, right? So it comes off almost cold here. This is why I brought up like Nemesis system, right? Like that is a very, very clear-cut example of how other people are not allowed the creative expression to create good games because Warner Brothers won't let them, because they have a contract that basically has, and you guys gave the example of like, mini games during loading servers or the green arrow, like things like this, I think are easier ways of explaining, like, shouldn't this just be standard? Like, why is there IP on this? Why is there protection on this? Why can't people make a private server somewhere when another company isn't even continuing the game? Hopefully he gets into it though.
Of this problem, or do you think it's more, there's something else going on here?
I think it's definitely part of the problem. Actually, I saw your previous video that you made on this, and I disagreed with a few key parts, and this might be a good place to come in. Like one part you mentioned, that, roughly paraphrasing what you said here, you said there was nothing stopping people from kind of taking over except the IP, and nothing stopping them from maintaining defunct games. I would argue that's the number 2 culprit when it comes to this, and I might have some evidence for it. I think the main villain is that it is hell trying to to reverse engineer a server emulator of a game, not having the code or documentation for it. It tends to take geniuses years of work on this, and most games of this nature never get that treatment. So I kind of agreed with almost everything you said in that video regarding the copyright creating barriers. Like, yeah, the community could maintain this, but they're blocked by it. But I think that's the number 2 villain, not the number 1 in this particular case.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily villainous. Like, why should they be forced to give up their code to you so that other people can maintain it? That's interesting. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Like he says it's the number 2 villain. Like, I don't think Blizzard, if they have servers and they make, World of Warcraft, for example, I don't think it's incumbent upon them to open source their code when they shut down a server because they updated it for a new expansion or something. At the same time, if you're capable of reverse engineering it, then they ought to be able to do something with it.
Sure. So I suppose then the real question would be, which one of these has more importance? Is it more important to, I suppose, stop killing the games? Because maybe you are right. I don't know. Obviously, you've spoken to a lot more people in the industry than this. Maybe you're right that even if you had no IP, there still would be a lot of games which end up dying because it's just prohibitively expensive to reverse engineer. But then my point would be more like, well, it's actually more important to have the IP gone than to sort of force people to do these things.
Yeah, it's okay, I can clear up any technical stuff on this for you, or most of it. But the way it works is like for the community trying to reverse engineer. Yeah, that's an unreasonable ask of pretty much anyone. It's a miracle in my eyes when it happens. But if that same
You're fucking atting me? You're atting me? Pay me money, bitch. Shrek Eyes, pay me money. I refuse to answer your question until you don't at me. You over here being like, let me ask a question. This ain't an AMA, motherfucker. I see how it is. How dare you? How dare you demand my time with no money? No, I'll answer the question this time. What do you think about corporate secrets and how they relate to IP? That's a very broad question. So I don't know exactly what it is that you're asking, but I see no problem with corporate secrets and with non-disclosure agreements. That's very different than intellectual property. If someone can reverse engineer a thing and then make it, then they ought to be able to. And also they ought to not, they ought to not be able to, I would also say it would be fraud to say that it was the original, right? Or to claim that they made the product. But if they make a similar product and say like, and just name it the same thing, I don't see anything wrong with that. Because I'm against IP. But if some company wants to ensure the safety of a product, the trust in their product, or they want to keep making money off of it because what they have is difficult for others to reverse engineer, then they ought to be able to do that. And they ought to be able to have a non-disclosure agreement with like employees and things of that nature.
community could see the code, it could be up anywhere from
I can't eat ramen. So it's not $2 is not even one meal for me.
a matter of hours to days. So but the thing is, even if the company says like, okay, fine, you can do whatever you want with it, but we're withholding this part of it and you're never going to have access to that. There's the kind of the practical element of it that comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I think ultimately,
Well, like, who cares? Like, if like, let's say if Blizzard Entertainment, let's say, Ubisoft makes a Assassin's Creed based MMO or something, right? Like, and then they decide after a couple years that they want to give up the project. Why do you why do you as gamers have the right to whatever it is that is on their servers to maintain your own server? If Assassin's Creed isn't going to fucking, if Ubisoft isn't going to maintain the servers in this, presumed MMO, that's their choice. They can do with it as one. Like, why do they need to give you their work and their effort and their information so that you can maintain the game in a different state somewhere else? Like, that being said, if Ubisoft did open source their code for the game when they were done, show everyone how to do it and allow other people to have that information, they would gain a lot of love from the community. People would be more willing to buy Ubisoft games in the future. Like, without intellectual property, this problem goes away because people are not going to give money to companies that maintain that kill their games and then don't give you the information. Like, yeah, like the game is dead and there's nothing you can do about it, and there's a beloved game that's gone. But if Microsoft comes out with an MMO and someone else comes out with an MMO, and then 3 years later, both of them kill their games, but one of them open sources the code and the game is forever alive on private servers, and the other one says, fuck you, you're not getting it. And so there's no private server community for one game and there is for the other. Then people will play, let's say, the Microsoft game, and they'll play on private servers. And when Microsoft says they're going to come out with another game, people are more willing to buy that game and invest time and money in that game because they stayed playing their old game. They stayed loving the company that made them that game because they allowed them to do that. And they have more trust that if now that game is getting really dated, the new game, they're more willing to invest time and energy into it because Microsoft at this point would have a track record that they release their games even if they discontinue them. So all of the time and investment you spend in them might not necessarily be housed on the server, and you might have to recreate a new character, but all the time you learn the talents, the combat mechanics, getting really good at the PvP, all those things you got good at, all that time that you put in would continue.
if a company wants to operate in this way where they have their trade secrets, you know.
Liquid Zulu is wrong here. Nintendo doesn't have the right to make a Pokemon game. What do you mean? Like this feels like some kind of like weird loophole that you found or something. Because obviously Nintendo owns the Pokemon IP. Like if they have some subsidiary company or something that's still the same thing. Like, I mean, if I'm wrong, correct me. But like, what are you talking about? Yeah, and Nintendo, what percentage of the shares of Nintendo owns Pokemon? I'll just grok it. Actually, that'll be easier. Yeah, they own 1/3 of the company, along with Creatures Inc. and Game Freak. Like, yeah, you're just being silly here. Like this is just silly. Nintendo owns 1/3 of the company. Like, so, like you're just being like, oh, they only own, like technically, like you're being weird. You're being silly. Like we all know what he means, and your argument is as if like Nintendo doesn't own Pokemon. They own 1/3 of the Pokemon brand, and they're the like so. And where is a Pokemon game? What platform is a Pokemon game going to be on? Are we going to see a Pokemon game on PlayStation? Are we going to see a Pokemon game on computer, PC? Are we going to see a Pokemon game on Xbox? No, we're going to see a fucking Pokemon game on the Nintendo Switch because Nintendo owns 1/3 of it. No, like that's just how companies work, is that they own shares and they own like board seats on smaller companies, and they get broken apart either by governments or because of tax reasons or because of like, you know, they want to bring in investment. Well, how does investment come in? Well, it comes in owning a percentage of the shares. It's like yeah, like Tencent owns a portion of From Software, right? So From Software has to make Tencent happy. They have to make China happy when they make a new, you know, Dark Souls or a new Elden Ring or something like that. Tencent has some say in it. And that's probably why Night Rain came about, is because Tencent probably wanted them to experiment and create like a copy clone that was easy to make that got them into the live service game, because Tencent loves bleeding money out of whales. And that's probably not a good look for From Software. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But Sony owns a portion of From Software as well. Sony Japan specifically, not Sony America, right? But there's Sony, and then there's Sony Japan, Sony, like, yeah, they're all split apart with investment and different things. Like what you're saying is just silly. But Game Freak is making a game that's not for Switch. Dog, your input is useless here.
Like the secret Coca-Cola formula or whatever. I think it's a company's right if they want to keep something secret. That's perfectly legitimate in my view. It only becomes a problem when they, you know, prevent you, if you've learned that secret, from using it yourself, which is the IP. So I suppose then the stop.
Okay, yeah. Why are you being so specific? Yes, Zulu and I would both argue that you can't have multiple owners of a company, that there's only one owner of a company. But you can have a contract for the exchange of goods and services, specifically for the exchange of a medium of currency or property, right? And in that you can say, like, if we make $10 billion, you get $1 billion. You know, you get like whatever, et cetera, et cetera. So you can have a contract that is essentially stocks, right? That give you some, you know, some ability to control aspects of the company, and, you know, have a board seat or whatever. Like you're getting into the nitty gritty about like, can multiple people own a single piece of property? And the answer is no. There is one owner, and then there can be a bunch of different people that have contracts that are voluntarily agreed in, where they have certain decision-making powers and where they get dividends on profits, etc. Like, It's a distinction without a difference unless we're talking about the establishment of property or property rights in this regard.
Killing Games proposal, it rests on this idea that the government is in some way justified to come in and tell people with their own private property where they want to keep their own secrets that they have to give up their secrets. They have to tell people how their servers run. They have to reveal the code. I think that's immoral. I think it violates their rights to do that.
Yeah, here's where it gets complicated. Okay, I actually had two thoughts, but I just forgot one, so I'll go for the other one. One, we're literally not doing that, but there's some tricky nuance to it. What we're saying is when the company, in order to sell the game to the user, a copy of it, they have to give some rights to access it just in the first place. That's part of what the exchange is for. But in almost all these contracts that are online only, they tend to have terms like they can terminate at any time for any reason. And under the EU law, it's being tested. It hasn't been confirmed either way. But it could be terms like that aren't considered lawful in that market. So what would be happening is it would just be invalidating that term. But by doing that, since they're not giving any expiration date, they're asking for, they're kind of putting themselves on the hook for that commitment that they already made in the rest of the license agreement that, yes, you have access to this game. But we actually can't ask specifically for the source code or the server binaries or specific details on documentation because it does run up against copyright law on that. So it's kind of a roundabout way to getting to a similar place. And if I feel like I didn't address something, just throw it at me again because my mind slipped for a second there.
What we're doing is we're doing a different way of violating their property rights by saying if you want to sell a game, then you can't have these things in your contract. It's like, and by the way, a petition doesn't make law. Politicians make law. Like the EU Commission makes laws and regulations. So there's no guarantee that anything that you ask for is actually how it's put into practice, right? Like it's almost like if you do a constitutional convention in the United States, right? And you get like 3/4 of the states to agree, and you get, the Senate and the House to agree, the House to agree, I think. I have to look at it again. I forgot because it fucking never happens. Then they can make whatever they want once the Constitutional Convention comes about. Like they could change the Constitution to anything completely unrelated to what you're asking. The same thing is true when you're begging the government to step in and solve this problem. There's no process in the EU that says, well, this petition either passes or fails as written. Stop Killing Games is wrong here. He says that they aren't, but Stop Killing Games explicitly says the devs have to have some plan to have the game in some playable state after the end of life. Yeah, I mean, I haven't read through the whole document, I haven't read through it all. I'm more interested in the philosophical discussion than in the nitty gritty, kind of because, it doesn't really matter. Like I'm stating now, it doesn't really matter what they ask for. It matters what the EU does.
Yeah, no, I think that's perfectly fine. But I would say, obviously I'm coming at this from a very hardcore anarchist perspective, so this is going to be very alien. So I do appreciate that we're going to have to go through it, piece by piece. But I would view this as I think this is still the government going in, and it's in a very subtle way. So you're making reference to like the terms of service agreements and stuff like that, where it has like some sort of clause in there. It's like, well, we can stop this service at any time. Now, I would say that things like terms of service aren't actually a valid contract. I think that the only sense in which a contract is valid if it is the transfer of title to scarce property. So it'd be like me selling a shoe to you. That is a scarce good that I'm transferring to you under some terms. Maybe you have to give me money and then I transfer it to you or whatever. So I think the actual place where terms of service and
I would interrupt Zulu here, but we're mostly libertarians here. We've heard this gig before. We know exactly what he means. We know exactly what he says, and we all agree with it, with the exception of maybe like one or two people visiting.
And user license agreements and stuff like that come in, is they're basically just a shield against all of the already existing government regulations. So of course governments do recognize these things as valid. So I think to the extent that you are damaging this shield, you're making them more vulnerable to the government coming in saying, because I mean, what would it actually look like to invalidate this term about they can stop the service at any time? Like, surely it would look like they have to then operate their business in a certain way in compliance with the new regulation.
Yeah, I mean, like if I was a company and I already like here's the thing, live service games are like very, very hit or miss. Everybody wants a Fortnite. Everybody wants a Valorant. Everybody wants, a game that just kind of comes out of nowhere and is a live. Everybody wants a Marvel Rivals, right? But for every one of those games, there are a ton, Helldivers, yeah. There are a ton that fail, that come out, that release to nobody, right? Like, I mean, obviously there's the extreme examples like Concord and things like that, but there are plenty of other, decent live service games that fail. And the reason they fail is because there is a sunk cost kind of, you can call it a fallacy if you want or not, but a live service game, it lives and breathes off of essentially two forms of monetization. It can be three forms, but very, very rarely does a live service game launch this way, which is purchasing the game, right? Splitgate is a great example. Yeah. Part of it is, on the day of the launch, how are they making money? Well, some games, if it's a live service game, it's very unlikely to succeed if they sell you the game at a price, right? Most of these games are going to be free to play. And so, and even the same is true with most massive multiplayer online role-playing games, right? There's not too many games that have a subscription model that do well. And usually those are people that kind of already have a lot of people that are already invested, especially something like World of Warcraft, where you have to buy the expansion and buy the subscription. Like, those games are just like, that's an old model that just doesn't work. And so the way that they make money is they make money by selling league passes or subscriptions, right? And those are small amounts of money, but you invest in your character, or you invest in like the skins that you can earn. You invest time into the game. You earn cosmetic and sometimes gameplay changing rewards via your investment. And then the other thing that they do is that they appeal to whales, right? They put in pay to win features, or they put in a lot of cosmetics. They put in all of those kinds of things. And one of the things that they do that is kind of sneaky, right? Is that they actually do both in a way to make one appear more valuable than the other. So if you look at Diablo 4, for example, Diablo 4 has a lot of incredibly overpriced skins and incredibly overpriced mounts. And people are like, well, who would pay this? Well, whales will pay this. But the real reason those are so expensive is that when they have a new little like league thing, or a new little, way that you can earn it if you pay them a little bit of money, it makes that appear much more valuable. And so they're not actually trying to sell a bunch of $60 or $20 or $40 skins. What they're doing is they're putting a $40 skin out there that basically nobody will buy except for a very select group of people, so that when you look at the $15 for the monthly or the season pass that has a very similar armor with a different color and has a bunch of in-game currency and has a bunch of experience added and all of a sudden that looks really valuable. Now, if you want to compete with this, here's where the really big problem is that you have to convince people that have spent hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars on this game to have all of these little things that they own, to leave that game and give up all of the time they've learned how to play that game and all of the money that they've put into that game and all of the items and things that they put in that game to go to your game. And so when you're selling single player RPGs, it's not really that big of a deal because, you buy the game for 60 or actually single player RPGs are now doing the same thing, which is that they're selling the game for $70 or $80 so that the EA Game Pass or whatever looks like a good deal. And that's why they always report how many players they have instead of how many copies sold, because they don't care about jacking the prices up on the game, because it makes it look to you like it's a good deal to pay $15 a month to never actually own the game that you're playing. When in reality, you could just make games that are $40 if you actually didn't have a bunch of marketing bloat and a bunch of useless people at your job. But of course, they're protected by IP and all these other wonderful things. IP being the big problem, the big elephant in the room here again. But it's designed to make you do that. So live service games are very difficult to get into because it's a huge risk. And if you put in something that says you have to maintain this game in some state for after what you put in, a commitment that you put in, right? So you put in a 2-year commitment, and then you have to have some servers opening or whatever. If your game launches and fails, dude, you are now are you not only out all of the investment costs for the game, the money you spent on marketing, the money you spent on years of development in the game, and you don't even recoup maybe 10, 20% of that. But now you have to keep a dead game alive for years, and then you have to keep it alive in some state in perpetuity or for years after that, etc. If I was a game development studio, unless you had an incredibly innovative and great game that was still similar enough that everyone, like, unless you had like just an idea that I genuinely just was really, really, really convinced would work, I would never fund another live service game ever again. It would be the risk would, if Stop Killing Games got what they wanted, the risk would shoot through the roof. It would be so much riskier to invest money in that. And so you would need a much higher return on investment. And so I would just switch to single player RPGs, because it's not hard to make a single player RPG and then just say, yeah, we'll keep the copy of the game that we keep on Steam. Like, I don't have to worry about keeping this game around for years and years and years, because once we're done putting updates on it, like, it's just there. Worst case scenario, I have something like Mass Effect Andromeda where there's like a broken multiplayer system and like, some online system, but that's super cheap to maintain because it's not what most of the game is centered around. So you don't need a lot of server space, and you don't need a lot of code, and you don't need a lot of energy, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to maintain that. So like this Stop Killing Games initiative, as he's describing it, is designed to kill games. Stop Killing Games wants to kill games. They just don't realize that what they're asking for is designed to kill games. It's still not good, but I think what they're saying is to put an option to connect to a fan server or something like that. That would still require that would then require that they give up their property. That they give up whatever it is in their code so that other people can continue their game if they wanted to. I think the market would do that already if you just got IP out of the way. Like, it's an unnecessary thing in order to do it that way. And then on top of that, why should they do that? Like, maybe they make a game. So like, for example, Baldur's Gate 3. If you play Baldur's Gate 3, and you've played Divinity Original Sin 2, these are very, very similar games. Okay, because Larian Studios made Divinity Original Sin, and they were like, we're making this so that we can be able to make Baldur's Gate 3. That was their goal. And then Wizards of the Coast still wasn't confident enough, so they made Divinity Original Sin 2 and showcase just exactly what they could do, so that Wizards of the Coast would give them the IP to make Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, so the IP protection made it to where they had to make 2 fucking games just so that they could make Baldur's Gate 3. Number 1. Okay? Number 2, if you forced them to give up code on something like Divinity Original Sin 2, then when they're making Baldur's Gate 3, there's going to be all these clones out there that they were forced to give up, and then they wouldn't be able to make money off of making their game because they're building off of their other code that they made and that they had in-house. So it's just like, you're just describing different ways to kill games.
Yeah, a point to bring up. I remember the other thing. Once again, I'm kind of working backwards from my conclusion of I just want the games to stop being destroyed. And it's not like I'm actually not trying to advocate, no, this is the way it must happen. I'm just trying to find a way. And it's almost like a balancing act, trying to find this kind of chink in the armor where, on one side, there's the copyright law saying blocking this and it never happening. On the other side, the industry is trying to block it. in another way, but this was like kind of an opening. I found, like, I've thought of it before as kind of like in The Hobbit, Smaug has this one opening in his scale there. That's kind of what I'm doing. It's like, I think I have no chance to take it on other terms. And as for government involvement, let me say right now, this is all coming from a place of last resort.
I kind of feel him. I mean, he's wrong, but I kind of feel him in that regard.
Because I've been making videos on this for like 10 years now, and it's bothered me for decades earlier. I kept hoping the industry would kind of catch itself on this issue and realize, oh, wait, we're actually destroying the customer products. This is going to be bad PR. We shouldn't do this. And instead, no, it's like they just keep accelerating, and then make
Yeah, because they have the protection of IP, so they can do that.
Statements how they're promising more of it. And just some of the statements get kind of audacious. So it's, there've actually been attempts at boycotts that have failed miserably in the past. So it's like, even
100% Poval, trying to get positive rights for gamers because I can't realize the issue is the government. Yep.
What I'm doing, it might not work, but I am seeing a possible chance this could work, is kind of where I'm coming from on this. So if there's an alternative, I'm all for it.
Yeah, there's an alternative. Don't try and kill games, because that's what this initiative is an attempt to kill games. They just don't know it. It's sad, really, because it's just going to have the opposite of, if they get everything that they want, then they're going to kill live service model games. Like, there's just no reason for any company to invest in a live service model over an RPG. And don't get me wrong, I love my RPGs, right? Like, I mean, I'll survive no longer having MMOs and no longer having, looter shooters and things like that. Like, I mean, MMOs are kind of the only, I don't even really play those anymore because of the time investment required, right? I'm more of an RPG player now. But it's gonna kill a lot of genres of games.
But if I think it works,
Sure. So I think this does actually get back into the IP issue then, because I mean, you were sort of saying before that, well, maybe abolishing IP wouldn't work, and maybe they would be able to maintain the secrets, and it would be basically impossible to reverse engineer. But I mean, you're also saying there, like, boycotts not working. I'll tell you one thing which would make boycotts way more effective is if somebody was able to have a competition. Like, anybody can boycott Starbucks because they can go to a different coffee shop. But if Starbucks is the only one who are allowed to make coffee, then it makes a boycott a whole lot harder, right? If I could make my own Pokemon game, Pokemon Uranium, then boycotting Nintendo becomes a whole lot more effective.
Yeah, I figured.
Hold on, pause. Pokemon Uranium sounds dope as fuck. Like make it a dystopian world after World War II, and like the fucking nuclear fallout has caused species to evolve into fucking monsters, and the only people that are able to survive in the new world are monster tamers that are using some form of like tech to control, and then there's factions that are like it's slavers and factions that are like one with like fucking radiation too, so they're like a different species of human, and they're like beastmen that are like having a relationship with their Pokemon, and then other ones that are like fucking like tech obsessed dudes that like enslave them with like shock collars and shit. Like, that would be so fucking cool. I'm just like, all of that just popped in my head from the title Pokemon Uranium. That'd be dope as fuck. They introduce a radiation Pokemon type? Oh, okay, fair enough. I don't know that much about Pokemon anymore. There's way too many of them.
You would understand better than most that, all these games, just media in general, art, music, I think literally they're considered creative monopolies because, they have the, like you said, like, with Pokemon, I can only get that from Nintendo. I can't just go to Valve or EA and get their Pokemon. It has to be there because they own that the way it operates. So, yeah, when you mentioned the abolishing...
No, bro. Nintendo doesn't own Pokemon, bro. Okay? They only own 33% of the stock because Creatures Inc. and Game Freak own the other portion, are the other major owners of it. They're just the largest shareholder, bro. They don't actually own it. So stop saying Nintendo, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know who that new guy is, and I just shit on him again. But that was a silly comment. It's all love here, all right? We don't worry. I'm not going to ban you or hate you. I'm just going to make fun of you sometimes.
Intellectual property. My mind kind of goes two places.
What's my favorite Pokemon? The ones I can have sex with.
Immediately on that. One is from in the present, I would think like, okay, I have no idea how you would get from where we are now to like actually getting that passed in governments somewhere, or just.
No, I mean, genuinely, like I grew up on Pokemon as a kid, and I think I'm trying to remember what my favorite Pokemon was then. I don't know. Somebody is fucking DMing me on Twitter. I'm trying to think what was my favorite Pokemon then as a kid. Oh, I think it was. I don't remember. I don't remember if I had like a favorite Pokemon. Probably like because I was a kid when it came out. There was definitely like a phase where like Charizard was like my favorite. Right? Because I mean like everybody liked the non-dragon, totally dragon fire Pokemon. But I think I liked Pikachu as a kid too because I watched the cartoon, like the original. Yeah, it would definitely be first gen because like I played first and second gen, and then like I kind of just gave up on Pokemon. I mean, like I checked in on it every now and then, but I never yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I liked Pikachu because of the cartoon. I liked Lapras just because he was OP in the original. Yeah. So it was like probably like Charizard, Lapras, Pikachu were probably my favorites as a kid. Now as an adult, I don't know that I have a favorite Pokemon. I think there's like too many of them and I'm just like, oh, that's a lot. You know what I mean? Like it's just too much for me to. It's like, oh, now there's three different. There's the trainer version, and there's the Alolan form, and then there's this form, and like now Eevee has like fucking like 17 evolutions or some crazy shit. Like I don't like it's too much.
Effective rule or whatever.
Like it is turned into Digimon. Like in the way that there's just like too many things happening.
To like actually getting that passed in governments somewhere, or just effective rule or whatever, that would actually happen. Like let's say that is the way that you do it. I don't know what the steps to that would be. If I can see some obvious barriers actually. But the other place it goes is like, okay, let's say we managed to get that through and we've abolished intellectual
I get added
property.
to some fucking group chat. What is happening? Why am I in what fucking there are 134 people in this group because I'm a mutual with somebody. Like, no. How do I leave this group? What did I do? Why are my settings like this? Oh my fucking God. How do I leave a fucking group? Pin, snooze. All right, we'll just snooze and then we'll figure out my settings later because I'm boomer on my Twitter settings.
In general, to me, that you mentioned that almost strikes me as something out of like science fiction, where I'm not saying, oh, that can never happen or that's impossible or would never work. I'm saying that has so many knock-on effects. I have no idea where that goes. I can think of some real obvious surface level problems, but yeah, maybe.
I mean, but there are limitless possibilities with you allowing the EU to make whatever regulation it wants on games as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is a bad argument. Is like, if we get rid of this IP thing, then who knows what happens? It's like, well, if you petition the EU to come in with regulations that change the contracts and the games industry and beholds them to whatever they come up with is the same thing.
You can walk me through some of those for the various things, but that's kind of where it goes. It's like, on one hand, there's the practical element where I just have no idea how you get there. And the other, it's like, well, if we do get there, my thoughts are, well, maybe it does end up better, like you say, or maybe it's similar.
Well, no, it's like there are baby steps that you can take in this regard, right? So similar to what I was talking about, like this is the pragmatic approach that I think Liquid Zulu probably would take a lot of issue with, right? So one of the things that I suggested last night when I was doing the panel on like water rights and problems in Texas is like, okay, well, instead of having the government give out contracts to companies to build water treatment facilities. Just have an open market, right? Just have an open market where instead of the county paying somebody to make their some water plant so that they have exclusive rights on selling water to your company for the next 60 years or something, just say we'll buy water from you. And if you want to make a desalination plant, make a desalination plant. If you want to drain an aquifer, but you have the rights, to do that in some way, if you want to ship it, you want to build a pipeline, however you want to fucking get water to us, you can get water to us. We will buy the water. This is the price that we have the water at. And if the price isn't competitive enough, then maybe we need to spend more money. And it's like, that's socialism, and that would be evil. And like libertarians will come out of the woodwork and be like, you're not a real libertarian. Why would you suggest something like that? It's like, because this is something that can actually get passed that would open up companies to start engaging in a market where they compete to sell water. And then sometime in the future, we can simply get rid of the government being the middleman and allow companies to engage in competition on, so that when you buy a house or when you rent a property, you can choose which water service provider you want to go with. And we can, that's how you phase out the state. No one's going to get a law passed through the EU Commission that abolishes all IP. That's never going to fucking happen. You have to take baby steps towards it. So if you want to take baby steps here, then what you do is you say, once a game is no longer continued, you no longer have IP rights on that game. All right. So World of Warcraft is no longer continued, right? They come out with a new expansion or a new game. Okay. And so they're no longer maintaining those classic servers or whatever. The moment that they do that, then I in the private community, in the private server community, can set up a server and I can make it stable, and I can gain money by taking a subscription model or selling other items, or selling one of the things they might do is two-factor authentication costs $4 or $5, and then you get through the queue quicker. Whatever it is, it becomes public and anybody can use it. Okay, you can public domain. Yeah, you can use public domain. The moment that you kill your game, you lose the IP protection on that game. You can even make it to where they still have IP on other iterations in other games, such as you discontinue. Let's say they make a Pokemon game and then the game is discontinued and you can't get the game anywhere. All right, well then then they lose IP protections. You ought to be able to make an emulator, and you ought to be able to play that game and sell that game on an emulator. You can't sell their new shit that they're currently making. You can't make your own Pokemon game, but you can, if you have the ability to reverse engineer it, or if the company chooses to give it up or whatever, make that game. That's a step in the right direction that will alleviate some of the things that these people are pissed about, and it will chip away at the actual fucking problem, which is IP. You're not going to be able to vote in abolish all IP, but you don't fix this by adding new government regulations and new violations of private property rights. What you do is you go, this is a sensible way that most people would agree they should lose their IP protections in this instance, and it will alleviate a little bit of the problem. And every time you do that, you get a little bit closer to actually getting rid of the problem, because the problem is IP. And the more you get rid of IP in certain instances, and people realize the sky isn't fucking falling, and that new games are coming out and there's new creations and people are happy and the market flourishes and things get better, then as those things get better, then people will be more susceptible to getting rid of more IP protections that are harmful, and you chip away at it until eventually you can get to a new place. But this it's all IP gone or nothing kind of stance is silly, and it's why people like Stop Killing Games are turning to the government for solutions, because we have to be ideologues, but we have to be ideologues with a scalpel that are willing to figure out ways to cut away small pieces of the problem in efficient ways that make things a little bit better, or most likely make things a little bit better, instead of being puritanical about it. I'm not saying Zulu's being puritanical here about it, because he's just talking about the problem descriptively, right? But what I'm saying is that there is a pathway forward that actually could pass through the EU. there is a small chance, but a chance that you could get the EU to pass a policy like that would make things better.
But some things are better, some things are worse, or maybe it's a little worse. I don't know. I'm curious about that part of it. So.
Sure. I mean, I think that's a very apt term there. That it sounds like sci-fi, because I think that if we did abolish IP, you would get like an unforeseen level of flourishing. I mean, if people obviously, I've got my own video on this, but also a couple of very, very good videos going over like more specifically the creative and sort of gaming side of it. There's one by Unique Namosaurus. He's got a couple of very good videos on it, and also a guy called Tim Ducis. He references my video. The knock-on effects would be incredible. There's this book by Boulder and Levine, Against Intellectual Monopoly, where they go over the history of areas where there haven't been IP and there has been IP, and where there isn't IP, you get way more innovation out of it. It's like just an astounding level of innovation. I mean, like, people are always like, maybe like the more rightist warhawk types in the US, they're always complaining about like, well, China, they keep stealing our IPs and they're out competing us and they're doing this and they're doing that. It's like, well, I mean, on the one hand, yeah, they're competing you because they're able to copy over there. They're able to use those US patents and freely innovate on it. And that's why they're like kings of manufacturing innovation now. So yeah, I think that would be the main knock-on effects, as we can stick to that, just to not get too many things on you at once.
Sure. Well, I guess my first thought on this, and maybe you have an answer for it. To me, it's like I'm going into the fog on this, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, you stand with SKG? Nah, fuck that. They want to kill games. That's their whole policy, is designed to kill games, even though their intention is the exact opposite. Like if Stop Killing Games got what they wanted, you would see no one would be stupid enough, even AAA studios, to invest in live service games over RPGs. You'd see more RPGs probably, to be fair. You'd see people turn away from live service model, which might be a good thing, let's be honest. But nevertheless, you would see that model become one that is way too risky.
That, like, again, the surface level thing I can think is like in the transition, a whole lot of our society is already defined by IP. So if we just abolish that, there's going to be a lot of people immediately who aren't able to earn a living and that sort of thing. Now, that strikes me as I think that's totally something that could be solvable, but I'm wondering what the answer would be then, because this isn't something you just remove one gear and then it still works. It's like, I think you'd have to.
Yeah, the biggest problem with that is that it's like, without a doubt, he's correct that some people will lose their job and lose their ability to make a living if you abolish IP. What the problem is that people very rarely understand the damage of the status quo, which is that although that is true, there are more people that would be able to innovate that can't right now because of IP, right? Like you would be trading like it does protect some people's jobs, and it protects some people's jobs by regulating other people from being able to have jobs. So the idea that like, oh, these people would lose their money and they'd lose their investments and they'd lose this and they'd lose that. It's like, you're not wrong, but the current system is keeping people from having jobs. It's keeping those jobs from existing. And so it's not a fair comparison to compare the status quo as just, this is what normal is. And if we introduce this, I can see some of the things in the current normal state would lose their jobs. It's like, without a doubt, but a whole bunch of people would gain jobs.
To remove a bunch of different parts for it to kind of hit equilibrium again. So speaking personally, I'm a big believer in, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So I figured like the number one for a large population.
I'm trying not to be an asshole here, but like 99% of the time when I hear someone bring up Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's like one of those phrases of pop psychology that people like memorized or like heard about, and so they like bring it up without actually understanding it. Like Maslow's hierarchy of needs as a concept is that we have survival needs, and then we have like interpersonal familial needs. We have all of these other things that have to be met before we can focus on the self and self-actualization to find meaning and purpose in life. And so like I see people use Maslow's hierarchy of needs in like all kinds of contexts that are completely irrelevant because it's like one of those smart terms or something. It's like one of those things people hear and go, oh, that's an interesting way of thinking of like there being base needs and then there being needs above it in a pyramid like structure. But like they don't understand what is actually being stated by it.
Population. One thing I'm very much in favor of is them having, food, water, shelter. So I'm wondering so if you have like this big displacement of all these people running jobs, I think that would be an amplification of a problem we already have right now, which is what do you do when you have a society that has more people who need to support themselves than there are jobs available for doing so? And again, there might be answers to this, but to me, that strikes me as like the immediate thing I would be.
Okay, what do you do when there's less jobs available and more people need to support themselves? I remember one of the first capitalist kind of like one of the first things that happened to me where I started to doubt communism a little bit and socialism. It was, weirdly enough, it came from Jack Dorsey, right? Former CEO of Twitter. And it was when he was going on a media campaign trying to get people to join Twitter. So this would have been like 2016, 2017, right before I became an adult. And one of the things that he stated, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact quote here, was that, sorry, not 2016, 2017. It had been 2006, 2007. Sorry, I'm older than that. But one of the things he stated was that Twitter was this, he was basically saying that Twitter was this thing that nobody knew they wanted or needed. Before Twitter existed, there was no Twitter. And then we created Twitter, and all of a sudden we realized that there was a lot of money through advertising to be made off of the concept of being able to have the smallest individual have some level of reach in part of the conversation with people in power. The ability for people to share videos as like a news medium and to have and the entire thing is based upon a conversation, as opposed to Facebook being like connecting with friends and family, right? Or like Instagram being like sharing pictures and things. Like journalists could quickly gain cell phone footage from on the ground reporting and, report quicker than ever before. And you could argue with a professor or you could argue with a political pundit. And like, even though you might be smaller and less known, you were still part of that conversation. And there was money and jobs to be made there. And it made me realize that wealth was created simply out of thin air. Right, there was because there was money to invest and there was money to be made. There was jobs to be made, and there was like, and so now new marketing firms could pop up, and social media managers could pop up, and products could be advertised cheaper to a larger audience throughout the country in a new medium where they didn't have to go through the FCC regulations to try and get a television commercial, and like there's all this new wealth generated out of nothingness. And so this idea has always struck me as like, as I've learned more about economics, it's this really weird, maybe not weird, I don't know how to describe it. There's this false idea that we have of like wealth and assets as a fixed pie, right? And so we have this idea of like, what happens when all the jobs are gone and then there's all these people that need to work, but there's no jobs to do. It's like, well, if you have a bunch of people that need to work, and then you have a bunch of people with money that are working, then what happens is people in some capacity or another find ways to get that money and find ways to create wealth, create new products, create new ideas, and hire new employees. It is the government that comes in and monopolizes and grants protections to corporations and grants regulations to corporations that make businesses have more and more of a capital investment before they can go to market, that slows down the natural growth of the economy and maintains poverty and maintains those people not having jobs. And it is the government that redistributes wealth away from job creation, away from innovation, away from progress through welfare systems to incentivize the people to continue to not work and to not innovate. It's like a doubly regressive, economic disaster that we have, where we steal money from people that might innovate and create jobs and create prosperity to give it to people so that they are not incentivized to create jobs, to create prosperity, or to create business. And so this very concept of like what happens when there's too many people that need work and not enough jobs is, well, the more the government is involved, the more we maintain that. And the less the government is involved, the more that becomes a fantasy instead of a reality.
You thinking about if you had this change?
Sure, and you're pointing to an absolutely correct thing, which is that, a large amount of our economy is allocated towards, a lot of the resource and capital is allocated towards things on the premise that there is this monopoly protection over ideas, over patents, over copyrights, and all that sort of thing. Like all of the Disney lawyers are going out of business overnight. The patent attorneys, they're all going out of business. Those resources will get shifted elsewhere. But this is related to a concept in Austrian economics called malinvestment. So all of the current allocation of capital, that's all wrong investments. They've invested that incorrectly. And so when you kind of pull the rug out from under it, when you kind of go, hey, well, we're in reality now, suddenly it becomes, they've got to reallocate all those means. It reveals that they were malinvestment. So this is why we get things like recessions every, decade or so. It's because the fractional reserve banks, they introduce all this fiat money, this fake money, which basically the effect of it, I won't go too deep into economics, not because this is an economic debate.
We're spending money we don't have.
Yeah.
From the future, essentially.
Yeah, and what that does is it makes people think, whoa, a whole lot more has been saved than we actually has been saved. So investors invest in really long-term things like, oh, people will be wanting a whole bunch of houses, but whoops, actually they don't. And so the Austrian claim is that the bust, that's not the bad part. That we went into the recession isn't bad. The recession's good. That's like the hangover. It's you coming back to reality and trying to reallocate those means. So I would say, to those people who are going to be worse off in the short run, in the long run, all the just people in society, all the people who are really innovating and being good, and I would say the vast majority of people, pretty much everybody, is going to be better off in the long run under a zero IP regime. You just got to get...
I think this is part of the problem with libertarian messaging. And it's nothing against Zulu here, right? It's a common thread amongst personality types that are libertarian, is they have a hard time speaking to the whims and they have a hard time with the rhetoric that is necessary to make people feel why it's so important, right? Is that like, it's okay to bite the bullet on the fact that people will lose jobs. And he's doing an okay job here where he's saying like, but the good people will thrive in the long term. Like, you also need to recognize, like, you have to mention the fact that there are people right now who, if not for IP, would be doing well. Like right now, there are victims of IP. Right now, there is someone out there that has the means and the know-how to create a product, but they're not allowed to make a more efficient product that people would appreciate more than the corporation that currently has a stranglehold on the product, where they could help people, where they could make, cancer drugs cheaper, where they could make products that are, that people have monopolies on cheaper or more efficiently or, in higher quality. But those people are stuck in a bullshit 9-to-5 job because the government protects corporations so that they can continue fucking us over, so that they can continue making products too expensive because they don't need to innovate. We live in a society where everything costs too much money because the government is fucking us and is fucking over small people. And I want to liberate those people. I want those people to be able to go out and create and innovate and progress. And yeah, patent attorneys and corporations that depend on regulations from the government to protect their big pockets are going to get fucked over in the short term. Fuck those guys. Those guys are our enemy. Those guys are the bad guys. Okay? Like, it's maybe it's because I was a communist before. I don't fucking know. But it's like, I feel like having bridged that gap myself, I understand the importance of the communication of of the concept of those that are victims and the sensibilities of the population towards those people that have been victimized, and the righteous indignation that you should have for the, you know, the quote unquote oppressor, right? Or those that are utilizing the systems towards, you know, their gain as opposed to utilizing the market. And I feel like this is a form of messaging that is often completely devoid in libertarian discussions, because libertarians don't really have the personality type that is concerned about victims so much. I mean, they are in a certain capacity, right? But it's just like the messaging needs to have that inner Gaia and that pathos, or it kind of starts to fall flat.
Through that bus, you got to get through that hangover, and then you're back to reality again.
Okay, well, I'll walk through again. This is just me kind of my brain trying to figure out where this might go. So I'm just speculating here. I guess what I'm thinking is, okay, so there's the argument that everybody, you know, there could be a wreck in the short term, but in the long term, it works out. I guess what I'm wondering, I could kind of see this almost just like shifting, like the cards where they from one pile to another, but it ends up being a similar dynamic. Where, okay, I'll go to games, for example, but it can apply to other things. Like if games, let's say there's like somebody who makes a game that would normally be a hit, but they're not that well known. There would be, I think, an industry popping up immediately that's on the prowl for stuff like this. And they see, okay, this game's for sale for $10, but like, we're just going to copy it, put our name on it, and we're going to put it out for $2 immediately and market it everywhere. And I think you still would have games being made, but I think it would just kind of flow towards these kind of conglomerates that are best positioned to sort of be in control of the distribution, or I mean, not like 100% control, but like have an obvious like market advantage.
Yes. Companies that have a market advantage because they can distribute games cheaper would, or first to market advantage would be good. And this is why part of the process of, you know, like some of the things he's talked about with Stop Killing Games, as, you know, not necessarily what they're asking for in their petitions, but what he has mentioned. This is why it's such a bad idea to force companies to open source their games. It's like, yeah, my game's hard to fucking reverse engineer. Go fuck yourself. I made it. Right? Like if you have a hard time copying said game, I'm under no obligation to help you, my competitor, you know, be able to create my game and distribute it out elsewhere. Right? Like this is like, that's good. If someone else can make the same product and can make it and distribute it to you cheaper, then there is a value that they have essentially added to the product, which is their ability for rate of profit, right? Like they can sell 1 million copies. You only have the capacity to sell 1,000 copies. So in order for you to stay in business, you need to make $20 profit per thousand, you know, per copy. And they only need to make $2 in profit per copy because they can make $2 million selling 1 million copies. And you can only make $20,000 selling 1,000 copies. And so theirs is going to be $18 cheaper. Right? Because they, you know, I mean, maybe obviously there are other factors, right? But in essence, right? Like you need to make more profit because you're selling less items. And so distributors will play, like large corporate distributors will play a role and still have a lot of power in the market. Like don't make your game open source, right? And if it requires a lot of money and time and energy to crack a game, then somebody will make a game, and then some distributor, like, you know, let's say like Activision or Microsoft or, you know, I can't remember all of the Epic Games, for example, might come to you and might say, hey, dude, I'll give you a percentage of profit. Put your game on Steam. Put your game on Epic Games, and I'll take a cut. That's already happening. Right. And so the distributor is going to make a lot of money. Steam's going to make plenty of money. If we get rid of IP, Steam's going to make tons of money. Because a bunch of small creators will still make games, and then they'll put in small studios, but a whole bunch of mid-level, A-level, AA level, right? Not AAA, aren't going to have to pay Nintendo and pay Ubisoft and pay Warner Brothers and pay Sony, you know, all these licensing rights to certain game mechanics and systems. And they're not going to pay licensing rights for music that we all know and love, that it might be on the radio when we're playing and all this other shit. So they're going to be able to make better games cheaper, and then they're going going to be able to put them on Steam, and you're going to have a hard time copying them because Steam's going to sign an agreement that says that they're not going to give your code to anybody, and you're not going to give your code to anybody. And yeah, somebody might be able to reverse engineer your game 2 years later. But if that happens, you know what I mean? That's your first to market advantage. Like, why? Like, what's the problem here? He's just like, does he just hate the idea that corporations have money? I don't think he does, but I don't think that he knows that he kind of does, right? Like, it seems like it's just the idea, like there's this subconscious kind of thing. It's like, don't forget the evil game studios are evil and they do bad things. And so anytime an idea means that the big guys are going to make a good chunk of money, it's like, ooh, I don't know that I like that. I want the little guy to make the money. Maybe this is a problem. And so it's like he's primed to consider them being able to make money in some way, somehow bad for us, bad for gamers, bad for creators, when there's no showcase of that. The only reason that they would be able to make money is because they are better at distributing games, which means that more people can get games cheaper. Like in the IP world, they get to make money because they have a government contract that says that nobody else gets to make money off of this. In the non-IP world, the only way that they make money is by providing a better service than their competitors, by being able to make the same game at a cheaper cost so that you pay less money.
So that any game that gets out, they're immediately going to undercut it and kind of take it. I think, if I'm not misunderstanding the intellectual property dynamic that you're talking about. So again, I think people would still make games on their own, but it would be more of, it might not be so profitable for them, I guess, or might not.
No, they would literally make more profit. They would make more profit because they would have less costs. There would be a lower cost of entry, and they would be able to sell their games to Steam, and people would protect their code so that it can't be easily reverse engineered.
Bring them enough to settle in. But I can see this going into other categories too, where, like, okay, if you're abolishing lots of IP, then maybe the manufacturing hubs are kind of the new lords of the land now, because they're going to...
Manufacturing hubs? Who the fuck? I mean, okay, maybe we're not talking about games anymore, and that's fine. But if you're talking about games, who the fuck is buying physical copies of games these days? Like, are you paying the extra $10 to have a physical copy of your Nintendo Switch game? Some of you guys, I guess, are on consoles and you're going to fucking Walmart and buying a physical copy. Like, most people are just downloading it anyways.
Because if everybody can manufacture things, well, then I think the power could start drifting or towards whoever can do it the best or most efficient or the fastest, get to the most people, that sort of thing. And if you had some
yes, that would be awesome. We would love to have some competition in that marketplace as opposed to IP regulations. Like Steam and Epic Games would make a fuck ton of money. Epic Games is already would make a massive amount of money because they own Unreal, because they own Unreal Engine. And by owning Unreal Engine, which seems to be like you can take courses and very quickly learn this game model, and it's becoming an industry standard. And so a lot of small studios would start popping up and would be using their model and then selling their game on Epic Games, right? So Epic Games would probably make more money than Steam, but both of these people would make more money. Yes, that's good.
competition, it seems like over time the competition can sometimes be absorbed. Where they say, okay, we have a competitor, like let's say you're manufacturing cars or something, and they're competing with us. We don't like this. We're just gonna put all our resources into buying them out so we can absorb them, and then now we're even bigger over time. We can take the hit. And setting up your own car manufacturing plant, that's not the easiest thing for a smaller person or a smaller company to do. So
the exact opposite is true. We saw this with Standard Oil, is that he was trying to buy out the competition, and so people started investing in creating kerosene plants just to be bought out by Standard Oil because they could make a profit, because he was going to pay over the market value just so that he wouldn't have competition. And he started losing money and stopped doing that because it was a loss overall, because people realized, because he was doing that they could make money with no intention of ever actually operating a kerosene plant, that they could just make the plant and he would buy the plant out of fear of competition. So we have historical examples if one needs it to understand why that doesn't work and that actually just harms you.
I can kind of see, I'm not sure it necessarily solves it. It's different for sure, but that's just my basic idea of where it might go. So.
Sure. So there's a few things in there. The concern over like, well, I make this tiny little game, some indie game, and then some big games publisher just comes along and goes, oh, we'll just copy that and release it ourselves, or modify or whatever, and reuse it. I don't think this is too much of a concern. I mean, look at the open source software community. A lot of software outside of games is open source. A bit like, it's not like Microsoft just comes along and sees RipRep and goes, well, we're going to remake RipRep ourselves, and everybody will use our version, or we'll remake whatever else, and then everybody will use ours. We'll make our own Linux kernel, right? I don't think that's generally not how it happens. Generally, the first mover, they get the advantage there. They're the ones who people go to because they're the originator. You want the original. I want to go to.
Yeah, Standard Oil did that. You can fact check me on that. I'm 100% confident that was a thing that happened with Standard Oil, is that people started building factory or kerosene refinement facility. I don't know the exact term, but like to compete with him, but they weren't actually intending to compete. They were just buying them so that he would buy them out at a higher price than what it cost for them to build it. So you could just make a huge profit because he'd pay way more than the market value in the hopes of stopping competition. And then he eventually stopped doing that because it drew in investors.
The guy who made HDMI, they're the ones who people go to because they're the originator. You want the original. I want to go to the guy who made HDMX because he's going to make the best HDMX rather than just some random person who forked it. And I don't know how good they are, but then.
Hold on 1 second.
Also, the other sort of problem you brought up was this idea behind, well, if I've got like this big car manufacturer, I might just try and buy out all the little car manufacturers. Now, that type of thing, it only works if there are patents, because then I can buy their patent pools, and then nobody else is allowed to make those types of cars. But on a truly free market, this has been tried before. There was this one case of Herbert Hoover, I believe his name was, or that might be the president, Herbert something. He was like this chemical magnate in the US. Where there was a German cartel, which was like, hey, we're going to move into the US, we're going to buy you out, buddy. We're going to, you better stick it to yourself. Because he tried to like start selling in Europe, and they're like, no, you stay in the US, we'll sell in Europe. And he's like, no, it's just like, okay, well, we're going to run you out of business, we're going to sell way cheaper in the US, and you're going to be, predatory pricing is what they call it, and then you'll be out of business. And so what this guy did, he's okay, he just stopped selling in the US, and he just started buying up all this cheap chlorine and stuff, which coming in because they tried to predatory price him. He just bought it up and started selling off in Europe, and he was making a massive arbitrage out of this. So I really don't think, Herbert Dow, that's it, somebody just mentioned it.
Yeah, it's the same as it's Dow Chemicals. It's the same. It's the same thing as the Standard Oil thing. Is that like if you attempt to buy out your competition, you literally just attract investment into that space because you've artificially raised the price, and so therefore money that was trying to get a return on profit somewhere else in the market will move there because there's more potential for money there. It just doesn't work.
So I don't think this type of predatory pricing strategy, A, it has never worked, and B, I just don't think theoretically that it can work in general.
Well, okay, you brought up 2 points there. Well, for the predatory pricing thing, you mentioned Starbucks earlier. I've heard this from people who know much more about this, that one strategy Starbucks uses in many cities is they'll just open up, let's say there's one coffee shop that they can't buy out or that's competing with them, that it's too good, like, the quality. What they'll do is they'll open up free stores and kind of like surrounding them, almost like a triage, so that every person going to get the coffee, they run by Starbucks first. And the thing is, they'll operate those at a loss. And the thing is, the diehard customers will still go to the good coffee shop, but people who just want a cup of coffee, want what's most convenient, will go to the nearby one. And since Starbucks is enormous, they can operate those at a loss for a while. And then when the store finally shuts down, then Starbucks shuts down the 2 other stores that they didn't need and were just there to keep the other one out of business. And that can be a pattern that they maintain. And you mentioned people want to go to the original. That's true for some things. Like I think especially for like writers, if they're known, But let's say you mentioned that indie game that people.
Yeah, but every time Starbucks does this, they raise the price of their coffee. Okay, and so when you zoom in on like this small town where they did this, right? And you go, what you're not calculating is the price of a cup of coffee at Starbucks across the nation. They're really, really big, and so they can absorb the cost. But well, how do they absorb the cost? Well, they absorb the cost. That cost has something. They can't. They're not pulling out of a magical pot of gold from a leprechaun that they've kidnapped, right? That produces gold every time a rainbow appears, right? Like they're pulling money somewhere else. And in order to make a profit, at a certain point, they have to raise the price of coffee. And this occurs throughout the entire country because they're operating throughout the entire country. And every time Starbucks gets more expensive because they're operating at a loss trying to beat out competition, what ends up happening is the price of coffee from like one of these hoity-toity fucking, bakery / coffee shops where, we import this fucking, specific mushroom from the Amazon and we put it in our mushroom coffee and, yada, yada, yada. And it's like an $18 cup of coffee. Well, when Starbucks is $4 a cup, it's like, yeah, I'm going to go to Starbucks. But when Starbucks goes $8 a cup and $9 a cup, all of a sudden you're like, man, maybe I'll try out that super fancy fucking $20 cup. And so what it actually does is by raising their prices in order to engage in this behavior, they make their prices closer and closer to mom and pop coffee shops, and mom and pop coffee shops start doing better in areas of the country where they're not doing that because the Starbuckses in those areas that are few have to keep raising their prices. If Starbucks never would have engaged in this behavior to begin with and would have just competed so that they have their niche market and you have the cheap coffee and they have the hoity-toity mom and pop, this is where hipsters go to write their screenplay coffee shops, and they allowed those two to just work in competition to different markets, then what would happen is that they'd have cheaper coffee across the country and Starbucks would be making more profit and would be taking a larger portion of the nation's coffee shop business, walk-in business. So when you zoom in, it looks like, the big corporation has priced out the competition because they have economies of scale and they can do that. And then they, get rid of it, get rid of their stores, etc. But the amount of money that they wasted on opening 2 coffee shops so that all of the shops are operating at a loss. They had to buy out this property. Then they have to sell that property usually at a loss, right? And then they have to hire people and then they have to fire people. So they get less worker retention, right? The amount of money that money comes from somewhere. So the price of coffee has to increase, or they have to pay their employees less, which means the quality of service goes down. Somewhere, something has to give when they do that, and Starbucks is actually fucking themselves and helping the small coffee shops. It just doesn't look like that when you zoom in and you see one coffee shop and then you see them engage in this, this predatory, whatever the fuck that means, practice of opening up all these other Starbucks to try and kill them and then destroy their own businesses. It's a bad strategy that harms Starbucks and helps their competition. It doesn't look that way when you're zoomed in. These explanations are the reason I come to these streams. I appreciate you, man. I do.
Didn't know this person, but the big publisher gets to them first, and then they're putting it out so everybody knows about the big publisher, and maybe word will get back that somebody else made this. But again, if the big one's undercutting their price by 5 times, I think most people are going to go towards the small one. In the United States, Walmart has been blamed for shutting down a whole lot of like mom and pop shops, because the mom and pop shop might offer something at a reasonable price, but then Walmart can undercut them, and then you can get all these other things there too. So I think for some things that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems with Walmart is that Walmart intentionally uses governments to protect themselves by multiple means. One of them is welfare, right? So Walmart can afford to pay employees below a market price because they literally train people that work at Walmart how to get on food stamps, right? So companies, mom and pop stores that want people to earn a good wage because they're good workers will pay them, $15, $20 an hour. And then Walmart will pay them $12 an hour. And then it's not enough money for them to be able to fucking survive without government subsidy. So welfare is a subsidy for companies that pay people shit wages. But of course, they don't get good employees because they pay shit wages and because, there's this psychological cost of having to go on welfare and always feeling like you're meaningless and you're not as productive, yada, yada, yada. The other thing is that Walmart will go into a town and then they'll petition the local government to give them special tax breaks under the presumption that they're going to bring jobs to the town because a bunch of people from the outlying areas are going to drive to them because there's a Walmart in their town. And so they get special protection protection from the government to destroy mom and pop businesses. So in two different ways, it is government welfare, it is government protection that causes Walmart to shut down these mom and pop stores and destroy the community's sense of meaning and connection and culture. And if you got rid of welfare and you got rid of special government protections, what would happen is Walmart would come in, their prices would not be nowhere near as cheap as they are because and the reason they wouldn't be nowhere near as cheap is because they wouldn't be getting special tax breaks, right? And so, or we could get rid of the taxes, which would be the better solution, but like baby steps, right? And so they wouldn't be able to have prices as cheap as they actually are. So people would have, so instead of paying 30% less at Walmart, they'd be paying 5% less at Walmart. And then people would be like, well, why am I going to, like, some people would still go to the Walmart because it's cheaper for sure. Okay. But Walmart would have to pay their employees more. And so the prices would be relatively similar, except people would more often than not are willing to pay a small premium to go to the business that they know is owned by their fucking cousin's, wife or whatever, and is a part of their community, not some fucking outside Walmart thing that's sitting right outside the county line because that's where they were able to get the special tax permissions. Well, I guess in this instance there wouldn't be, right? But they'd have to drive out of town because you need a lot of space to build a Walmart, right? Because you need a lot of warehousing space because it's a one stop and shop. It's not a small town, so you can't do it in the city center. So people would have to drive out of the city center to go get a shitty shopping experience from employees that aren't is friendly and don't have a history, and there isn't that same like customer service, so that they can pay 5% less for all of their things. That might work in some places. And in those places, it would be because that town was already shitty or that town was already failing in some capacity. And so it wouldn't be Walmart's fault. Walmart would be an improvement because people would rather go there because that small decrease in prices would be worth it because that town doesn't have good shops and doesn't have things, which means there's a market void for that. So this idea of like a Walmart coming in and destroying local communities is because of welfare and because of government special protections and special tax incentives that they give to these companies to come in and destroy them. And then Walmart gives them a little bit of money in their next ad, for ad campaigns or to their PAC so that they can win the next election. Like, it's socialism that causes this problem, not capitalism.
Dynamic you're talking about would remain true, where the competition is just too fierce that it never really catches on one way or another. Like I could see, I think like the more complex and the more investment like the industry requires in order to like get in on the ground floor. Like I'm thinking of something like manufacturing CPUs or GPUs or something that requires incredible investment to try to get something set up like that. So even lots of small companies just can't compete like that. I think you would see more of like a stranglehold on that sort of thing to a degree.
Why would I give a fuck that small companies can't produce CPUs and GPUs as well as AMD and NVIDIA and Intel and Samsung? That already is the case. Like, so it's like, oh, we're going to abolish IP, and then for this specific sector of the economy, it's going to be exactly the same. Oh, the horror. Nothing will change in this domain, so bad? What does that even mean?
So, I mean, I think the only the only way you get these strangleholds is if you have some sort of state protections. Because, I mean, yeah, I agree. Like Walmart, it's great. You got to go in there, you get everything, and like it's way cheaper. But that's not necessarily a problem. I mean, like, the paradigm example of this would be oil. You got to have a lot of capital investment to start your own oil company. And, people point to Standard Oil, which was like, supposedly one of these.
Yeah, that is true, Casimir. Yeah, you're not wrong. NVIDIA was a small company. Well, I mean, every company was almost all of these companies were a small company at one point. You know what I mean? Like, this is like saying, oh, where's ICBM? Right? Like, where's Xerox? Right? Like, they got outcompeted in the market by small companies that made hyper specific products, and then as they grew, they made more products.
Monopolies, because you need so much investment to get into the.
As a millennial, please don't bring up MySpace. It still hurts.
oil company, and people point to Standard Oil, which was like supposedly one of these natural monopolies because you need so much investment to get into the oil game. But what they really don't tell you about that story is that Standard was continually lowering their prices in order to stay in the game because they just had a more efficient process than anybody else. And by the time the Trustbusters got in, Standard's peak market share was about 90%. They'd gone down to 60% by the time the Trustbusters got involved.
Yeah, it was 86%, and then it had gone down to 60%. And the prices was over $20 a barrel, and Standard Oil made it just over $4 a barrel. The other thing that they don't talk about is that Standard Oil, there it is in Zulu's chat. What are you talking about? It would require incredible investment, but we're blocked immediately from making our own CPU and GPUs from producing in the first place. Yeah, okay. And the other thing that's important to recognize is that Standard Oil wasn't just like this whole like percentage of market share is a myth. It's a myth created by socialists that are trying to recoin the concept of monopoly, because Standard Oil was originally in competition with whale oil. Okay. What Standard Oil, so before Standard Oil came into the game, you had to pay a lot of money for kerosene, and it was a little bit cheaper to get whale oil, and that's how you would burn lamps at night so that you could have light, so that you could write or work or do whatever once the sun went down. Okay? Once Standard Oil comes in the game and starts lowering the price of kerosene, they were able to outcompete whale oil. And so it's like if Standard Oil increased their prices, as a means of like, oh, I have all this monopoly power, well, then the whaling industry would have came back because people would have found a way, because people would have stopped buying oil to buy whale oil. They would have stopped buying kerosene and started buying whale oil again. So they're, even with them being like they own this percentage of the market share, it doesn't showcase the fact that they're in competition with other things. The best example, and this comes from Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell, right, is Alcoa. Alcoa, the American aluminum company, was for decades the only distributor and seller of aluminum in the United States. They had 100% market share in aluminum. So fuck the boogeyman of at its peak, it had 86, 87% market share of kerosene. Alcoa had 100% monopoly. There was not a single company in the United States that was selling aluminum other than Alcoa. And during their tenure, they never made more than 12% profit, and prices steadily declined whilst they had a 100% monopoly. And that's because Alcoa was in competition with a whole bunch of other shit. Because think about it, aluminum was put on top of the Empire State Building. It was the capstone on the Empire State Building because it was such a precious metal that it was seen as like a luxury thing to put on top of the Empire State Building. Now we have aluminum foil. We have aluminum pots and pans. We have aluminum is used all the time as a cheap metal and as a one that, a metal that conducts heat, like for like heat conduction because of like its properties and how well it conducts heat and then dissipates and cools easily, et cetera, right? But think about it. If it was still a precious metal, you would have copper and cast iron pans. You wouldn't use aluminum pans because it would be prohibitively expensive for you to buy pans when stainless steel and cast iron is better under most circumstances anyways. People have aluminum pans because they're cheap. And so aluminum is in competition with all of these other metals because the more the price decreases, the more it becomes competitive against those other metals for products. And so people can sell more aluminum, and even though the price goes down because they're selling more of it, they're actually making more profit because there's a higher rate of profit. If you are Walmart, for example, since it was brought up earlier, Walmart only makes like a couple pennies profit on every item that it sells. But Walmart sells thousands of items per hour at any given Walmart, especially during like peak times, right? Like pennies on the dollar of profit doesn't like it's like whatever, who cares? 1%, 2% profit, who cares? But if you go to a busy Walmart and you see how many items are being sold, how many cashiers are working, how many self-checkout, how many people are just moving in and out of Walmart, you see like all of a sudden those pennies on the dollar add up really fucking quick. But if you own like a camera store and you only sell like 4 or 5 cameras a day, well, in order to keep the lights on, in order to pay rent, in order to house cameras, in order to pay an employee, in order to do all that shit, you need to make like $100 profit on like every fucking camera, so that when you sell 5 cameras, you make $500, more than the cost, so that it's not profits, revenue, right? You need to have an additional $100 of revenue beyond the price that you bought the camera for from like the distributor or whatever, because you need to pay your rent, you need to pay your employees, you need to keep the lights on, you need to do all these things, and you're only selling 4 or 5 cameras. But a camera store in the city isn't going to sell a ton of fucking product. And so this entire concept of monopoly is just a leftist invention and a bastardization of what monopoly really meant when Adam Smith wrote Wealth of Nations, and he was talking and he was the first person to use monopoly in any broad sense, and he described it as the government granting special privileges of a business to be able to sell a product and no one else is allowed to compete with them. So when we're talking about monopolies, what we're talking about is intellectual property. Like, it's the thing that this Stop Killing Games guy is arguing, ought be maintained, is the very thing that he's saying is bad.
So they were already losing market share to these more nimble, smaller firms who were able to just get in there. They weren't super bloated, because at a certain point, as a company grows in size, there's this concept called the economic calculation problem, where it would apply to something like the Soviet Union, where the Soviet Union, they controlled everything in the economy, but then they can't do profit loss calculations, so they don't know if they're being efficient or not. The way a capitalist would do it is he's going, hey, we're losing money on this line of production, fix it, boys, but the Soviet Union, they can't do that. They don't have no way to know whether they're being efficient. But this happens also to companies when they get big in size. Standard Oil, if they swallow the entire market, well, suddenly they've got internal calculation problems. So there's diseconomies of scale as you go on.
You just keep mentioning that your comments are popping up. It's weird.
That's why no company can really stay in dominant space in any market forever unless they have government protections.
Yeah, I don't know. I think for some really complex... Okay, well, I think we're getting a bit off track here. I guess what I was thinking, though, is where...
People produce CPUs for toys, then CPUs for appliances, then CPUs for Android devices, then investors start eyeing them for a chunk of the global CPU market, and you have a big league competitor. Yep, 110%.
Where do the jobs kind of reemerge, I guess, from if you're losing all these jobs?
If you have the capacity to make a cheaper, more efficient CPU at a small scale for like some toy, and you learn those lessons and you start hiring employees that are really intelligent, you start scalping people that used to work for AMD because they don't want to be in fucking Taiwan anymore, and then all of a sudden you start getting more research and you get better at producing things, and then people get lazy, and like, competition is what makes prices go better. I mean, like, look at Intel and AMD, and look at AMD and NVIDIA, and let's look at the CPU market. Intel spent a fucking decade just making shit products. They made CPUs that were like every coffee lake, this lake, that lake iteration, the increase in performance along with the increase in price was getting further and further away. They were getting these small increases in performance and these bigger and bigger increases in prices. And then they started artificially gatekeeping, things. So for example, they made it to where you had to have a Z motherboard in order to be able to overclock your processor. So they come out with this shittier chip and then it's like, oh, you bought this gaming processor? Well, you have to have the super expensive OEM, or you have to have this super expensive, motherboard, gaming motherboard, so you can clock the chip speed. And it's like, overclocking CPUs was always a thing. And then they came out with chips that you couldn't overclock because they were already having overheating issues. And what happened? What happened is AMD caught up. Right? Like, ever since, AMD had been behind fucking Intel ever since the Pentium dual processor came out. Like, when Intel was able to create dual processors as opposed to just one, but two core, dual core processors, Intel was lagging behind them. And Intel sometimes got close in price to performance ratio, but more often than not, the price of performance wasn't there. It was usually an inferior product, but fucking they kept chugging along. And then they got Lisa So and Lisa So came in there and whipped motherfuckers into shape and fought hard. And then they came out with Threadripper, and they came out with, you know, new CPUs that were beating AMD in price to performance, but not in performance. And all of a sudden Intel got scared. But the problem is that they sat on their fucking laurels forever. And so Intel is still lagging behind AMD because AMD keeps fighting. But Intel has been fighting hard and trying to catch up, and every iteration of chipsets that they come out with is significantly better than what they had before. Because they have competition now, because they know, even though Intel knows they have a bunch of government contracts and server contracts and things like that, AMD scared the shit out of them when they won the contract for the PlayStation and the Xbox, and they won Netflix's servers. And they're like, if we don't fucking catch up, if we keep falling behind, we're going to lose our government contracts, and then we're going to lose our power and our ability to force people when they buy, like, you know, Dell PCs and high-end gaming PCs where you can't get an AMD, you have to get an Intel. They have all these like contracts where like unless you build your own computer, you're forced to get Intel if you buy a gaming computer and things like that. Slowly but surely, they're going to lose those things. So it was that competition in the marketplace that makes those things better.
Jobs for, I mean, like, let's say software developers, where I think you would have, there's plenty that would be able to have support through just essentially like a donation page or something like that. But then there's like a whole lot that.
Also, I want to point out that as much as I kind of am an AMD fanboy, this didn't happen to NVIDIA because NVIDIA didn't make the same mistake as Intel. AMD is doing everything they can to catch up to NVIDIA, and like they're still consistently behind every single time because NVIDIA didn't rest on their laurels. They kept pumping, and so they were prepared when AMD caught up because they were smart enough to see the writing on the wall.
And I think wouldn't see that because they're not as like fun or interesting for people to notice. Like the software that like allows like the networking protocols on your particular card to interface with the operating system, like that might be more thankless work if somebody's not getting paid and not people just don't notice, that sort of thing. I guess where do the jobs reemerge? I guess if you have like the shock up front, but then where does it balance into equilibrium? I guess.
Sure. So like the sort of not very satisfying answer, which I think is the actually correct answer, unfortunately, is that I can't tell you any specifics about where the means would be reallocated. And this is specifically because, you know, I'm not the central planner, and I don't think anybody can be the central planner. Like, that's what makes the market so brilliant, is that it will just find, you know, these software engineering jobs, if people lose their jobs with no IP, the market's going to just find the best place for them. They're going to go where the money is, they're going to go where their interests lie, and all scarce means, including labor, will be shifted exactly where it needs to be, or at least they'll tend to shift in that direction. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect, it's not like utopia or anything, but it's only the market which can do that. When you have these interferences in the market.
This is a really good answer for libertarians. It's a really bad answer for the general population. Like, well, maybe not a bad answer. It's an okay answer. Like, describing the economic calculation problem, maybe, I mean, that might be part of Liquid Zulu's point because he's trying to drop the philosophy in here, which is a good thing, too. But it's going to be weak if he doesn't also explain that there are people right now that are being harmed by this, that the economy is lagging behind, and that to give and to give some answer, which is without IP, there's going to be new players that come into the market, and now there's going to be a reduction in prices and an increase in efficiency, and that these things create new jobs.
Like IP or like any sort of regulation, that hinders this process.
Well,
I mean, I think it's a bullshit question from a debater. It's not necessarily a bullshit question for the way this conversation is set up and how he's presented himself. Like, because he's asking a genuine question and allowing him to give the answer, and it doesn't look like he's searching for a gotcha. He just thinks he's wrong because he's a statist, as most people are. But like, it doesn't seem like he's coming from a place of like, oh, I'll defeat this guy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like he's really saying predict the economy, Zulu, or your argument sucks. It's more like this sounds crazy to me. Can you explain this in a way that makes sense?
I guess what I was thinking is you got to be careful with that, because if you're displacing millions of people and they don't have an obvious place where they're going to be getting their money to pay for groceries or getting evicted, you might have to worry about them reestablishing some sort of government because they're desperate. They're saying, okay, well, the market's too slow to respond, and we need to eat today, and we need a place to stay this week. But this guy's going around saying, hey, let's just form.
Yeah, but it's like the appropriate response to this is, okay, should we never have allowed the automobile to be bought and sold in America? Should we have just stayed using horses? Like, farriers and horse breeders and ranchers lost their jobs. people who had family businesses breeding horses and blacksmiths and farriers that made horseshoes for years and for generations lost their jobs in many ways overnight because of the automobile, but especially because of the modern industrialization in the assembly line. But like, does that mean we shouldn't have cars? Like, no, of course we should have fucking cars. Like, we shouldn't use the government to slow down to try and preserve farriers' jobs because we're worried about what will happen to the farriers. Because what will happen is that the farriers, if we do that, if we try and slow down that transitory process, every year that you slow that down is a year that groceries are more expensive than they need to be. It's a year that people starve and die because some people can't afford food, or some business is not able to grow, and therefore there are people that are unemployed that can't get a job. Or there's a dearth of jobs in the economy because we're slowing it down via government regulation. And that means even if there are enough jobs to go around, the value of labor is less, and so everybody's making less money. Every time you invoke the government or you invoke the state to try and slow down progress because some group of people might lose their jobs is when you are intentionally starving people. You are intentionally keeping people from buying homes. You're intentionally keeping people away from the American dream, and you're trying to crush the American dream because you want to save some group of people's jobs who will be better off in the long run if you allow the progress to continue, because they'll have cheaper groceries, they'll have more job opportunities, they'll have all kinds of things. And while the farrier, the blacksmith's, skills there might not be a job specifically for their skills, there are new jobs coming out. What does a welder like? There are new welding jobs coming out. Okay, maybe you have to go train to be a welder, but if you've been paying attention to metal and how metal heats and the color of metal and working with your hands and you're strong, a small amount of training to be a welder, you're going to, like, when welding is like a new burgeoning job, you're going to be a better fucking welder than anybody else on the goddamn planet when you can just look at a piece of metal and know that metal's about to burn. Like, you know metallurgy, you know how to work with metal, you know how to work with your hands, you know how pliable thing. You have knowledge and experience that will transfer over into this new sector of the economy that's being created that other people will lack. Like, you're going to land on your feet so long as you try hard, and everybody is going to be better off.
War band, and we're just going to take over some of these farms so we can eat, and we'll start establishing a new government. Like, you might have... I'd say that's paramount to figuring that out. Like, how are people gonna the Maslow's hierarchy of needs? How are people gonna eat? Because listen, a lot of people can do.
I get so fucking triggered when people just bring up Maslow's hierarchy of needs randomly in a way that doesn't fucking actually connect to the conversation. I hate it. I hate it. It's like one of my pet peeves. It's like when someone brings up Dunning-Kruger effect, and it's like, yeah, we all know what you're talking about, but more often than not, you're using it wrong. And secondly, the authors of that paper came out and said that there was a selection bias in testing and that the Dunning-Kruger effect actually can't be peer-reviewed, and peer review shows that it's not that true, that it's a much smaller effect than we thought.
Without having a job or just figuring things out, but they can't deal without having food in their stomach for very long. So I'd say that would be the number one thing to focus on.
Sure. I mean, I do think that, food production and all sorts of production, if I did get my button where I could just abolish all governments right now, it would become a lot more bountiful pretty much instantly. It would be very quickly. We would have way cheaper food, way cheaper water, all these sorts of things. Absolutely. I agree with you.
This is a cope. I'm sorry, Zulu. This is a complete and total utter cope. If you push a button and all government's gone tomorrow, you're going to have warlordism and fucking roving, like people, like not everyone don't just immediately adopt libertarianism because the government's gone. Like don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the state is justified. And I'm not saying given certain parameters that you can ensure people won't be harmed, you shouldn't push that push that button. But there are people with power and weapons and things of that nature that will utilize that to bully other people. And most people still have a status mindset. So the idea that if you push that button, like instantaneously things get better is just like not true. They might be true in some areas for sure. Like you might have pockets of like New Hampshire where there's a lot of libertarians where they bound together and create a libertarian society and they do really well. But there's going to be a lot of fucking Somalias.
That if I just had this button where I could abolish all governments right now, very quickly they're going to reform governments. Because ultimately, the reason why we have governments in the first place is because most people want there to be governments.
All right. And then he immediately fucking recants what he said. Okay.
And that's sort of why I do what I do. I want to try and convince people that there shouldn't be any governments. And, you know, if enough people, you know, some motivated enough minority of people end up agreeing with me, then pretty quickly we can abolish any sort of government.
Yeah, it remind me of a...
Yeah, don't use the word government here. Like government can be good. Governance can be good. Like a corporation is a government. But I mean, now I'm just being nitpicky about the words. I know what he means.
This is a layman joke, you know, about like the two cows analogy. Like you have two cows. There was one for anarchy that's like, you have two cows. You either take them to the market and get fair price for your milk or get shot by bandits and have them taken from you. So I think that dynamic might come into play when you have like the drastic change, you know. But well, we kind of jumped. This kind of went differently than I thought because we sort of jumped to the future, far future part first. I guess what are your thoughts on how do we go from here to what you're describing, like to abolishing the IP law? From like what steps would that involve?
Sure. So the most fundamental step would be advocating the abolition of IP. And I think a guy called Stephen Kinsella, patent attorney, he has a book called Against Intellectual Property. He's like on the forefront of this type of movement, because that's the fundamental step, is convincing people that IP is illegitimate. It's a type of monopoly grant. It's not even property, like strictly speaking. And that would be the fundamental step. More particular, any sort of particulars come from this more fundamental, so that I normally focus on the fundamental. And more particular, you could just say like, hey, look, you know, if it's the US case, just go like, hey, the US Constitution doesn't actually like authorize a lot of these things that you're doing with respect to IP. You know, I'm obviously not a lawyer, so I can't speak on specifics. But like, you know, you just start chipping away at it like that. And you know, over in the UK, it just got introduced by the Statute of Anne in like 16 something. You just say, hey, well, let's start chipping away at this. Just start finding areas of intellectual property rights and going, hey, we can peel it back this much. Let's peel it back this much. Let's let the market flourish. Let's let people copy these things. Because I think some level of IP is baked quite deeply into the legal structures.
I kind of agree with Zulu here, and I kind of disagree. Like, and one of the reasons I disagree is that getting rid of something for the sake of getting rid of it can lead to unintended consequences because the state also exists. So I'll give you an example. In Oregon, we had, I say we, but I don't live in Oregon, but you get what I'm saying. We decriminalized drug possession of all drugs, and it was a disaster. It was absolutely disaster. The homeless population moved there so that they could do drugs. Public property was, like parks and playgrounds and streets were littered with drug users, and there wasn't anything anybody could do against it. And the interstate commerce law still, and the federal law still made it illegal to bring in clean drugs. So the drug market was still predominantly controlled by gangs and things of that nature. Because it's illegal at a federal level and illegal in the distribution of drugs, wide distribution of drugs was illegal as well. The private market wasn't able to, to get involved, et cetera. And so it's like, on the surface, it's like, yes, we should decriminalize because that's a step in the right direction. And the problem with that is that the biggest concern there was the black market on the sale and distribution, not necessarily at the user level. And the second big problem, and I don't, in no particular order, was the fact that public property still exists. And so because public property exists, people were, shooting up at kids' playgrounds and on the side of the road and things of that nature. And so there needs to be an order of operations. You kind of have to go to a scalpel about how you dismantle things, because the goal of chipping away at things is for people to see the success of having chipped away at this thing and then want to chip away at it more. And if you do the order of operations in the wrong way, and obviously no one can tell the future, no one can predict unintended consequences, but you need to do your best to try and find areas or avenues that people can easily agree with, as well as will actually have a beneficial effect despite the state apparatus having all these other rules and regulations in this web of the state, right? So, the correct answer to drug decriminalization is not decriminalization. The correct answer to drug decriminalization is maintaining the laws against drug usage and the sale and distribution of drugs, but making it legal in your own home, making it legal on private property. Then the next step is to start overturning certain aspects of public property into private property. So, for example, there's companies that are attempting to purchase state-owned libraries, right? Privatizing libraries, privatizing public parks, privatizing places. Now, drug usage is legal depending upon whether or not the private property owner allows it. So then you can start having clinics and things like that where people can safely go and do drugs, but it's still illegal to have those drugs in public property. Then you so you have to try and, to the best of your ability, predict the consequences of your actions and chip away at it in what is most likely to be successful in terms of improving people's material conditions, improving people's lives, and giving people a positive view that when we did this action, things got better. So therefore, I'm willing to do more of that. And so, for example, when we're talking about stop killing games and intellectual property, the right answer here, as far as I can see it, is that when a game is discontinued and the servers are no longer up, that the intellectual property rights are immediately devoid because people have purchased a game and therefore they have some right to reproduce that game in another context on a private server or somewhere else. And then what this does is this incentivizes companies, because they lose their IP protection, it incentivizes them to maintain the games, right? And if it's not cost efficient for them to maintain the games, it incentivizes them to open source the games, because they're like, okay, someone's going to try and make a private server and I can't shut down that private server. Maybe I'll gain some goodwill with the community by saying, look, we're shutting down, but we're overturning it to these people and we're giving them the code because they want to do it. And they really want to do it. And these guys are passionate guys. And you can, and we're even going to do it to where we're going to save your character data so you can transfer your character if they so choose. So you won't lose, all the cool items you got and, your max level character, etc. on this server. Because we're going to publish all the save data as on our end, and we're going to publish the code. And then people will be like, oh my God, it's such a great company. I'm going to buy your next game. But because they have that IP stranglehold and the state is protecting them, they're never going to fucking do that.
Yeah. To whatever degree you're able to get rid of it, if you see some proposal to get rid of it, absolutely advocate that proposal. Say, yeah, we need to do this now. Whether it be just related to killing games. Hey, you're no longer allowed to have, if you haven't touched this IP for 10 years,
Yeah, I don't know if you were here, PvP Ranger God, but I had a whole conversation about why fucking Crunchyroll is so shit and how I used to pay for Crunchyroll, but when they got rid of the comments and things like that, it's like literally the pirating sites have comment sections and better quality, and they have multiple sources, and they have multiple so you can find the best source, and it's literally a better product that is free than the paid service that is Crunchyroll. And it's just IP that is, and their ability to use the FBI to go shut down those websites that is keeping us from being able to have the best user experience.
Goodbye. You can't just hold on to this thing forever. Let's reduce the length of time that it applies, keep reducing it, and that would be very good, at least a very good step towards it.
I'm in no way against that. But once they're done selling and supporting it, having it enter public domain or something like that. But that kind of comes back to what I'd like to see versus what I thought was possible. The reason, really, this all stems from me just kind of doing research on it. And the two big actions that I saw, me, who's just a YouTuber, I do not have a lot of no political experience really on this. The openings I saw were that the law was, in some countries, was undefined on this. There was a gray area on it already. So I was kind of waiting for a test case to kind of push forward, and there was a very convenient.
Look at this. You can tell that Liquid Zulu is getting more viewers than he normally gets, and that he's getting a good chunk of viewers because he has shit like this in the chat. Best viewers on streamboo.cc at this person. This is when you start getting bots, because the bots always flock to the channels with more viewers, and they always watch YouTube videos that have higher viewers, which is part of the reason that the bot problem is such a big big deal on places like YouTube and Twitch and things like that, because it always artificially boosts the ad revenue of people with more viewers, and artificially suppresses channels that are smaller.
Game like that got shut down last year. And so I thought, well, I don't think I could, go through the process of get people elected or change the law, but I can get a bunch of people to send complaints to a consumer protection agency. And so I eventually rallied thousands of people to send complaints to this consumer protection agency, or multiple ones actually, with their receipts saying like, hey, they took the game away. It's like, is this?
Yeah, Poval hits the nail on the head, right? Ross is right. The state does not like to shrink. That's why he is finding success in promoting more state control. Yeah, it is easier for the state to do that. Yeah, exactly. More socialism and more regulation will only benefit the AAA studios and fuck over small creators. Like, what he is advocating for is the destruction of certain genres of games that people love and to fuck over small creators. I know that that's not what he means. I know that that's not where his heart and his intentions are. I don't know that, but I don't get the vibe that he's like, yeah, I'm secretly a shill for the gaming industry. But they love this shit. Big corporations love people bitching and complaining to try and force regulations on them, because every single time, once they lobby the politicians and they have their backroom deals, the regulations will be put in such a way that it might make it more expensive for them to produce a product, but they don't care, because it will always benefit economies of scale and make it harder for the small guy to compete with them. And they're afraid right now. And the reason they're afraid is because of Sandfall making Claire obscure, and they're afraid of this Ubisoft split off group that's going to be coming out, and they're afraid of the Bungie group that just split off. There are motivated programmers and gamers at these large companies that are splintering off, and much of it is because of Unreal Engine, because people it's starting to standardize, and it's easier for a small team, especially with the help of procedural generation and many of these tools, for a small team to make a game that is competitive with AAA studios, and their games are cheaper and their games are better because they don't have these bloated budgets from marketing people, and they don't have to pay Sweet Baby Inc. to come in and DEI their fucking game for them, and they don't have people in there that have infiltrated the company that are ideologues that, protect these big businesses so that they can get investment, so they have to have a certain percentage of people that are actively trying to destroy the company so that they can get enough investment and capital from all of the big fucking stakeholder capitalism investors and bullshit like that. They are afraid of these small companies because they're going to outcompete them, they're going to make better games, and the games are going to be cheaper. But you give them some more regulations, and you bring in these stop killing games initiatives and things like that, and all of a sudden this small company that wanted to make a live service game can't get any fucking investors because they don't have the clout, and they don't have the money, and they don't have the reputation to be able to forcibly keep open servers for years and years. So guess what? The only people who are going to be able to make live service games are big AAA studios, and they can make them as shitty as they fucking want, because you won't have a goddamn alternative, because this guy got together a bunch of people to fuck over the small gamers.
It's legal, and that's still being decided on. It's been over a year. So it makes me think, if it was legal, and
I know that he's being respectful, and I know that Liquid Zulu is being respectful, but I'm fucking reacting, and I'm starting to get mad.
The no-brainer, they would have just told us by now. I think they're having to unravel what a nightmare this is from a legal perspective. And the other with the initiative.
If you have ever been here for a reaction, then you will know that I never get through a full reaction if it's over an hour. It never fucking happens, and it never will. We're probably going to get an hour into this, and then I'm going to be done. And fuck IP, that's what this whole conversation is about. But I don't mind that I do that, because I know that the content is out there for you guys to consume, and most of you guys have probably already seen this video anyways, right? And so I don't mind that I only get halfway through it, because it's more about the process and the conversation and the reaction to me than about the content that we're reacting to, so that all you guys can see the content, right? The content's already there for you guys to see, right? So I don't feel bad or feel like I'm gypping you guys by only like watching half of the fucking content, because it's better for Liquid Zulu that if you haven't seen this, you got to go watch the second half. It's better for me that I can have a much longer conversation and I'm making content for you guys as opposed to just watching somebody else's content. I think it's better for me. I think it's just better all around. And it's one of the reasons why this concept of like copyright protection on people's YouTube videos and getting taken down because your reaction is so bullshit.
Which was still very ambitious. We just, quotes, needed 1 million people to sign it, but we had a year to do it. So that struck me as like, well, maybe this is delusional or maybe it's not, you know? So that struck me as an opening. But like with abolishing, for example, in the United States, I saw no openings really. And you mentioned like trying to chip away at copyright with games. I can maybe put a link in the chat.
Yeah, when it comes to regulating games industry, it is the EU that really is the power player here, not the US. Because what if the EU forces in some form of regulation, then games, game companies, I mean, they can have a different product in Europe than they have in the US and Canada, but more often than not, it's just easier, simple, and more profitable for them to do whatever it is they're doing in Europe everywhere else.
Chat here. There was an organization, the Video Games History Foundation, where they were trying to get an exemption to the DMCA to support researchers remotely accessing a game that like a library or even a company might have, just to access it for research purposes that are no longer being sold. And they got denied, like just flat out. They tried everything they could do to get that. Yeah, if there were no openings, I never would have started this at all. I would just like, okay, we're just screwed because this is too locked down. So
PvP Ranger God, usually they're not outsourcing their art department. Now it might be under the art department, but a lot of times when they go to like third world countries that have gaming studios, or they outsource something, like you see a lot in Vietnam, does a lot of like sound production and things like that. They're doing tedious things. Usually whatever the big studio is, like if it's in Montreal or it's in France or, it's in, now we're starting to see some Swedish and Norway kind of stuff, but usually like, Canada, America, France, big countries that have these big companies. Usually the art department, almost always the art department is going to be there. Now it might be like, you might see like portions of it, right? But what they're really doing is that they're outsourcing like, Hong Kong. Yeah. They're outsourcing, like fill in details that take a lot of work. Right. So like Diablo 4 has something like 20,000 fucking people that made that game. Right. Whereas like Diablo 2 had like less than 200 people, and Diablo 2 would cost in today's money, I think it's about $150 in today's money if it released at the same price it did, adjusted for inflation. And the games are now, Diablo 4 was, like $60-$70, and then obviously there's an expansion which brings it close to that, but like the original game just in and of itself isn't that much, and so that's why they use like live service features and things like that to recoup their costs. But also it's just cheaper to make games, and especially we're going to see more of that with with all these games coming out in Unreal Engine, because it's so easy to train people on Unreal, and so you have a lot of studios that are familiar with it, as opposed to using in-house engines that like you have to then train somebody to use, and then it's just cheaper to do it in-house. But like, yeah, there's a lot of I would need to see more evidence, and I've looked into it to some degree and I haven't seen that. But like most of the time it's like, oh, we need 10,000 sounds of groans and grunts from different monsters, and here's a sample of kind of the things we want, and here's our art department might send you over what we're working on, what it looks like in its current state, here's the concept art, etc. Like we need 23 noises for each type of goblin, etc.
Yeah, so don't think I'm advocating like, oh no, this is the way it must be, or this is the best way to do it. It's like I'm seeing a opening that might work. It's kind of where I'm coming from all this. I don't really see the opening of intellectual property being abolished.
Yes and no, Poval. So because of IP, sometimes things are actually innovated in Europe, but they come to America and we don't know that that they do that because it's easier to get through testing or certain things in America. So, for example, Germany does a lot of pharmaceutical research and a lot of production of pharmaceuticals, but it doesn't show up as being done in Germany because Germany will start the process and then they'll like come up with a concept and then they'll like basically showcase like a medication or some, novel pharmaceutical, and then they'll sell that to an American company because it's way easier to get through like FDA and get through like, clinical trials in America. And then it'll be like an American company. Johnson & Johnson created this drug, but they bought it when like 80% of the work was done in Germany, so that they could bring it to market in America and get through trials. And then once it's in America and it's gone through trials, it's like easier to get through the trials and things in Germany because it's gone through human trials and clinical trials in America, and it's been brought to the market, and there's shows like been shown to be like safe for a certain period of time, etc.
Like even through there might be, but like through the route side took, like the European Citizens Initiative, there's two aspects of that it might get blocked on. In addition to saying what you want done, you have to reference existing directives that show the EU has authority to act on this.
Yeah, Europe is not a good business environment, but that doesn't mean that those companies aren't, like researching and producing and innovating things. They're then just selling it to America so that it's like easier to bring it to market because the regulations are so bad in Europe.
And you might be able to it would be,
wow, nice.
unprecedented, but you could see, well, since you created the laws on this, you can uncreate them. That could go through. However, one of their stipulations is you can't propose what they call utopian measures, like we're going to end poverty or everybody gets a flying car. It could be the EU Commission considers what you're proposing a utopian measure, in which case, boy, you would essentially have to get members into the government, I think, that are backing what you're talking about to go ahead and tear the law down on that. I mean, it's the sort of...
But this is the problem of extremes, right? It's like Ross isn't wrong that it would require that in order to implement the abolishing of IP. But there's no reason that this initiative couldn't be fought to make games open source once a studio, or not even open source, just get rid of IP protection on the specific product, that specific game, when the game changes by a certain percentage of core features or when a game is discontinued, right? So like if an MMO, comes out with like 2 DLCs or 2 expansions and like raises the level cap and changes the talent system and changes all this, then like the original, the vanilla, the classic version should then eventually become, like they could write it in a certain way, and it would ultimately be arbitrary, but they'd find a way to like, make it feasibly work, at least to some degree, so that private servers could exist without the fear that they have to have a server in the Ukraine or something, or a server in some weird third world country so that, Disney doesn't come after them. And then eventually, because I played private servers with World of Warcraft, for example, and I'd get into it and we'd have a bunch of fun, but we always knew that was the thing with like Nostradamus, I forget those classic WoW servers name that start with an N. But like, meanwhile, Blizzard was telling us, you think you do, but you don't. You don't want private servers, and was fighting us. And at the same time, every time a private server would get somewhat popular, they would consider that competition with their new World of Warcraft game. So then they would send cease and desist orders, and they would sue them if they continued to produce what they had already reverse engineered. And there already was a functioning game that was, a copy of the original that was the game people wanted to play that they could no longer play. And so it's like that could be done. Would it stop killing games? No, of course not. But it would be a move in the right direction that would likely improve things and would be much, much less likely to have unintended consequences.
I think it's like technically not impossible, but man, practically, I wouldn't have a clue how to do.
I can't remember what the fucking server was called, but it was something like Nostradamus, Nostromo, something similar like that, where the private server that had like 200K players playing because people wanted classic WoW. They didn't want fucking, the new WoW that sucked.
Especially when you may not have a solid answer for okay, well, wait, what do we do if everybody's losing their job over this? Because that's going to be hard. That's going to be a hard sell. So you really need to win them over on something, I think, if you would get a populist angle on it.
Sure. So I would say on like the this front, things can happen way quicker than you, not calling you particularly, like, than most people would think. Pretty much everybody. People don't have a really good intuition about how quickly things can change in politics. Like, an example from my movement, the libertarian movement, it started with a guy called Murray Rothbard, and in about 60 years, from 8 people in his living room, 60 years later, the president of Argentina is talking about narco-capitalism. Like, it can happen very fast. Or the Bolsheviks, they were a minority of power in the Russian parliament, but from some pretty, neat maneuvering from Lenin, they were able to take all of Russia and beyond, right? Things can happen incredibly, incredibly fast. You just have to get the movement up and running, and then when...
Yeah, Liquid Zulu is right here. He's not wrong here. This is something that I tend to ignore historically. That is probably something I need to think more about.
The atmosphere is correct. You can strike. Like, I mean, Donald Trump, obviously.
You thought I was done? Have a great night, Stacy. Love you guys.
One of the first...
By you guys, I mean you and your husband. Have a great night.
Directives he did was releasing a Bitcoin prisoner, Ross Ulbricht. He was a prisoner for many years. He ran the Silk Road. Libertarians have been fighting to get him released for years, and we were able to get him released. That would be unthinkable 4 years ago. Unthinkable to get Ross released, and it was able to happen.
Yeah, actually, I was meaning to bring that up, actually. I agree completely, is that I was thinking if you really wanted to push something through that you just didn't have the power structures for it at the time, basically you would get your movement ready. This could go for almost any movement, really. You get your movement ready to charge in when there is some sort of collapse or disaster or something, that people are going to be if there is a collapse of a system, people are going to be scrambling for something that works. And whoever arrives at the scene first could kind of set the new order for a long time. No, I agree on that. I guess that's less compelling from my side, because I was looking at from the perspective of, I feel like it's been the opposite for games specifically. Obviously, it's a far less serious issue than a lot of things you dive into, but I was seeing the window closing on this because you had a younger generation that, by and large, isn't even aware what we're asking for.
Yeah, I think. I don't disagree with you, Poval. At least so far in this discussion, he could have stressed the dangers of IP, not in a broader economic sense, but played to the concept of private servers and the continuation of games and cease and desist orders as this is what I mean when I say libertarianism requires different forms of communication. And I'm very, very happy that Liquid Zulu is a purist, and I'm very happy that he is very, very good at teaching the philosophy. But I don't think we will make it with just that one type of voice. And so I don't want to say that what he's doing here in this conversation is wrong. I think that what he's doing is just one avenue of a greater conversation. And I think it's incumbent upon people like me to make a more pragmatic, more normie kind of form of discussion. And he'll disagree with me and he'll say that I'm wrong, especially when it comes to open borders. He's vehemently against me. But on most scenarios, I think our philosophy and our ideals are going to line up 1-to-1. But our strategy and our implementation is going to be different. And I think he thinks his way is the only way a lot of times. I think that we need both. I think that, so who am I to say that he's wrong for when I think that we need people like him as part of the conversation as well? Is this how I would have taken this conversation? Do I think I would have been more effective with my strategy or tactic in this particular instance? No and yes, right? No, this isn't how I would have done it. And yes, I think I might have been more productive to hone in on those smaller things and less on the broad theory, because it tends to distract the conversation into the concept of IP as a whole, whereas I would have mentioned it a few times and gone down that road when he wanted to go to it, but also kept hammering in on how IP is hurting right now, how people are being displaced right now, how people are victims of IP right now, and how there is a pragmatic solution that can make things better in the immediacy that can get passed, which is kind of the policy that I keep putting forward, which is, just making things public domain, even if it's not open source, the moment that a game is discontinued. But I appreciate him and I appreciate what he does. We just do things differently. And I think both are necessary to continuously push the ideology, right? Like, it's like there's kind of like a trickle down effect, right? Of like, you know, there's like a trickle down effect of conversion where like Gen Z or something like discovers Trump and then figures out that Trump's not based, and then they like discover, you know, fucking Dave Smith, and then, you know, discover that Dave Smith's not that based, and then they start discovering other libertarian podcasters, and then they're like, I want a streamer that like does fun stuff, and then they find me, and then they're in my chat, and then they find Liquid Zulu. And I'm not saying like I'm bigger than Liquid Zulu. Obviously I'm not. But what I mean to say is that like, you know, in a conversion process of somebody, I think that like it's necessary to have like a chain that goes from like the normie that understands nothing all the way down to the libertarian purist that is, you know, searching for philosophers and is teaching deep philosophy. And I think that in many ways I am like kind of straddling the fence in that area.
As possible, because they've only known the mainstream examples where it just seems like it's not. And so I felt like we were kind of like losing the perspective on this. And it's also something we were always on the back foot on, because when a game shuts down, vast majority of the time, it's only...
Wouldn't that filter out people as it gets more pure? Yes and no, right? Like like if 1% of the world is deeply ready, if 0.1% of the world is deeply ready for libertarian philosophy to a purist hardcore degree, right? Then that's like 8 million people. So like there's a potential audience of like 8 million people for Liquid Zulu. Now I might be more palatable and have a larger potential audience, right? But like there's still like, you know, I might have 20 million or 50 million people and he has 8 million people that he can choose from. But like if either of us even got 1% of our potential audience, we'd be millionaires. You know what I mean? Like, and we would, and our message would be insanely powerful. So like, yeah, I mean, it filters out some people, but you know, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that actually matters. His audience is maybe a little bit more niche than mine. But his channel's bigger than mine because he's reached a larger percentage of the potential audience.
A small minority of people.
I don't think Firebrand works here because I might be more of a Firebrand than Liquid Zulu is. I get angrier than Liquid Zulu does, and I get more emotional than he does. I think purist is the right term. It just has a negative connotation, as you said. But I don't mean it that way.
People care about that. But over time, you know, some people might care about this game that shut down, or they care about this one. So it kind of adds up over time, but it's always...
Like you need purists to give pure theory and to check other people when they go out of the bounds of theory. Like that is a necessary element to the movement. The movement is doomed to fail without purists.
The minority, whereas people really pay attention to things that are happening right now. But if they've already moved on to something else, you're always on the back foot on this. So it was just a lot of dumb luck. We were able to kind of push this through on the existing system. For those kinds of tactics that you're mentioning, I mean, I feel like well, it's an unknown. You know, you could be waiting 3 months or you could be waiting 30 years, you know, so it's...
Yeah, but the same thing is true of what he's pushing. The only difference, like the quicker that it gets done, the more likely that it is just corporations doing regulatory capture. And if he gets what he wants, it will only benefit corporations. It might benefit the gamer in some ways, but it will harm the gamer in more ways than it helps.
That leaves a lot more to chance than even what I'm doing, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I would say, like, you know, I don't begrudge you for being like this is your issue and you're going to focus in on that. You don't have to be like a full political philosopher or anything to have opinions on this type of stuff. It's perfectly fine for you to, you know, be clearly starting a very successful movement here. What I would say is that I think the movement is going in the wrong direction. It is taking a problem which, in my view, was started because of government regulations, and it's trying to add more government regulations onto this, which that can only end up making the situation even worse than it currently is. I mean, you know, it might not be apparent how, in which way it'll make it worse. Like, you know, plenty of regulations have come out where people are like, there's no way this could possibly go wrong, and it goes very, very wrong. Like, I mean, net neutrality, everybody thought that regulation, which was an Obama-era regulation, by the way, it wasn't there at the beginning of the internet. People thought, no, if this gets abolished, the world's going to fall, we're not going to have the internet anymore. It gets repealed, and, you know, nothing really happens. These regulations, they even if they have the best of intentions, they end up just causing more
Net neutrality was a good example. Yeah.
Problems. They just bloat the government more and force these companies to make their end user license agreements even longer and more incomprehensible.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to disagree with you that this is like a guarantee. Like, there's no way this can fail. It certainly.
Well, right. It's the inverse, PvP Ranger God. It's the inverse of Ross's example of how Starbucks is like capable of killing small coffee shops. It's the inverse, right? Is that he's zoomed in, and so he misses the forest for the trees. He zoomed in and says, "Look at this big company that can eat up all these losses and creates 3 Starbucks so that they can destroy one and then destroys their 2 Starbucks because they have economies of scale." He didn't use the term economies of scale, but that's what he's talking about, because they have economies of scale. And so they can eat these costs. And it's like, you zoom in and you're like, look at the bad guy here. And what you fail to see is that this has inexorably either reduced the quality of the product that Starbucks makes as a whole or increased the price. Right? Like it is not possible for them to eat losses, and for, if they had not intentionally ate those losses, for them not to be able to keep the price of coffee cheaper or to pay their employees more so that they have better service and better production, and quicker turnarounds so that the coffee gets to people quicker, or better baking, or maybe, it decreased the quality of their ingredients in some capacity, right? Like, you used to be able to go to Starbucks and get cake pops that were real cake pops. If you go get cake pop, because I used to get that many years ago, because I'm a fatty, right? But now, I mean, just recently I went to Starbucks, maybe like a couple months ago or something. I didn't go there for coffee. It was just like, the kids wanted a sweet treat. I'm like, oh, I'll get a sweet treat. And it's like oily, waxy, seed oil garbage shit that isn't a real cake pop anymore. So they sell what is essentially a shittier version of a Twinkie on a stick. Right, like, and it's a lower quality ingredient, because if they maintain the same ingredients, they'd have to increase the price, and then people would bitch about how cake pops were $20 a piece, right? So you miss the forest for the trees. And it's like, so in the same thing, if he gets all of this that he wants, and companies start coming out with games, and let's say there is no decrease in the amount of live service games, and the live service games stay up, he'll be like, oh my God, look at this wonderful success. But he doesn't have a comparison, which was, if that hadn't occurred, there would be more small studios that were competing. There would be better games. There would be more live service games, and the quality of games would increase, and the price in games would decrease, or at the very least increase at a slower rate, because obviously inflation is a thing.
They can. I can think of a couple ways, and that's actually something we're going to be very.
He would call it a success, and it would be a failure.
No way this can fail. It certainly can. I can think of a couple ways, and that's actually something we're going to be very. Well, the organizers are going to be very wary of if they get to talk to the EU Commission, because there's a couple angles it could fail. But I guess, yeah, this pushes to another topic I kind of disagreed with. I wasn't sure if you were saying this in kind of just like a broad, more snarky sense, or you meant it more literally. Because like in your caption on one section, you had regulations never work. And I was wondering, did you mean that literally, or just kind of in general? Or see, I would say regulations sometimes work. And if we disagree, we can dig into that,
So obviously that is like, a more vague title. I can't get too specific with like.
Okay, I'm not trying to hold you to it.
Yeah. So I would say it depends on what you mean by work. Like the regulation to get rid of alcohol prohibition, it works in the sense that it definitely makes it harder to get alcohol, but it doesn't work in the sense that there's the seen and the unseen. There are all these unseen consequences which come from it, and that's the sense in which I'm saying it doesn't work. It has these knock-on effects that you can't see coming, and they cause all sorts of problems. They cause the mafia to come about. Like, who could have foreseen that coming? Apart from like an economist maybe.
Yeah, no, this could have some knock-on effects. So I've tried to sort of gameplay out.
I think the correct answer, and I know it's coming from Chicago school, it's coming from whatever, but it is Austrian as well. Is just to just say what we really mean is that every regulation is going to move resources away from their most valued ends towards less valued ends. It will always stifle progress, and it will always reduce resources going to where people value them the most and moving them to places where people value them less. So like, I mean, I could create a tax system tomorrow that, why does it keep going to live chat instead? or top chat instead of live chat. I could create some regulation tomorrow, right? Or some tax. I could say I'm going to tax every American $1,000 every month, right? Like I'm just going to bleed, and we'll make it progressive, right? But it'll average out to that, right? So I'm just going to bleed the American economy of massive amounts of money. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rebuild all of the water systems so that there's zero lead poisoning in, anywhere in America, or the lowest amount that we can with the money that we're taking, right? And what we'll see is better quality water. We'll see IQ potentially raise because lead decreases IQ, and especially in pregnant women during the development of a baby. We'll see less health problems associated with that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the amount of money that I took out of the economy will be devastating to progress, innovation, to jobs, to people's ability to put food on their table. Like it will cause all of these problems, and you might not even see these problems. But if not for that, there would be a lot more jobs. There would be a lot more economic growth. There'd be technological capacity. Like people will die because I stole so much money out of the economy that we have less money to spend on research and development of, new medical treatments, and medical expenses will will go up. Like there will be all of these deleterious effects that you can't actually measure, because the only thing that you know is that you took this money out of the economy, and that we took resources from their most valued means and diverted them to less valued means. But if you just measure the effect of lead, we know that lead is bad in our drinking water, and that there's no safe level of lead. And so we will likely see increases in IQ, especially in areas like lower socioeconomic status areas, inner cities and things like that have old water systems, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you will see a positive effect that you can measure, that you can directly attribute. You can be like, look, this regulation worked. Isn't it wonderful that we did this? But you don't have anything to compare it to. You don't have the alternate reality where you didn't take $1 trillion out of the fucking. Well, actually, hold on. There's 350 million Americans roughly. I said $1,000, so 3.5 billion, 35 billion, $350 billion, right? So you won't see you won't see what would have happened if I didn't take $350 billion out of the U.S. economy, which is a massive chunk of the GDP, right? You might be able to see that we were like doing okay before, and now our economy is devastated, and you might be able to say, oh, that's because we did this, but you still wouldn't have the alternate timeline to compare it to.
Several of them, and it actually tends to come back to market dynamics to keep several of them in check. But that's the other thing we're coming from is you're saying like, oh, adding government, like how can that be the answer to a problem that government started in the first place? Well, we're coming from a place where we have almost nothing left to lose on this, because from a gamer's perspective, or a lot of gamers, the worst thing that can happen to gaming is that games you care about get destroyed forever and you can never play them again. So it's like, even if there are knock-on effects, which I think our odds are good that there wouldn't be terribly bad ones. It's like, oh, okay, so you mean they're destroying my games now? If we pass this, and they're going to keep destroying our games. I mean, it's kind of like trying to talk somebody out of, like, who's on death row, saying, oh, you shouldn't try to escape, they might kill you. It's like, yeah, so it's.
Yeah, except he doesn't. This is a lack of imagination that likely comes from a more specifically, it likely comes from a lack of understanding of economic theory and how government regulations work. So first and foremost, let's assume you get what you want and you don't get a bastardization of what you want because corporations in power change it to benefit themselves even more. So let's assume that doesn't happen, which is a really fucking safe assumption. If he gets what he wants, we're going to see far less investment in live service games. That's going to be an immediate impact. So you're going to get less of those games. You're going to see companies that do make those games. The only ones that are going to be able to make those games are AAA studios. So you're going to see a government granted, monopoly in the way that the left uses it, which is a higher percentage of market share, given to AAA studios. So AAA studios are going to get more profits, and smaller studios are going to have a harder time starting. And you're going to make it to where an entire genre of games that people like are basically only feasible from massive corporations that we already know are extremely inefficient. And so what are we going to see? We're going to see a reduction in profit in gaming in general, so we're going to have to increase price. And so your games are going to get more expensive. There's going to be less games available, and there's going to be less competition, which is going to cause your games to become even lower quality, or at the very least lose the rate of which they increase in quality, and even less, game studios and small companies come out. And so you're worried about losing games permanently, and what you're going to get is way less games that are more expensive. Yay! You get to enjoy your Goy Slop game from the AAA company forever. But you don't get it. But how many Claire Obscures won't exist because of this? We don't know. We don't know how many won't exist, but we do know that the pressures will be in such a way that it benefits the AAA studios versus the smaller studios.
But I mean, no, it is counterintuitive. It's probably a dumb analogy, but I was thinking, with the fight fire with fire, that is something firefighters can do, where you think, okay, if a building is on fire, how could more fire possibly help it? But sometimes if you can flash it in the right way and it just deprives the oxygen, it might end up kind of nullifying both of them. Again, we're not saying that's going to, I'm not saying it's a slam dunk. I think there are ways it could go wrong, but I think the odds
Could you imagine playing Overwatch in offline mode?
are decent on it.
Sure. I mean, I'm just coming up with this off the top of my head. Maybe, obviously I'm not the central planner, so I don't know all of the knock-on effects this will have. My claim is that nobody knows. But one possible one is, game companies are like, hey, we're no longer allowed to have this clause where we're allowed to end this service at any time. But actually we're allowed to end the service if it's actually a rental agreement. So then suddenly, every game where, you normally you'd pay, $30 to have the crew, and then you have it for, however many years it was up, suddenly that becomes, hey, you got to pay $20 a month for the crew. And then everything becomes a subscription service with all the problems that you get with subscription service. And suddenly, it's like, you look at your card and you're paying like a grand a month for all your Steam library, and you're like, what the hell? How did I get into this? We're in like cable TV.
That's not even the one that I mentioned, but I mean, I kind of mentioned it earlier with the way that they make profits and how they're trying to turn everything into a subscription model. But that's another thing that would be horrible.
Well, cable TV, how streaming services became that. Suddenly gaming becomes also cable TV, and everything is cable TV, and everything is a subscription service. Like,
No, many people have brought that up. My counter to that is that's one where the market kind of adds some guardrails, because the games industry has already tried that before. In the mid-2000s, there were a bunch of MMORPGs, they saw the success of EverQuest and later World of Warcraft, where it's like these games are like licenses to print money. It's like every few months, it's like we're selling the cost of a new game. It's like everybody was trying to get in on that. And what happened was, after not too long, almost all of them either went out of business or they switched to a different model of free to play. Because it turns out there's only so many people out there that do want to pay money every month for a game, because that's a psychological check on a lot of people.
No, I'm sorry. This is Cope. This is total bullshit. Like, he's correct in that they discovered whales, and so they discovered that monetization was better to appeal to a smaller percentage of people that are willing to pay a lot more money, and that if that percentage is, let's say, 5% of people, if they capture 100,000 instead of 10,000, then they make a whole lot more money. And so, yeah, the free-to-play model did become widely available. That being said, what the fuck are Games Pass? We have subscription models that are coming back, and most people are doing it. And the reason that they're doing it is because the traditional pricing of these games has gone up to such a degree that people can't afford it, so they play a game on Games Pass. Like, just because that model failed earlier in the market to some degree with a specific genre such as MMOs is just not true. And the reason is because MMO is a substantively different genre than is current live service games, and it's definitely different from RPG games, right? Like, MMOs, the reason that so many games failed wasn't because this model didn't work. It's because it was hard to pull people from one to the other. People did not want, there was a new game that would come out and it's like, this is going to be the WoW killer, right? Like, oh, Warhammer Online is going to be the WoW killer. Oh, Aeon is going to be the WoW killer, or, Blade and Soul is going to be the WoW killer. Like, there was all these MMOs that kept trying to come up to be the new WoW killer, right? Or Black Desert Online is going to be the WoW killer. And what would happen is people would go over there, they'd pay for 1 month, they'd play it for a little while, and then they'd go back to WoW. So it's not a failure of the system of subscription services. It's a failure of the ability of a game that to pull people away from another game where they have a sunk cost fallacy, where they go, well, I have all these armors and I have all these achievements and I have all this time and I've spent all this money. So like, you know, unless a game really grips me to my core, you know, I'm just going to go back to the other game.
You could even be spending more money just buying just regular games where you pay for it and then you can run it indefinitely. It's yours. But from a psychological standpoint, it feels like you're getting something more out of it. Whereas if you're getting a reminder every month you have to pay for this game, then you're wondering, well, wait a minute, am I even getting my money's worth? Or it's like, geez, this is getting expensive. I can't keep up with this. And that's been shown multiple times. Like we did this.
PvP Ranger God, even if the AI is good, the problem is that people like a sense of victory over other people in PvP orientated games. Like when you make like the whole model of a PvP game is PvP, right? It's player versus player. People like testing their skills against another human, and they like being put in some form of a leader bracket against other humans so that they can come out on top. It's a competitive game against other people. If you like, it's just not as fun, even if the AI is just as good or even better than a player. There isn't a sense of accomplishment or achievement because you're not beating another player.
We looked at about over 700 games, and like we were examining.
Or they love like in League of Legends, right? They love fucking bitching at other people, and they love feeling like they're better than other people even when they lose because they got the more kills or more numbers or more whatever. I mean, obviously that's behavior that is in most games is usually in, you know, bronze and silver league. You don't start seeing that once you get to gold and above league, but nevertheless, like that's an aspect of the lower end of the leagues in many of those like MOBAs and things like that as well, right? Like, or, you know, they love carrying, like the people like being Smurfs, right? Like, you know, platinum players, for example, or like, you know, people that are like, you know, champion or whatever. Like obviously the ranking is a little bit different, you know, from game to game, but they love creating a new account and Smurfing and like carrying a bunch of scrubs to a victory and being like, even though all these people were bad, I'm so badass that I was able to carry this victory. And love making the content online that proves that like if you just get good and like you don't tilt because because you're not toxic and because you have good communication skills, you know, you can beat the other players even if people around you are bad, because eventually, you know what I mean, like if you're better than everybody else, you will go into another league, et cetera, et cetera.
It was for different reasons, but we were looking at like, okay, which ones died and stayed dead, which ones are at risk, which one got salvaged by the community or salvaged by developers. Out of that list, I think we found maybe 12 or 13 that were the subscription only ones. So this is already so profitable if you can pull it off. The problem is a lot try to pull it off and they kind of choke each other out. So it's kind of only the old guard that have big empires like World of Warcraft or one of the Final Fantasy games that can kind of get away with it because they have just this legacy fan base and have been entrenched in it. If they were all to try to,
I mean, he's right there. So he got away from the cope a little bit. He's right there. Yeah.
I guess here's another aspect to it. Even during its heyday in the mid 2000s, where they were all trying to get on that subscription aspect. There are far more games now that don't do that. You just pay once or it's free, or you pay for a microtransaction. They don't tell you when it ends. Than there were even proportionally during the MMO days, which suggests is that they're managing to kind of sustain this because of that.
Yeah, this whole argument falls apart once you look at things like Games Pass. Right, like this whole argument falls apart once you realize that the single player RPGs that you buy once and own are now already on a subscription service.
I would call it a psychological deception, but they're kind of sneak this practice through. Whereas if they had to say, okay, you pay for this for like a year or 2 years, and after that you need to renew your fee, or you pay for it every month, I think it's going to choke out a lot more of these games that are getting killed. So it might not be 100% catch to it, but it would get a lot. And I guess there's two things I made notes on quick. You're talking about knock-on effects. Yeah, that is a risk. There probably are things I'm not foreseeing. I've tried to foresee a lot of them, though, on this particular issue. But I think that's going to be a weak argument coming from your camp when you're talking about abolishing intellectual property, because there is going to be way more knock-on effects from that are hard to foresee. And I guess for regulations, sometimes they work. And I wrote examples of a few of them, but it depends on what you're aiming for, too. We're just trying to aim for a lot less games being destroyed. And one example I make references to, because I think there's similar dynamics, not completely, are...
I'm going to let him get through his examples because we're going to prove all of these wrong.
In the 60s with seatbelts, not the seatbelt laws that you must wear them, but that regulations on manufacturers saying you need to include seatbelts so that if like a passenger wants to have one, they have that choice, for safety reasons. So I mean, I think people debating whether you should be required to wear or not, that's a separate issue, but just having that choice to have a seatbelt.
Well, that's not choice because you got rid of the choice.
Was pushed on companies. And that was enacted, I think, in 1968. You go to a dealership pretty much anywhere now, you're going to have seatbelts included with the car.
Yeah, you made it illegal to not have this. So if you go there, they have it. What?
So that's a case where that particular regulation, I think, worked for its purpose. Now, you can argue that led to other things like maybe requiring airbags or going too far in other regulations.
Yeah, so hold on. This is I'm going to steel man his argument and make the better argument, right? So first and foremost, yeah, if you make something illegal to not have, then it'll be there. That's a silly argument. If your definition of work is if we make something illegal, it becomes illegal, or if we yeah, duh, right? Like it's prohibitively expensive, which means you have to be a very large company in order to produce vehicles. And so, yeah, they all follow the law so they don't get sued. Yeah. The stronger argument is that once seatbelt regulations and laws took into effect, that we had far less car fatalities, and that the regulation worked in preventing death. Now, Cato Institute did a research study on whether or not it was actually the laws and the regulations, or if it was actually the familiarity with cars and crosswalks and things of that nature. And what they found was that it was by being able to pick apart different areas where seatbelts weren't legal and where they weren't illegal. What they found was that the trend was irrespective of the seatbelt laws that force people to wear seatbelts. And what was actually happening is that over time, people became more aware of cars being a serious threat, and people in cities and municipalities started building, bigger sidewalks, and they started putting in crosswalks, and they started having cross guards, and people started realizing that you need to look both ways before you step out into the road. And the reason those fatalities actually decreased was not government regulation forcing people to wear seatbelts, but in fact, it was pedestrians that were dying from car accidents because they were stepping out in the middle of the fucking road thinking nobody's not even thinking about being hit by a car. And then after people were dying at high rates, they started being like, hey, you need to look both ways before you cross the road. You need to fucking pay attention. Municipalities started building, sidewalks in places that didn't used to have sidewalks, and they started working crosswalks, and they started putting in things that said like, go and like, like the red hand and the green walk sign that synced up with, the red light that cars had. So it made sure that there was a red light and that people were then told to walk across the street, et cetera, et cetera. So it was familiarity with the concept of cars being widely, in pedestrian heavy areas at a high degree that reduced those fatalities, not seatbelts. So there's me making the better argument than whatever silly ass argument of we made it illegal to not have this and then it was there, so therefore it worked. And it's still a bad argument.
Yeah, but for the specific target, that's one that worked. So
sure. So yeah, no, I think that these regulations, they can often achieve the scene side of it. They can achieve the immediate effect they were trying to get. Sometimes, they don't do that. They achieve the exact opposite of that, a lot of the times, in fact. But yeah, no, you can have a seatbelt regulation where you do achieve the goal of having every car has a seatbelt, or you do have the goal that no shop is allowed to serve any alcohol anymore. But the unseen effects, this is not Henry Hazlitt's, Bastiat's. Henry Hazlitt also talked about this. This is Economics in One Lesson, where it's all about the seen and the unseen. This is Bastiat's point of the seen and the unseen, where for any given interference in the economy, and this is the point, is that for abolishing IP, I don't get these unseen effects because I'm not interfering into the economy. I'm advocating we pull back from the economy. We have the government pull back and let.
And now, great. So there's a wonderful playlist on Reason TV of 18 videos, and I'll just play whichever one. You guys pick a number between 1 and 18. Just pick a number between 1 and 18. It doesn't fucking matter. Whoever puts it out first, that's the one we're going to do. Just give me 1 and 18. 15. Okay, that was the first one. First one was 15, so we'll do volume. Wait, which I can't see it.
And now, great moments in unintended. And now, great moments in unintended. And now, great.
All right, so this is number 15, right? This is a wonderful series. You guys should watch all 18 because they're great.
Moments in unintended consequences.
Part 1, 4-door high score. The year, 2018. The problem? Too many loud vehicles in the city of Edmonton. The solution? Erect sound monitoring display boards in various locations in the city, alerting motorists if they are exceeding the 85 decibel limit by displaying their current noise level. Sounds like a great idea. With the best of intentions, what could possibly go wrong? Turns out, games are fun. Since the display board went up as part of a pilot program with no accompanying enforcement mechanism, competitive motorists use the scoreboards, displays, to see just how loud they could get. As revving engines increased, so did noise complaints. Within weeks, the city reversed course and turned off the LED displays. I guess cars aren't the only things that backfire.
Dudes just fucking woo, trying to get the highest score. Oh, dude, I got a 92. What'd you get? Fucking, yep, there you go. So there's one law, there's one regulation, or whatever. Oh, we're gonna put up this. Here we go.
Part 2, ban plan. The year, 2016. The problem? States are passing laws San Francisco doesn't like. The solution? Pressure them to change by prohibiting any city contracts with companies headquartered in states that don't share San Francisco's values. Sounds like a great idea. With the best of intentions, what could possibly go wrong? Turns out, competition drives down prices. With limited bidding options, public project costs ballooned by around 20%, according to city administrators. The ban also created additional bureaucratic costs, totaling nearly $500,000 in staffing expenses alone, and made it difficult to support like-minded businesses in verboten states. More and more waivers and exemptions were granted as the list of covered states grew from 4 to 30, which should have been a clue that these expensive pressure tactics weren't exactly changing hearts and minds. In 2023, the city trashed the ban, probably in a very expensive trash can. Part 3.
There you go, right? So, we're going to stop these anti-LGBTQ states. Oh, it turns out we're just going to fuck over businesses that share our values in these states, and we're going to increase the cost of government contracts by 20%, and we're going to have to hire a fuck ton of additional employees. Oh, it just costs us a fuck ton of money and did the exact opposite of what we wanted.
Be tuned up. The year, 1903. The problem? Cartoonists keep depicting Pennsylvania politician Samuel Pennypacker as a parrot. Because, yeah, that's the most offensive thing in this image. The solution?
Hold on, that's funny.
Pennypacker as a parrot. Because, yeah, that's the most offensive thing in this image.
It's fun. That's the most offensive thing in this image.
The solution? Introduce a bill banning any cartoon in which a person is depicted as a beast, bird, fish, insect, or other inhuman animal. Sounds unconstitutional and entirely self-interested. What could possibly go wrong? Turns out, people who make fun of politicians for a living are pretty comfortable fighting back against politicians. Criticism of Pennypacker in the anti-cartoon bill exploded, with cartoonists nationwide depicting the governor and others as turnips, trees, chestnut burrs, squash, and beer steins. The blowback was so humiliating that the bill was pulled from consideration and replaced with a new, broader bill making newspaper editors and publishers personally responsible to libel lawsuits. The press ramped up their ridicule, daring Pennypacker to take them to court, but the law was never enforced and was repealed after he left office, having been hounded for his entire term by critical cartoons. That's one way to draw attention. Great moments and unintended consequences. Good intentions, bad results.
So there you go. There's just a couple of examples, right? Like the concept of unintended consequences is so much more powerful and so much more pervasive than people realize. Like overwhelmingly, when government regulations step in, like it just causes more problems. Like this concept of like, oh yeah, but some regulations work. That is few and far between. Like most government regulations cause more problems. That's not even considering the fact that there is a central problem, which is moving resources from their most valued ends to less valued ends, right? Or the comparison to what would have happened if we hadn't done this, right? It benefiting corporations, it benefiting things with economies of scale, it hurting small businesses, it hurting innovation, it hurting prices, it costing us all opportunity. More often than not, the very regulations themselves just cause problems beyond the economic concerns.
Let the market take care of it. With these seen and the unseen, like, the old window analogy, where you break a window and the baker's like, what the heck? This kid.
Oh, yeah. And for the record, I suggest you guys go check out all of them because it's a great series and there's 18 of them.
Seen and the unseen, like, you know, the old window analogy where you break a window and the baker's like, what the heck, this kid just broke my window, and, you know, an economist strolls along and goes, actually, this is better, because now the window maker gets a job and the economy flourishes. But of course, what we don't see is that the baker now can't spend that money on some new shoes, right? So there's the seen and the unseen. So for my camp, because I'm not advocating destroying capital like the window, I'm advocating stopping destroying capital. I'm advocating that we don't have these monopoly grants where you go out and stamp out all the competition. I don't get these unseen effects. You only get these unseen effects when you have the government come in and be the central planner who decides how I can use my own damn property how I want. Like, that's when you get these unseen consequences.
I think you do get some unseen. Well, we were just talking about.
You're not wrong. Motorcycles are way more dangerous for the user, at least.
Like, hey, maybe if the transition is too fast, you get them forming up a new government, and who knows what that one looks like. I would call that an unforeseen effect or knock-on effect. Like, there's a chance it could happen. You know, there's something else I was going to say. Oh yeah, what you were talking about, like with the break the window, and it's like, oh, that's good for the economy. Yeah, I think there's the broken windows theory, but I think the official term for that is perverse incentive. You know, where you're promoting the exact opposite.
This is what I'm talking about. I hate when people just bring up fucking like word association or like fancy things they know about. Like broken windows theory. Oh, there's the broken windows theory. That has literally nothing to do with what he's talking about. Like, it's just like you just did like a word association for some fucking reason. Like, broken windows theory is Robert Fuller Merton, right? Sociologist who is, you know, a structural functionalist. He's one of the last few like icons of conservative sociology and is well known within criminal justice theory. And the concept behind broken windows theory comes from a study where they took a car and put it in a bad neighborhood, but the car was perfectly fine. And what they found is that nobody broke into the car. Nobody did anything to the car. But if they took the same car, put it in a similar neighborhood or even in the same neighborhood at a different time, and then broke one window and just left the car with a broken window, people would come, they broke into the car, they stole the radio, they broke other windows, they spray painted it, they stole the wheels, they destroyed the car. And the concept is that when you have a clean, polite society, that people do not feel that they have social permission to be able to engage in what he would define as deviant behavior, right? Because when you're talking about criminal juvenile behavior, you know, Robert Moulton and, you know, the structural functionalists were very much about deviancy and deviant behavior and what causes deviant behavior. And they were kind of, and so this is from a functionalist perspective and the concept of anomie and social norms, right? This is why it's very similar to functionalism. It's a conservative form of sociology, which is basically gone now. There are no conservative sociologists, unfortunately, right? And so what he's saying is that by breaking the window, there's kind of like an unspoken social permission that this is a fucked up place. It's already fucked up. And so it gives some level of like the societal norm has now changed from leaving the car alone to doing whatever you want to the car. And so the idea then becomes, well, if we clean up the streets, if we make things look beautiful, if we try and, you know, maintain a sense of social norms, then what we might see is we might see this other effect, which is a decrease in criminality in the community. It has fucking nothing to do with breaking the window, and then the concept is that now someone gets a job to repair the window, but, you know, not seeing the other economic impacts. And that, you know, oh, look, we broke a window and now this guy gets a job and GDP went up. I thought he was referencing broken window fallacy. Yours makes more sense. No, when someone says broken windows theory, it's a structural functionalist theory that is also, you know, from criminology, about deviant behavior from Robert Fulton. Fuck, now I forgot his name. I said it earlier and now I can't remember because it's getting late and it's at the 1 hour mark, so I'm probably going to stop. Why is it not fucking... What are you doing? Oh my God. Yeah, Robert Fuller. Oh no, that's not him. Who's the fucking structural functionals? I'm getting late. Now I'm getting dumb. Theory. No, not Comte, not Rousseau. Obviously, Amelia Durkheim. Herbert Spencer. Talcott Parsons, obviously. Davison Moore. Robert Merton. There we go. Robert K. Merton. Where was I getting fucking Fuller from? There we go. My bad. My bad. All right. I'm going to call it. I'm at the hour mark. I'm halfway through. It was fun. I had a good time. We talked about a fuck ton. If you haven't seen the full debate, you should go to Liquid Zulu's channel and watch the full debate. It's under the live section. Okay. It's not under like the video section because it was a live stream. But it just starts right into the debate, as you saw, if you were here earlier. I love you guys. Join the Discord. Like, share, subscribe. Consider becoming a member for $3.99. Follow me on Twitter. You'll probably see me on Twitter a lot over the weekend. I have my kids this weekend, right? That's usually when I go hard on Twitter sometimes because, like, you know, I put the kids to bed at like 8 o'clock, and I'm just kind of sitting on the couch, you know, waiting for them to fall asleep as they pull me in there every 20 minutes to be like, reset the movie, I can't sleep, etc. So I'm on Twitter a lot if you want to see me get spicy or hear some of my takes. But join the Discord if you want to see the go lives, because that's where the go lives are always presented. Even if you click the notification bell on YouTube, which I noticed that 80% of you do not. What the fuck? Like 80% of you that are subscribed do not have notifications cut on for my channel. Come on. But if you're not going to do that, join the Discord. That's another way of getting it out. No, I appreciate all the donations. I appreciate memberships. I appreciate just you guys being here. And it's a lot, and it's also, you know, consider liking the channel, liking the video, right? We had a lot of, you know, we peaked at like 45 viewers tonight. We only have 25 likes. You know, don't forget to leave a like, boys. It helps out. Every little bit helps. And I'll see you probably Monday. And I'll get on the schedule and some stuff this weekend. DM me over Twitter or DM me over Discord, you know, so long as you're in the Discord. If you want to, are you the one known as Big Chungus? No, I'm not Big Chungus, sorry. You know, DM me over Discord if you want to set up an interview or a debate, or if you know somebody that I should reach out to, you know, all of it helps. I'll be doing it Saturday, so deuces.